Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. First of all, I apologize for early morning wake up after the previous very nice president's dinner. We will have the panel discussion on urban innovations. We have several distinguished panelists, and first of all, I would like to thank you for accepting the invitation to participating in the panel. So I would like to invite Mrs. Joanna Zdanowska from Department of Climate Change Adaptation and Urban Policy, Ministry of Climate and Environment, Warsaw, Poland. Dr. Kathleen Golda-Pongrac, a member of the Academy, Polytechnic University of Catalonia, Barcelona, Tech, Spain. Mrs. Irene Bonvisuto, DG Clima, European Commission, Belgium. Dr. Karim Selouan, Head of Adaptation Program of French Agency of Development and Co-Chair of Adaptation Hub of Global ABC. Dr. Magdalena Głogowska, Horizon Europe National Contact Point, National Center for Research and Development, NCBR Poland. Professor Simon Goldhill, member of the Academy. Mrs. Monika Pec-Święcicka, Department of Sustainable Development of the City of Wrocław, Poland. Dr. Grzegorz Synowiec, Department of Sustainable Development of the City of Wrocław, Poland. And Professor Barbara Widera, my co-moderator, who is Rector's Deputy for European Cooperation. We have been preparing for this discussion for some time. We had two panel discussions with the municipality of Wrocław, and we also had internal discussion, which is interdisciplinary. And we have identified several issues as the subject of today's discussion. First of all, the basic is are the European key initiatives, including smart and climate neutral cities, and 100 cities have been selected by European Commission to become climate neutral by the year 2030, and Wrocław is one of them, and also some other Academia Europaea hubs like Munich or Barcelona have also been selected. Another initiative is climate adaptation mission, and also new European Bauhaus. So as you know, we are facing now a significant change in our approach to climate. We observe several dynamic effects like heat waves or floods, and together with the growing human population, we now know that we need a transformation. And the cities, and example of such good example as Barcelona with super blocks, for instance, is a very good example for transformation of other cities. So we can think of those examples as living labs. And also this discussion is about inviting all of you to contribute to R&D projects, horizon projects that we would like to apply for. And Anna is distributing some project sheets. We have selected 4 potential calls about new European Bauhaus, bioclimatic buildings, but also biofabricated materials. And if you would like to join the consortium together with municipality of Wrocław, please write down your name and affiliation. We would also like to invite you for the discussion about establishing excellence hubs for smart cities that could be associated with Academia Europaea. So we would like to start the discussion. I would like to give the floor to Barbara.
Thank you very much, Kasia, for this introduction. Thank you all for accepting the invitation. And indeed, we are mainly talking about the necessity of taking action regarding climate change. As we all know, the EUCRA report published in March highlights the extreme challenges that are ahead of us. And we have here Joanna, the representative of the Ministry of Climate and Environment. So Joanna, you are one of these people who can help society to react, to respond to the changes, because this also brings some new opportunities. Whenever there is crisis, it stimulates responses. So if you would like to start our talk today and say a few words, maybe what would you indicate as priorities? Which activities should be founded at the first place? Please.
Thank you, Barbara. Yes, my name is Joanna. I work for the Ministry of Climate and Environment. First of all, thank you for having me. I think it's a great opportunity to meet you all here, and I think Wrocław is a great city. Ministry of Climate and Environment is responsible for developing and creating policies to address climate change. Our typical role includes cooperation with various sectors. So we are shaping strategies, we creating regulations, and of course securing financing for environmental and climate initiatives. These efforts are guided by National Adaptation Plan, by environmental law, and are largely supported by European funds. While this forms a platform of our work, what we might call business as usual, of course, crucial for us is to make a real change. Yeah, so to involve also others, and this requires collaboration, innovation, and shared commitment to build a sustainable future. So how to start? How would I start? I think what's crucial is to find a platform of cooperation, and I think this EU initiatives like EU missions are a really good example of it, because you can meet other people, you can change experiences and knowledge. What's also important, development of strategies on the regional level, when you can define your own issues, when you collect data, and when you define your own goals on the regional level. Of course, using guidelines from strategies on the national level. I would also say that public participation is one of the crucial things. So you have to engage your citizens, for example, through awareness campaigns or participatory decision-making. Of course, secure funding, because the funding in Poland, for example, is available. So we have to leverage EU funding and try to use programs like LIFE program for environmental initiatives. And last but not least, pilot projects. So make a small demo project when you can see the results, and test ideas before wider implementation. I think by addressing these priorities, Poland can position itself as a leader in climate adaptation and creating resilient cities. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So a lot is about funding, a lot is about money, and we need to be
But also
conscious.
society, we cannot do nothing there is no innovation without informing people what's important indeed and having them engaged.
So it should be accepted by the community as well. Catherine, you are from Barcelona, and Barcelona is a leader of change in transformation to sustainable city, to climate neutral city. And I must say this is one of my favorite cities as well. City that is designed for people, not for cars, not for other reasons. We need to be conscious that cities are responsible for emission of about 70% of carbon dioxide. And Barcelona is designed in a way that it greatly reduces the emission, it greatly reduces the time people spend in traffic jams, and is friendly to citizens. What would you recommend for other cities, taking into account the example of Barcelona?
Good morning to everyone. Thank you for the invitation. Well, coming from Barcelona, living in Barcelona, experiencing the city both as an urban planner, architect, and as a citizen as well, there's lots of things obviously we can share. First of all, I wanted to say I like very much the term innovation, to think about innovation not as something that is to really invent, but rather to rethink, to reorganize, to reimagine. And I think this is also what Barcelona in a way is an example for. So it is not that out of the blue certain things are being invented, but the sustainable tradition in a way, or the way of how the city reinvents itself all the time, is very interesting to live and to be part of. There is, and I mean, what can be learned is also something to study in each case. There is this long tradition in Barcelona that comes from the planner of Ildefonso Cerdà, who made the extension plan of the city in the 19th century. So the holistic thinking, the systemic thinking of the city, more than just like punctual interventions somehow, and also to think the city as a system of a sustainable network, as a place where enough urban space, public space can be available, even though the proportion of green space in Barcelona is, as if you might have been there, is very low. So that's also a challenge. I think mostly what we can learn, or what is interesting to understand, is this continuous rethinking process, right? Which is a huge challenge also in terms of, if you now from the outside say Barcelona is car reduced and is pedestrian friendly, and obviously the city is doing a lot to be each time better in that, and to also radically transform the streetscape in that sense. But from the citizen side, for instance, that is not necessarily always very much embraced, right? So this issue of how to engage with the population, being a model city, being a living lab, as it was said, is not necessarily always being seen as such from the people that live in the city, even though, and that's another thing I feel is very much to be learned from, Barcelona has a huge social capital, and the claims of the citizens and the way of how urban projects have been developing over the last 150 years is very much related also to a very close understanding, or at least trying to understand from the planners and architects side what citizens request, what they need. Probably the dictatorship long period of being requesting things had also something to do with that. So I think this making the bridge, and you also mentioned that necessity of engaging with the population, is something that we can learn from, and where Barcelona is also kind of always going into innovative steps. The platform now, the digital platforms for citizen participation, for instance, that is really successful. But from being within and from looking from the outside, Barcelona always is looked at this as this model, and gives a lot, and that's quite interesting to see of how the superblocks are being replicated in other places, while meanwhile in the city itself there is claims to go back to what used to be there before. So there's a huge resistance from within. So I think probably this intention of being of thinking the city as a as a laboratory, but also of being open to the citizens' opinions is crucial. And also what was mentioned before, the regional scale, the scale that not to think the superblock only as a punctual thing, but to think it as an organizational and structural and systemic method, basically, that also comes, in fact, in the case of Barcelona, from a biologist, from Salvador Rueda, from much before it was now applied. So there is a lot of like potential in that sense. And I think, well, myself being in the academy also, I feel this interconnection between what we do at the university, what the city council practically operates on, and what also interdisciplinary thinking is. And that's also very much the case in all these labs and in all these new think tanks that the city comes up with, is something that can be looked at from outside, and where we also from within can learn a lot.
Thank you very much. Well, first of all, I agree that innovation is not only creation but also implementation, and Barcelona is a great example of pioneering in the multidisciplinary topic of a smart city. And super blocks is just a brilliant idea where the houses are concentrated in blocks of 9, yes, and inside there is no car traffic, but instead there are spaces for people to spend some time in greenery, so everything is available within walking distance. That also facilitates community engagement. And of course, city transformation cannot be done without the citizens of the city. Barbara.
That's so true, and I remember Francesca Bria when she designed the digital transformation, and she was asked by the merger of Barcelona, Francesca, please explain it to me so that I can explain it to my mother. That's super important because there is, of course, resilience towards change, but indeed Barcelona is one of the cities that's so sensitive, and when we come back to the to the adaptation to climate change, it's the coastal city in a way. So we are thinking what may happen if the sea level rises, and my heart is breaking because it's such a beautiful place, such an amazing place. Probably when Joasia said that we need to stop the business as usual, I have a tendency to stop calling this business as usual, but repeating the same mistakes. I believe it's more appealing. And in this light, one needs to be humble, and especially as we are architects, and the city architect-in-chief says that his biggest achievement is to destroy the biggest communication node in the city. So it means that we means that we need to adapt. And I'm looking at Irene because you represent the European Commission, DG Klima, and you are the head of the Secretariat of the most important mission for the European society, which is adaptation to climate change. So in your everyday practice, you deal with a lot of resistance, you deal with a lot of challenges. Can you share with us which one you can see as the biggest opportunities, but also the biggest challenges in terms of adaptation?
Thank you, Barbara, and thank you for having me here today. I think, the opportunity probably is where I would like to start. I think indeed there is a resistance in the system about changing or really rethinking a lot of, also how the cities or the regions are designed. But I think there is big traction for that. I mean, I think we have recently seen very impressive images, I guess, from the Spanish TV of the citizen throwing mud to the king and to the prime minister. That really means the people, the citizens are really requesting. You said, we really need to reply to the request of the citizen. I think those images were very clear. The citizens want to be protected from the climate that we have today and probably the climate that is going to come. And we have, indeed, you mentioned before, at the EU level, we have done a number of studies. We have presented recent findings from science. It's clear that the Europe we live in today is going to be even more difficult to live in the future. So it's very clear that there are going to be some hotspots of climate change. So I think the opportunity is there because the citizens are also probably very sensitive to being protected. So now, what comes with that from the European side, we can put the framework for the policy, which belongs actually to the member states to develop the strategy on how to prepare the territories for the changing climate, and even more depends on the cities and the regions to actually implement the action, because the risks are very local. So indeed, what we do and what is actually our, let's say, our daily struggle is how can we really support the local action, knowing that actually from Brussels we can be a bit far, but it's indeed about supporting with tools, supporting with networking, supporting in putting people together, in exchanging the best practices, because that's very much what is, you know, the case you just described about Barcelona. It's very helpful and very interesting for others to learn. And we have seen when we talk about the Europe becoming a much warmer place where to live, and you know, we see cities from the north also seeing troubles of droughts or troubles of forest fires that they didn't used to have in the past. So they really want to learn from people who have been more used, or you know, cities planners who have been used to deal with those troubles in the past. So that's really very much where we come in. Now, what we do is called Mission, because we had a big aspiration as it was to put the man on the moon with the Apollo mission. So the idea is really very ambitious to try to get at least a part of Europe already climate resilient by 2030, which seems very, you know, it's a very ambitious goal. First of all, because becoming resilient is a long process. I mean, it depends very much on resilient to what. There are climate, let's say, risks that we know today, but we do know that it is also transforming and accelerating very fast. So we really need to help also understanding what is the climate context and the local vulnerabilities, and then prepare plans for those. It's step one, but then executing, and I think there was a mention before to funding, and really trying to really put those projects on the ground is a huge challenge by itself. The amount of budget needed is nowhere in our pockets, for sure not in Brussels. I mean, I appreciate that you are counting on the EU funds to help, but this is just, I will say again, we also need to help people to understand that protecting the society and the economy is not only a question of public goods. I mean, it's also a question of private funding. For instance, a company should understand, or a farmer, let's say, should understand that it's in their own interest to actually start thinking about where I'm better off, where is my asset, let's say, better off if I start to invest in, you know, also shifting a bit the mindset, rather than expecting the extreme event to come and asking them for compensation for damages. So this is very much the narrative we're trying to push, again, in terms of the framework. I think it's very real example that we need to work on a multi-level governance. So I think, you know, it's a very helpful to see for me that I come, you know, in a row, but with really who works at the national level and who works at the local level, because the three levels need to work together. From the EU side, we can put together, that's what our ambition is. We put together the framework, we try to push and support for the member states to be activated in preparing the plans, but actually definitely to help the local actors. And this is indeed very much where we are trying to work. I think, you know, obviously the urban context and the fact that we have to kind of, you know, look into also, I mean, climate resilience, as I said, is very local, but we have seen that a lot of people do live in cities, and there is really where you really need to really rethink also the spatial planning, because you have a lot of conflicting needs also, and you really need to find a way where to put everything together. So I think we have a special attention, I will say, to cities, because it's not only about making cities climate neutral, it's also making sure that the cities are climate neutral in a context where the climate change is accelerating, so they should become climate neutral and resilient. So there are probably some interventions that help on both sides, but sometimes it's also a question of deciding, you know, should we give space to the river or should we give, you know, those kind of choices are very difficult also for, I guess, for the municipality, and I'm happy that we're going to see some intervention later on from the municipality. So I think, that I think a bit what is our, we think it's a huge opportunity. It's also an opportunity for the European companies, because while maybe on the mitigation side, we really had some, now we really have some business models of, renewables installations, solar panels or windmills. I mean, it really seems there is a nice business model of coming and converting to renewable energy. It's not yet the case of understanding what is the opportunity there for some European companies, but we believe there is a strong component of also data analysis or collecting data or having some digital solutions that can help in this overall transformation. And maybe the last point with which I want to close, I think it was the mention before of innovation. I think it's very indeed what we are looking at, and we really believe it's not just the technological innovation. We really need to bring together the also the business model innovation and surely the social innovation aspects. I think you mentioned before the importance of bringing the citizen along. I think we really try with the mission, we have a word of co-designing the solution. So not only for the citizen to accept, but actually to be part of understanding what's the issue and understanding and designing the solution.
Thank you very much. And I think the mission is one keyword and European is the other keyword, because at the end of the day, the cities will find the instrument and resources to protect themselves. Venice would be always protected, but how about the smaller areas, vulnerable mountain areas, coastal areas? Then we need solidarity to develop the plan to protect all people in their regions, indeed.
Climate adaptation is, of course, a global problem, European problem, but also local issue, and it should be solved in our neighborhoods together with the citizens. So for sure they need to be engaged, but cities need examples also from other cities. Some speakers mentioned digital technologies, probably digital twins could be useful for modeling and simulation as well. And of course, the money for transformation should come from different sources. We are conscious that we cannot rely only on European funds, but on private money, on money of the people, but also on money from the companies. Karim, you are the head of Adapt Action Program of French Agency of Development and co-chair of Adaptation Hub of the Global ABC, and Global ABC is Global Alliance for Building and Construction. How would you comment on adaptation of climate change in different sectors and in the context of resilience of cities to climate change?
Thank you for your question, and thank you also for the invitation. First of all, I want to introduce a reminder concerning the Global Alliance of Building and Construction. If you remember, during the COP21 for the Paris Agreement, the French government decided to launch an international initiative which is called Global ABC. Why? Because we know that the more emissive sectors is the building sector, but also we know that if the building are not protected facing the climate change, we could have a big impact on the global GDP. And the question is how we could make a balance between the mitigation action concerning the building sector and the adaptation also. But the poor sector, the poor component was the adaptation, notably in the during the COP21. And the question is how we could align, how we could onboard all the stakeholders concerned by the building sectors. For example, architect, engineer, policymaker, investor, insurance, national bank, private bank, construction industry, material provider, all the supplier concerning by the value chain of the construction sectors. And after the long discussion, we are creating in 2022 the first adaptation hub dedicated to accelerate the implementation of adaptation with a lot of advocacy program, notably supported by the French government. And at the beginning, it was only 25 countries, And now we are more than 75 countries, including also the European Commission. And we are signed during the last March, in March 24, the Déclaration de Chaillot. And in this Déclaration de Chaillot, we have integrated the principle for adaptation in the building and construction sectors. Inside these documents, we have 5 principles. Why we say principle and not standard or certification? Because the principle is more acceptable, is more easy to understand, and is more flexible and agile. We have, first of all, the question of urgency. We need to integrate as soon as possible the adaptation. Now, fortunately, aligned with the policy strategy, notably for the local, because we are more dependent on the election. And sometimes we have a lag between the election process, the election mindset, and the need of investment to accelerate adaptation. And sometimes the both are not absolutely in the same agenda. Second point, this is the stakeholders. All the stakeholders should be implicated, should be embodied in the same project. The third point, this is a process. We need to rethink the life cycle of the project, notably during the design phase, construction phase, but also during the maintenance phase in the building sectors. What we mean about the maintenance? For example, the renovation. We could consider the renovation as a maintenance or as a new process to rebuild as a adaptation building or not, no? Donc we need to rethink all the life cycle of the building process, very important. The fourth is each time to try to make in the tandem mitigation and adaptation process. This is not two conflict, this is not two opposite action. In the balance, of course, depend on the type of your building, your financial capacity, your technical capacity, and your geographical context also. But we need to achieve this objective. The fifth, this is the data. Very important because we know that we have a unfair issues concerning your access of the validated data. Which data? This is Copernicus data from Europe, for example. Europe are very one of the most relevant provider of the data, for example, with the Copernicus system, satellite data, with the Eurocordex data. But okay, you could have an access of the data to modelize some predictive model to stress your design process. But who can analyze this data? Do you have the tool to implement this data? Do you have the capacity to build a specific predictive model? Do you have the capacity to analyze and to have some critical analysis facing this data? This is not easy to have an answer, but it's very crucial to deal with this question of qualified and certificate data. The question of scale. What is the issues? Which is the more relevant scale to process your adaptation action? Building scale, neighborhood scale, city scale, countryside scale. The interaction between countryside and the city also, because we know that a lot of capacities that you could activate to mitigate your risk is not only in your cities, it could be with your interaction with the planning of the countryside, for example. It's very important to mix the both, to have a very holistic approach, as you said, with this systemic approach. The question of the green solution, for example, the nature-based solution, because sometimes we know that we have a very conflict uses concerning the raw material, how we could make the renovation to rebuild back better without the capacity to extract material to build concrete, for example. This is a good question. For example, also we know that a lot of architects will want to use the woods, but with the climate change, are you sure that the landscape concerning the type of the roots in the forest will be still with the climate change? No. Now we could have a very large vision because we need to align with the evolution of the biotope, biodiversity, if you want to use the biomaterial, for example. The question of the people. The key of the implementation of the success of the adaptation depends on the population. If you are not connected with the needs of the local population, you are sure that in the end, the action will not maintain during the long time. Because this is not only to find adaptation action, it's also how you could have a very long vision of strategy, including all the stakeholders, but also all the population and the end user of the building. The ninth trend is the finance. We know that the finance is a key issue. Without money, you can do nothing. today we know that we are very in the struggle situation to find the most money, and the question is, I want the money to renovate, I want the money to make mitigation, I want the money to adapt. Okay, but why we know make a new rethink to mix all the needs, to make a new type of strategy, including the action of mitigation, adaptation, renovation in the same time, to optimize, for example, the fund. It could be a way. But the finance is not only to support the adaptation, but also how you could find the most mechanism to ensure the risk. Because in the end, after, we want to share the responsibility facing the climate risk. Who? The policymaker, the private company, the architect, the real estate, we depend. Now we need to rethink a new type of, perhaps a new mechanism with solidarity to be sure that the insurance risk could be not considered than, how you say, something that to block the process of adaptation. And the last point for me is the local, because we know that the most relevant scale is local action, because the global change is the global issues with the local answer. And this is the 10 principles that we want to accelerate. And the good news is during the last Déclaration de Chaillot, this 10 principle was signed by more than 75 countries in Paris. Thank you.
Thank you very much. A lot of issues have been mentioned about local action, about neighborhoods, about financing, optimization of investments, about thermal isolation. And maybe I will give the voice to Barbara for the next question.
Indeed, and when we think money-wise, then if you want to know the person who knows where money is, where the Commission is ready to invest, we have invited Magdalena, because Magdalena is national contact point. She knows all the programs, work programs, so she knows exactly where the Commission sees the risk which they want to cover. And of course the role of researchers, the role of scientists here is critical, because the Commission is paying for the risk, so the scholars, the researchers, the brilliant minds like you can assist the regions and societies to solve the problems. So, Magda, when indeed the help of scientists, the help of these researchers is necessary, using other words, where in urban scale, in adaptation to climate change, where we truly need the innovation, where these fantastic people can contribute.
Thank you very much for inviting me here and for this excellent question. Indeed, as a national contact point and also the program committee's member, I have the privilege of witnessing firsthand the transformative actions that the European Commission is undertaking through Horizon Europe, and this program is not only shaping the scopes of work programs and the calls for research and innovation, but also it shapes the priorities of European missions that respond to pressing global challenges. But today I would like to call you for the action, because I would like to discuss with you some critical areas where cities and regions, particularly in Poland, but not only, I think it goes across Europe because we are all endangered by adverse impacts of the climate change, where we need scientific support to implement the green transformations, especially in regenerating the built environment. And we all know that cities are at the forefront of the climate crisis. They contribute significantly to energy consumption, greenhouse gas emissions. In Poland, urban areas are grappling with challenges such as air pollution, inefficient energy use, inadequate structure, add on to it the energy poverty, and there it is. So we really, really need you. But today I would like to focus on some concrete examples of the areas when we need your intervention and the projects that are already being implemented by European Commission under Horizon Europe. So I believe that, Barbara, you would agree with me that the first critical point when we need your input is sustainable urban planning. This is one of the primary areas where scientists can contribute in sustainable urban planning. And I have some examples of the projects. For example, Green in Cities focuses on addressing urban inequalities by enhancing the quality of life in neglected areas. And it employs innovative technologies and nature-based solutions at the same time to improve urban resilience and functionality. And it integrates urban design and creates environments that are not only sustainable but also equitable. And the other example is Sea Neutral that involves citizens in urban planning. You have all stretched this out, that this is the basics. Without citizens, we are not going to transform. We are nowhere without citizens. We have to have them on board. And what else? Because these projects are truly mind-blowing. For example, Green Me project that looks into mental health and how the mental conditions worsen with the increasing temperatures, because we all know that physical conditions worsen, but what about mental conditions? They worsen even more drastically. So the authors of Green Me projects look into how they could engage nature-based solutions in helping those people out in order not to leave them behind. And they also embrace social inequalities. What else? Just streets. This is how to make city transport and mobility not only sustainable and more environmental friendly, more climate friendly, but also simply just. It's the question we need to ask ourselves. Are our streets just for everybody? Are they really pleasant places to move for everybody, for mothers with little kids, with prams, for teenagers, also for elderly people? Is it for us or just for the cars? This is something we should rethink again. And also one of my beloved projects, it's Reallocate. It's implemented in several pilot cities. One of them is Warsaw. And in these projects, the aim is to encourage people to use public transport more, to ditch the cars and just jump on the public transport. And one of the key issues that was noted in Warsaw were parents driving their kids to school by cars. One kid, one parent, one car. Makes no sense at all. But instead of, printing leaflets to encourage kids to drive, to ditch the driving and take a bus, they have decided to rebuild the environment and the streets around the school to make this area really safe for a start, but also greener and simply more pleasant place to be. So the kids would want to go to school by bus or by bike, and that they are safe. So this is one of the best examples of how you could intervene and how we could use your skills. But public transport is one of the main problems for the cities. But when we look from the point of view of climate neutrality, of course, then energy efficiency and renewable energies, that's the next challenge. And here also we can use your knowledge. Because Polish cities and cities across Europe are increasingly looking to retrofit existing structures to meet modern energy standards. And this is obvious, but the things get more complicated when we look at the old buildings, at the beautiful cultural heritage that you can see here in Wrocław. And yet we have brilliant scientists on board, and there are several projects implemented within Horizon Europe, especially on this subject. For example, Heritage for Ages. It involves Technical University from Warsaw and Warsaw Institute of Technologies. And in this project, they use the methodology to investigate user-driven transformation packages to retrofit the building. So they don't look only at the buildings, but they also look at the users. Because it happens quite a lot that we move people out from the building, we retrofit it, and they then want to come back. Because they say, no, it's not my building. No, not anymore. The other one is rehouse. Also renovation packages for European building efficiency, but not only efficiency, but also renewable energy sources generation, and of course cost effectiveness. And coming from this, many things were said today about two missions: climate adaptation and climate neutral and smart cities. I had many discussions during several forums that if we were shaping those missions again, probably we would have one mission, because these are two sides of the same coin, I would say. And for the city, believe me, it doesn't matter. They want to address both issues. They want to mitigate and adapt at the same time. So we need you to join on board and to simply bring all those beautiful solutions that you have for climate mitigation and for climate adaptation. And these are several examples of how it can be done. But here I would like to address you and call you for action again. Please do co-create. Do not come with the solutions that are developed in the quiet study room or in the quiet laboratory, because I get many complaints from the cities that scientists come to them with ready-made solutions. They come and look, this is my innovation, and what's that for? It does this, and this, and that. Oh no, I don't need it, because what I need is, how do I convince shopping malls to let the elderly citizens spend there all day when it's hot? And that's also the innovation. Social innovations are also innovations. Rethinking, I love what you said, Katrin, that sometimes rethinking is an innovation. So that's what we're talking about. And also citizen engagement and social innovation. When we talk about this, we have two beautiful projects. One of them is Net Zero Cities, that accompanies cities constantly in developing cities plans, cities strategies, and also citizen engagement plan. The other one is capacities project. This one also is running. It's coming to an end, but I believe there will be a new one because cities and communities are using this really intensely. So in conclusion, call for action. Co-create, go to your cities, check what's needed and how you can assist them, and please write for those forms that were distributed. Sign up for the Horizon Europe projects that will be developed to be submitted in the next calls. So I want you to take your pen now and please sign and leave your address and name, because Barbara will collect them later on. Thank you.
I will, thank you.
Thank you very much, and thank you for calling for action. Several times the importance of community on board was stressed, and a question to Simon. You run the project Humanity's Urban Future, and I would like to ask you, what is the future for cities and for people that live there?
Thank you very much. I'm a little bit anxious that I might appear rude to this very nice invitation to speak, but I guess my job is to be disruptive. The first thing I'd say is this. The history of urban planning reveals again and again and again that cities develop quicker than planners. That as soon as a plan is in place, the city has exceeded it, both informally and disruptively. And one of the hardest things to do for anybody, which is the center of our project, is to think about how do you plan when you know your plan is going to fail. And every plan for a city fails. So the question is, how do you build into your planning the sorts of flexibility and questions that you might need when you're looking into the future? One might immediately point out that the problems we have are caused by science. The problems we have are caused by unintended consequences of technological innovation. And until we actually build into our thinking about technological innovation what the unintended consequences are likely to be, we're going to repeat the same errors. And I haven't heard a single thing about that pessimism that you actually need when you're planning to realize that there are going to be unintended consequences, and some of them will be disastrous. And that is also part of thinking about resilience. I'm fascinated by the sense of community that's being offered. Let me give 3 reasons why I think it's inadequate. That I'd be rude. The first is this, and it's an example. Many of you will know, I hope, what happened in Berlin in the last 10 to 15 years. There has been a vast popular movement to take back legally, as they may by the German constitution, 240,000 apartments owned by major property companies. Right? This is a democratic movement. And it won its referendum. More than 50%, up to 60% of Berlin voted that we should take back 240,000 properties. This has been resisted by the government, and above all, resisted by real estate brokers, the big companies, to the extent that now a second referendum will have to take place to make it legally binding. Democracy is actually terrified of the people. They don't want people to act. Not at all. They want government to govern. They don't want people to come back and tell them what to do. That's the first problem. The second problem, since we're talking also about real estate, I'm working recently in Mexico. Mexico has a city. We asked how many people are there in Mexico. They say, well, between 21 and 24 million. That is, the margin of error is 4 times the population of Wrocław. That's the margin of error. It's a very, very big city indeed. And in that city, 56% of the property is irregular. That is, there is no legal documents to go with it. It is built by people. Now, what does that do to planning? Right? It makes planning absolutely impossible. You're trying to put in services after the buildings have been built. You're trying to deal with this material. And we shouldn't forget that we live in a planet of slums. We're talking, very comfortable in Wrocław. It's a nice city. I walked around a lot of Wrocław. It's a very nice city. However, 50% of the world live in slums. And what you're going to do with that is a question of planning if you want to think about resilience in a serious way beyond Europe. So, for me, the third thing is perhaps most important. You talk about consultation of citizens as if cities were not inevitably sites of conflict. There is no way that you can deal with a city without dealing with conflict. The speaker to my right talked about justice. Justice is actually a site of the human future. Somewhere in the future we might have justice, perhaps, if we're very lucky, if we work very hard. But until then, we're going to be living in cities of conflict. And unless you believe in utopia, which I don't, you're going to continue to live in a city of conflict. So when it comes to saying we must engage stakeholders, you actually have to have a procedure whereby you make decisions, whereby you actually are dealing with conflict and you're dealing with resistance to plan as well as planning. There is no plan that everyone will agree with. And how you deal with resistance is absolutely crucial. And if you're living in a city where, as we are in most cities in the world, in the large cities, where the gap between the rich and the poor is absolutely massive and growing because of neoliberal economic policy, which we are living under, there's no escape from financialization of that sort, then you are not going to be able to consult citizens and get a plan. It's just not on. Look at the slum clearance policies that have been in India, in China, and elsewhere. They've all been a result, if they've succeeded at all, of deep conflict and deep distress. So we want to consult people, but consultation is normally an excuse for imposition, not a procedure of political activity. So for me, our project is designed to try and change the discourse of urban planning, try and change the way we think about the future, and to try and think about the future as a serious issue, about how we're going forward, what the temporal scales are, the multiple temporal scales, conflicting temporal scales of future, and how you can plan when you know your plan is going to fail, and how can you plan when you know that conflict is going to continue throughout the procedure and not going to go away after your decisions. And finally, nobody here has mentioned real estate as a major problem. But real estate funding is a major problem in every city in the world, in terms of gentrification, in terms of moving the poor around, in terms of destruction of the poor. I don't know if you know, but to build the wonderful center of Shanghai, 1 million citizens were forcibly moved. Right? 1 million. Now, you can do that in China. You can't do it in Poland. You can't do it in England. But it's a thought to think about how we're going to deal with conflict and development and real estate at the center of this. And until we talk about real estate seriously, we're not going to get anywhere. And I apologize for being rude.
But it is very good, Simon, that you are talking frankly. We need to be honest when discussing the global situation and inequalities, social differences, also between cities. There is so much difference between Barcelona and Mexico City. I have seen slums in South Africa, in Rio de Janeiro, and it is really terrifying. And those people probably didn't hear even about sustainable development, about climate neutrality. Those are completely different levels of problems. But it is very important that us, as the European society, that we also think about other countries, about other citizens living in completely different conditions than we do. And of course, when urban planning is slower than urban construction or building, then we have a chaos, and it causes conflict. Thank you very much. Barbara.
Let us not forget about non-human users of the ecosystem, because we are so much focused on humanity, which is great, but there are also other users. And yesterday we heard a splendid talk about biodiversity. So today with us we have Monica, who works for the municipality, and you are an expert on biodiversity. So maybe you can share with us it's not a trivial thing at all, but in terms of greening the city and having these different species living in peace in one place, what strategies should be implemented? What should we avoid in terms of your activities? Could you share with us your expertise?
Yeah, thank you for invitation. It's hard to say anything after this moving speech, because we need to agree. It's true how we can think local if we know what's happening around, which is a big problem. Also, we have problems that it's hard to recognize for normal people in a city. The problems that are connected with nature. It's hard to understand how much money we got from it, because we treat the landscape around as a place that we can change, and it's not the right way how we use it if we don't build a building there. The right way to use the landscape is to rebuild it, to construct it, and then make money on it. So this is how the regular people think about the landscape around. But as a urban planner, I'm a city landscape architect. For me, it's something natural that I know that the nature around is something what people need. They don't want to pay for it. They want the local municipality to care about it somehow, to preserve it from other people which want to build it. But when I think about this landscape, I want to build there and make money. So it's very funny how it works, because it's a big problem how people in general think about the greenery. So our hard work is to preserve this space, to explain how much money, what amount of money they have from those spaces. And here comes the ecosystem services, and the invention which is needed is all the time about counting the ecosystem services, but not as a very specific science, but to explain it in an easy way to people to understand how much money we can get from the nature. As was said before, that there's not amount of money that can help us to preserve the nature, because we spend millions of zloty and euro for preserving the space, for maintaining it to be safe for people and for citizens. What is funny, there are, of course, acts that are giving us some subsidies for having the preserved spaces in the city. It's from 10 euro per hectare till 150 euro per hectare. You can imagine it can enough for 1 square meter, not hectares. So there is no amount of money that can help us to preserve and maintain the green spaces for citizens. And but we need it. So we have to think, when can we get the money? It shouldn't work like this, that the private sector is earning money on constructing on the nature and having the money. But the European Commission or government need to pay to citizens for having the nature. So, you know, the private sector is earning and governments are giving for preserving it. It shouldn't work like this. So our big work is how we can cooperate with the private sector and to get money in the moment they are starting thinking about making money, about constructing and having money from the business. So we need to think how we can be a part of this business, how we can work with the business, how the greenery around each point of business should be working in terms of green spaces around the business area, in terms of how the green spaces should work as a water collection, how green spaces is a place where people are walking through to the business point, business sector, and how the workers are connecting with the citizens around. This is the best way how we can design the city to make points with the greenery around, and this is what we are all the time working on, and this is the invention that we need. Now we are thinking about inventions, not how we can construct machines that are that need petrol, that need energy, and so on. Now we are thinking about the inventions that are triggers for perpetuum mobile, that things that are working on nature-based solutions, how the plants are growing, not needing watering, not needing electricity and help from transport to grow. We need to think about how it works by itself, how it works, how we need to think about growing now along the biodiversity. So this is a problem because of climate change. We have invasive species, and our local species don't want to grow that way. So this is a big problem and a big case for inventions, how we can plant greenery to be proper for that place, not to be invasive, but to be proper in this place that can grow, not having all the maintenance around, but naturally. So this is also a place of inventions. So we need to work on 3 pillars of greenery in general, about right planning of the cities, about right maintaining of the city, not to use too much of sources, and how to construct the greenery around, not to destroy it in the same time, because it's very often happening that we are constructing green spaces, but they are not green at all.
They are like a circus. We are putting so many recreational infrastructure inside that it's hard to spend time there even. So how to make a places of nature where people can rest and because cities are also a circus, so we need a place for rest, for a nature where people can go in 15 minutes and have this rest, not to go many hours away from the cities to have it. So this is the place where we can invent nature-based solutions, I can say. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Nature-based solutions are the best solutions. And in the past, biodiversity was the reality. Now it is actually a luxury, and we need to invest to recover biodiversity, but not only in urban environments, but also generally we need to regenerate ecosystems. And photosynthesis and plant vegetation is the best process for the environment because it regenerates carbon dioxide and transforms it miraculously into oxygen, but also plants absorb different types of pollutants like PM 2.5 or PM 10 or some other compounds that are present in the atmosphere. And if we would look at the urban area from the bird's perspective, the ideal situation would be to see the greenery. So the tendency that we see and the innovations that are ahead are, for instance, green roofs or vertical gardens. There is a great example in Milano with, it is a bosco garden with trees planted on the balconies. Also, it is great for thermal comfort. It reduces the need for air conditioning, and it is better for health and for well-being.
If this is the case, how much maintenance it needs?
Of course.
If the green walls and green roofs are natural, it should, they should work by itself, not too much need energy and so on, because this is the problem, that we are inventing a lot and we want to show our projects, but they need too much cost.
What used to be in the natural forest seems really, really difficult and challenging in bioclimatic infrastructure. So it is a challenge and it is a cost. Grzegorz, I would like to ask if our city, Wrocław, could be a self-efficient energy city. Are we heading for energy neutrality in Wrocław? What are the challenges?
Thank you very much for the invitation, and I hope you're enjoying staying in Wrocław, our beautiful city. And going to, maybe I tell some details about how Wrocław is dealing with this problem, because we heard a lot about from the perspective of the European Commission, from the other countries and globally. But let me say some words about detail in Wrocław. And if you're asking me if we can, as a city, be a self-sufficiency with the point of view of energy, the shortest answer is no. I am afraid we never be energy self-sufficient, but we can try to, maybe for some areas, maybe for some districts, maybe for some quarters, some buildings, but not the city as a whole. But that's not the point, I think, because you ask also, do we do anything about this process of climate neutrality? Of course we do. And we started this process about 10 years ago when we joined as a city to this organization, Covenant of Mayors for Climate and Energy. And we were one of the few local governments in Poland at that time. And this covenant brings together the local governments in Europe, but also globally, and that commit the implementing of this ambitious climate neutrality goals. And to look what to do to reduce the greenhouse gas emissions, we must first know what is the amount of these emissions in Wrocław. So we start the regular inventories of greenhouse gas emissions. And this is very important issue because if you want to reduce it, we must know who emits these gases and who could be involved in this process. Our inventories shows, but not only our inventories, but also inventories from the other European countries and cities, shows that this part of emissions influenced by the local government itself, it's quite small. It's about 7, 12, 15% of all emissions. So that shows how important it is to engage other stakeholders, especially the private companies. And within these private companies, especially companies dealing with the electricity productions and heat productions. These two elements of industry is most important in this process. But what is also important and not very popular and brings this conflict, we said, it's also about the issue for our residents, for every single people who owns the house, the flat, and so on. They also must be engaged, and then also must engage their own private money. And they in Poland, but I think also not only in Poland, but it's some process. We rely on the public money. We need this public money from the European Commission, from the national government to renovate our house, to buy a new car, for example, electric car, and so on. And in this thinking, we must convince them they must engage their own money, to spend their private money to these processes. So if we make these inventories and establish who is responsible for the emissions, and then we prepare a document called Sustainable Energy and Climate Action Plan in 2019. In this document, we declare as a city emission reduction of 40% by 2030 and 80% by 2050. These goals seems at that time very ambitious, but then the climate neutral and smart cities missions show up as a proposition by the European Commission. And we also engage in this process, and now our goals are even more ambitious. I don't know if we can achieve it by that time, but we want to try. We prepared a document which shows how to do it in an ideal situation, and we call it the Climate City Contract. And now this document is reviewed and verified by the European Commissions, and we hope next year we get approvals of this document and get emission label. In this document, we show the reduction of 80% of the greenhouse gas emission by 2030. So only 5 years left. I'm afraid we do not. Maybe we don't reach this number, but we want to try. So that's the goal of the mission, I think, also. If you ask about this energy self-sufficiency, as I said, I think we will not be able to achieve it completely, but we can significantly contribute to strengthening the energy security of Wrocław. Because, for example, by dispersing the energy production using local renewable sources, also but by storing the energy and heat, or better using our waste heat, for example, from the data center, from the industry, and so on. about the private investment and the renewable energy. In Wrocław, we've got over 7,000 private prosumer installations of photovoltaics. Also in our public investment, schools, kindergartens, public buildings, we install photovoltaic to reduce the use of energy. And also our municipal companies building photovoltaic farms, for example, a municipal stadium or aqua park or the sewage and water company. The very interesting investments which reduce the emissions is the large-scale heat pump, which was implicated in the sewage system of Wrocław. We use the thermal energy from sewage to go to the heating network. And this is the fine example of the cooperation of the municipal company with the private owner of the heating network. And I think we need more this kind of investments to reduce to decarbonize the heating system and energy production system. And also the second part of this process, one is the decarbonize of the production of the energy and heating, and the second one is to reduction of the energy demand, especially in the buildings. Because the largest amount of energy is used in the buildings, and that's why we are taking actions to improve their energy efficiency. And not only in the municipal hands, but also in the private hands. And one of the elements of this was to exchange replacement of the apartment heating. Because in Poland and in Wrocław too, we got many stoves, furnaces on the solid fuel. So we must exchange them to the less emission or no emission sources. And in the last 5 years, we replaced about 14,000 solid fuel furnaces, and we hope next year we eliminate them completely. So one of the purpose of this job of this work is to improve the air quality, but the second one is to contribute to the reduction of the emission of the greenhouse gases. So summarize this. There is a lot to do, but this does not stop us to do it. And we of course act locally, trying to be as self-sufficient as possible in Wrocław, but also participate in this global action with the covenant mayors, but also including the national goals. So that's why we cooperate with the national government and the ministries, with the Ministry of Climate and Environment also. We've got on Monday a meeting and another meeting in these subjects, and I think our actions will contribute significantly to the achieving the goals that are put on the national level. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think we just have a few minutes left. So, Barbara,
shall we maybe open the discussion to see what's the impressions of the participants, of the audience, where we should invest in innovative resilience solutions?
Or how about 20 million question, 20 million euro? So maybe I would like to ask you, if you would have 20 million euro to spend in your city, you represent different stakeholders, your competences are diversified. What would you spend it for? Very shortly, 1-2 sentences. I would spend it to plant trees, to remove some of the concrete, to plant trees, to recover soil in urban environment, and to build a grey water and storm water retention system. So each of you, Joanna.
Okay, I think I would spend it on a demo project, which would be made by scientists, private sector, that's really important, and with involvement of citizens and it should be a project in one of the cities, but not the biggest cities, but maybe smaller one, which have more problems with adaptation to climate change and need more help.
Thank you very much. Catherine.
I think it's a very difficult question, and it's also
On the
the
20
question
million.
about money. Is it money or is it something else that we need? I'm not sure what I would say now. I think if there was these 20 million or whatever amount it is, it should be not invested in a very capitalist way as we used to do, but I would rather have it as funds or as, you know, as a basis for social innovation, which I really think is the most important thing. And I maybe disagree with the fact that Barcelona is so different from Mexico City, because the inequalities are very present everywhere. So I'm thinking it should be invested, if I'm speaking about Barcelona, as being my city, in a kind of a fund or in a kind of an open money pond or something like that, that could then be redistributed for future projects.
So citizens would decide. Irene.
Indeed, quite difficult question. Maybe I will just add to what was said before. For sure, I will also put it on some nature-based solutions to be applied in the urban space. But I think I will put as a condition to receive the 20 million, something that was said before about sustainability, like, you know, indeed thinking that those solutions need to be low maintenance, low energy, you know, really eventually trees or crops which are capable of living in the future climate, not on today solutions, because otherwise we might need to, you know, care for them. And I will put a little part of that 20 million on, first of all, learning from others and also helping the others to reapply the solution. I mean, I know that typically we work in a, you know, for our, let's say, not just for one city, but really looking into how this demo can really help also to replicate somewhere else. Because again, the problems are very similar, the challenges are very similar. It might be that also the solutions can really travel easily.
Karim.
Thank you. Very hard question also. Well, I think because all depend, because we could consider 20 million as a very big amount and perhaps sometimes a short amount. All depend the size of the cities. Well,
your city.
Yes, Paris. That's right. Well, I want to match two things. First of all, because there exists one international mechanism which is called LLA or LLTA, the locally lead climate action. Is something to decentralize the finance, to be more close, more focalized to the citizens. That's why I would suggest that perhaps to make a call for action to promote some local initiative with perhaps in the neighborhood scale to promote some adaptation projects, including some counterparts, because it's not some free actions. You need to respect some action, notably to be aligned with the Paris agreements. And for Paris, with the resilience strategy we published in 2016. For me, it could be a dream, but for your information, in Paris we have a budget dedicated to citizens to promote some local action, and it's like a very citizen action. How you could say this is like a very citizen initiative, okay? Citizen initiative. But this citizen initiative should be absolutely connected with the city's policy strategy dedicated to climate change adaptation.
Thank you. Magda?
Thank you very much. My first thought was nature-based solutions, because when you look at the participatory budgets in Poland, there was a study, and 80% of this people want to devote to greenery in their cities. But then I was thinking about my city, but not Warsaw, where I live now. And Warsaw is a perfect example, you know, of sustainability. It's very green and it's very conscious. It's into missions. But I was born in the Upper Silesia, a coal mine region, and that's a totally different story. Neglected areas, unemployed, coal mines that do not exist anymore, and nothing was offered instead. So maybe I would dedicate this 20 millions for the transformation of coal regions, but not to support the new technologies, but to support people. I would support all those young entrepreneurs who struggle to deal with this post-coal reality, and I can see how they take things in their own hands. For example, they transform the old coal mines into museums, into business hubs. So I would definitely give them those 20 millions, because I'm sure that will also apply some nature-based solutions to make it beautiful, just like that. And also I have to answer to Simon. I have to, because I'm also an expert in conflict management and resolution, and I loved your intervention. If you are making a change, there is a conflict, and conflict is good. Conflict is good. I believe that conflict is good, because when you have a conflict, you know that people care. If they accept the change like this, it means that either they don't understand or they don't care. If there is a conflict, there's also a way, a space to compromise. And I know compromise is not a very good thing. It makes everybody unhappy. But it is, you know, like with the democracy. It's not good, but it's all we have. So, yeah, conflicts are good. We can talk about it over coffee.
Thank you, Simon.
Some conflicts are good. First thing I'd say is 20 million isn't very much. First thing I'd do is say, could you please multiply that by 10 and then we can talk. I would do two things. I would put it into education and into legal reform. I think if you think about what's happened with smoking in Europe and the way that public education has changed the possibility of smoking in a serious way, if we have proper education so that every child knows what the consequences of their behavior is in terms of climate change, there may be some hope that they can persuade their parents to behave properly. Parents are probably lost already, but we can actually try to persuade them in that way and to make it absolutely impossible to behave the way we behave. And that would be a good thing. And you can't do that without a bit of legal reform. I was just thinking, God, I put a lot of tax on big cars straight away. But I would need some money to do that.
Thank you very much. We need to invest in education for sure. Monica.
Now it's getting quite a lot of amount of money. So altogether we have 200 million euros. So thanks to that, I have trees, I have sewage, water collection system, and so on. So it's great. I was thinking about the project that involve people with special needs into creating all those things. So collect all your money, giving to a private sector each euro, for €1 for private sector to give money to people with special needs. They can plan on work on, for example, IT projects about caring about greenery, biodiversity, and so on. So to collect the social needs, nature needs, and also business needs. And with those private sector money, we don't have 200 million euro, but we have 400 million euro, and now I think it's quite a big project also for a city like Wrocław. Thank you.
And Grzegorz.
Actually, the 20 million euros, it's not enough for a big investment. So I agree with Simon. We should put this money into the education. But I think we could educate adults, because many education programs goes to the children. And, but the adults, the parents, they are decision making. They're making decisions every day. So they must know how to do it. And the second stakeholders which we should educate are the investors, because especially the real estates, again I agree with Simon, they're building our cities. They don't care about our urban planning, but they come with the money and they're building our cities. So they must be educated how to do it in the perspective of 2050 and in the world with the different climate and social environment. And the part of this money I put to the forestation of the cities.
Thank you very much. And Barbara, what
While
would you do?
Monica is counting money, I'm counting on you. What we have missed, where we should invest the money before Kasia wraps up the session.
First of all, many thanks for giving me a chance to listen to experts in quite very representative, actually, set. During the whole discussion, if I can call this discussion, I was waiting for a kind of expression or challenge which will be expressed to us as audience and mostly members of academia, what you really do expect from a scientific community. I didn't hear. But I think that the word innovation or invention, whatever, is strictly connected to intellectual activity. So this brings me to something which you can consider as a joke, but I would like to maybe tell you or remind you, what is a Jewish definition of a city? Did you hear about it? No. According to the Jewish, whatever you call it, legend or tradition, a city is a place where at least 3 people think. So this gives me a ready answer to the question what I will do with 20 million euro. I will give this money to the 3 people and ask for things like, indeed, education. There is one only remark, that I would not educate adults, parents, whatever. This is a lost perspective. Young people, this is the future. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this comment, please. Could you maybe pass the mic? Thank you so much.
Thank you. I'm Harriet Bulkley at Durham University and Utrecht University. I haven't had 20 million from the Commission to work on nature-based solutions, but 15, so kind of in about the ballpark. I've led 2 large-scale Horizon Europe projects on nature-based solutions. But I'm a social scientist. I'm interested in questions of politics, governance, and justice. And so the projects that I lead are focused on those issues primarily. So very happy to talk to any of you about some of the things we found. And the tools and other beautiful things we've made so far, and lots of work still going on. But I think the thing that I would like to raise, and if I had another 5 million, what I would spend it on, is what we need to undo. So most of the time when we think about change, we think about what we need to bring in, but we don't think about the things that we need to undo. And there's increasing amount of work thinking through questions of transitions and transformations in terms of where is the inertia and what are the things that we need to undo. And a lot of that can be quite mundane. So for example, in the English language, we use the term concrete an awful lot. I need a concrete plan. We need a concrete idea. I haven't got anything concrete to offer you at this meeting. We never use the word nature in that situation because we are so used to the idea of needing fixity and certainty and predictability. And all of our standards around insurance, investment, returns on investment, bankability, and all of the other things are all based on concrete and certainty, mastery, and control. And if we really want to work with nature, we need to actually embrace what adaptation and resilience mean, which is about being able to tolerate uncertainty, indeterminacy, and risk. So I would try to spend my 5 million probably with the insurance sector and the banking sector, and seeking to get them to rethink their standards and their toleration for risk. It's not actually the amount of risk they have to tolerate, but it's how they understand risk that needs to change. Thanks very much.
Harriet, could I ask you a question in return?
Oh, go on then, Simon. I know Simon, so I'm not quite as disruptive as he is, but I could be. Go on, Simon.
Sure. Well, it's a question when you talk about undoing. Do you think what needs to be undone is a question of political will rather than, as it were, exact science? I mean, do we know enough already about climate change in a scientific sense?
Yeah.
And what we don't know about is actually the political side of it.
I think some of it's political will, some of it's sort of large-scale political effort, but actually a lot of it is pretty mundane. I mean, you can think of it in the same kind of way as gender or disability access. I mean, for that, you need to change pavement height, right? There's lots of small things that need to be undone, and the way in which we think about and relate to. So there's a lot of social materiality that we're very used to as being modern that needs to be undone. So that's about patterns of thought, culture, and practice. And getting into that mode requires kind of political will and a changing of what we want a good society to be like. So I think some of this can be done without a great deal of political will. Some of it, we've seen many mayors, and thank you for the contributions from the political representatives here. Many mayors actually take a chance on undoing something temporarily. Of course, in Paris, this is very famous examples of things which were done in this way, to see whether we could then undo them permanently, like removing road space, changing road space into beaches, or all these different kinds of things. So you can do things temporarily without much political will. But to make significant changes to our idea of a good society, then of course we do need a lot of political will, but not only from politicians, it's our collective political will to govern one another as well. Thanks.
So the answer to the first question about what we should be doing, if you think about gender as one of your examples, the role of academia in changing gender has been quite significant in terms of both education and books. The instrumentality is quite hard to locate, but it's certainly been influential. And that might be an answer to the first question.
There is one last question, and I believe we should finish the session. And I think you asked for a voice, yes? So from your speech, I understand we need to make the theory of chaos reality, right? Our reality.
Yeah, I just want to... I'm Louise Vet from the Netherlands, so Netherlands halfway underwater if we don't do anything. I just want to emphasize that, and I'm totally surprised if I see this, that I think climate change, it took us 40 years from science to get it between everybody's ears, and we now feel it. But basically, it's only a symptom on how we actually deal with this planet, right? And so, in fact, nature-based solutions, biodiversity is absolutely the biggest challenge that we need to solve. So where are the ecologists? I happen to be, or I was the director of the Netherlands Institute of Ecology, and I built a huge building, laboratory office complex, where I implemented my three issues of sustainability. That is circular, which if we make everything circular, double the circularity global, we solve the whole climate problem. That's one thing. Second is energy transition away from fossil, and that's what we did with solar and heat and deep storage of the heat. And the third one is create biodiversity instead of destroying it. And that is what cities should do, and that's what we see happening everywhere too. Public space. And then my major message, and then I stop because I really want a coffee, but the thing is actually that nature-based solutions are cheaper. So we don't need 10 million or 20 million if we do things differently. It's different choices. I had also 33 million for a building, and I made different choices, and I didn't spend a euro more than in fact, a traditional building. Plus, we had the maintenance and an enormous reduction in energy use anyway. So, yeah, I think we're all thinking about the wrong thing. If you start with nature-based solutions and preventing the loss of nature, you solve the problem, by the way. So please continue, but not with this kind of research that's only talking about energy. You know, that's just a symptom. So sorry about this, but taking you too long.
Thank you very much, and I think we all deserve for coffee, but before that, just a summary of information. We have done tremendous mistakes in designing and constructing urban areas. And as the members of academia and being researchers, we are responsible for the development of the civilization, for thinking beyond, for planning the future and thinking about new discoveries that will be transformed into innovations that will be implemented in practice. And the best solutions, and I fully agree with you, are found in nature. So maybe we should rethink and go back to the past, live in the symbiosis with nature, rebuild natural ecosystems, and reduce the quantity of concrete. So we have a lot of tasks to do, and I would like to thank you very much for the fruitful discussion. I would like to thank all the panelists, and I hope that climate neutrality and sustainability and circular economy will not be utopic anymore, and we will take some actions and we will implement those ideas in practice. Thank you very much.
And I hope humanity will be something more than the small disturbance at a certain point of time in the history of humanity, in the history of the world. Thank you so much. You've been a wonderful audience. Thank you.
Thank you.
And before we start the session, we'd like to do one more thing, as they say in America, and that is I'd like to ask our President Marja Makarow to come up again. Marja? And this is a formal but also a very personal statement that I would like to make to you, which is I've served under Marja now for her term of 3 years. At the very beginning, she struck me with her openness, with her honesty, with her integrity, and with her skill and determination in bringing things through to completion. That is sometimes the last thing that we learn as scientists. So I've learned a lot from Marja. The board has been extremely grateful for her presidency. Major things, I would say, earthquake-sized events have taken place under her presidency in terms of the role of the Academia Europaea in Europe and with respect to the European Commission. These things will emerge now in the coming years, but you can know for sure that a great deal of what you're going to profit from in the next years are things that have been made possible by the presidency of Marja Makarow. And so, as a token of our appreciation, Marja, I give you this, and I wish you the very, very best, and we will always we will never hesitate to call upon you for your opinion. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Don. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Don, for your very kind words, and it has been a privilege and an honor to serve the community of Academia Europaea. Thank you very much.
So, welcome everybody to this session, which will have 4 speakers from the humanities class. In the next 2 hours, you will be treated to major discoveries of the human past, how we as a species are transforming our ways, also with new digital tools. So, I'm Paul Holm. I'm the humanities class chair, and I will be chairing this session and try to keep everybody to a strict timetable so that we can also make some time for lunch at the end. The 4 presentations will give you a glimpse of the range of humanistic inquiry. I don't know what's behind the titles of the presentations that are offered by our 4 eminent speakers today. I do suspect they will illuminate us on the consequences of human connectedness. And I shall certainly be listening for lessons and legacies of the past and how we may address the challenges of a digital future or futures. Our first presenter is Professor Rubina Raja. She's Professor of Classical Archaeology at the University of Aarhus in Denmark. She directs the Danish National Research Foundation Center of Excellence for Urban Network Evolutions. She's an experienced field archaeologist. She's not least known for her studies of the history of the Eastern Mediterranean. Lately, her book, Pearl of the Desert, A History of Palmyra, published by Oxford University Press. Her talk is titled Making and Breaking Cities, the historiography of urban archaeology in the MENA region. Professor Raja.
Well, thank you very much, and thank you very much for the invitation to speak here today. It's a pleasure to be here. And also thank you to Poul for reminding me that 20 minutes is what we have, and I'll stick to that. And Poul, otherwise, just yell in Danish a minute before, and I'll wrap up. So this presentation is about the centrality of the urban to our understanding of societies and the shaping of those. And it might, in fact, in that way, follow well upon this morning's session, in that it hopefully provokes different ways of thinking about how the urban has been studied and how we need to integrate that historiography in our future studies as well. So my presentation focuses on the way material remains have been studied or not have been studied, but just as much it explores the ways in which earlier research on ancient cities has and still influences the way in which we think about and research the urban, and therefore my conclusion is, and then you can leave the room for more coffee if you want to, that a deeper focus on historiographic approach is necessary on top of ordinary research in order to break new ground. While the Near East has often been epitomized as the cradle of urbanism with countless early urban sites, urbanism as an ontological category pertaining to later, especially the Hellenistic and Roman periods, is very limited. Single monuments, religious architecture, public buildings, and aspects of elite material culture of Near Eastern cities have been studied in detail, but holistic approaches to ancient cities have in fact rarely been undertaken despite a string of grand narratives about such sites, exactly with an emphasis on their Roman, or rather read Western character, and more recently with a focus on their non-Roman traits. Due to the difficulties in fully understanding the history of excavations, and here you just see some excavation archives, it's no surprise that the most influential studies on urbanism and city life in the Roman Near East still rely primarily on information gathered from text and not from material culture. Questions of social organization, political development, and civic religion have been addressed extensively, while topics that are underrepresented in the corpus of written sources rarely have been studied in context. And so the impact of archaeology, as well as that of the history of archaeology, can have on the field to a large degree remains unleashed, including the understanding of the crucial impact of archaeology in the formative years of urbanism as a distinct field of study from the late 19th and early 20th century to the 1950s. The end of the First World War brought areas of the former Ottoman Empire under the administrative control and military occupation of several Western nations. Syria and Lebanon came under French mandate, Palestine, Iraq, and Transjordan under British. The mandate authorities granted concessions to various archaeological expeditions to excavate, publish, to keep, or even export in great numbers artifacts as well. The majority of the concessions were granted by missions led by scholars from American and British museums and universities, while the areas under British or French mandate, the creation of local administrative departments focusing on antiquities like the Service des Antiquités in Syria or the Department of Antiquities in Palestine, offered more opportunities for French and British scholars respectively. But what made their work even more impactful, however, was their use of languages that were and still are widely used to communicate findings. And this made English and French written scholarship much more disseminated, more debated, and more impactful compared to that of their colleagues from countries such as Italy, Germany, and smaller nations like Denmark. A full discussion of the historiography of urbanism in the Near East must therefore wait while the scholarship of archaeologists from such countries and very differing languages are being rediscovered and re-evaluated. Western colonization and orientalizing approaches have influenced perspectives on ancient urbanism, and it still does. This stems from the fact that the history of urban archaeology in the Near East is intimately intertwined with appropriation and exploitation. Already from the 18th century, asymmetries in the power relation between Western visitors, the Ottoman state, and local populations had a substantial impact on the archaeological reconnaissance work. The consequences and implications were and are still also very diverse. Asymmetries in power fostered the establishment and, most importantly, the persistence of field methods that heavily relied on the exploitation of cheap labor force. The large missions of the 19th and early 20th century that were sponsored by wealthy institutions, nation states, and even individuals could employ several hundred workers. In his book about field archaeology, published in 1954, Woolley states that a staff of 5 specialists can cope with up to 300 local workers, depending on the nature of the site. In the second half of the 20th century, such excesses ended, but until today, most excavations in the Near East and in Turkey also still rely on the employment of workers ranging from untrained to specialized through generations for the digging in the field, most often working for a very low salary. Another more significant ramification was the Western construction of a divergence between the archaeological remains of ancient cultures and the contemporary inhabitants of the Near East. From the Renaissance onwards, Western Christian culture, its values, and the Western achievements in science, arts, and law were considered rooted in the traditions of Greco-Roman antiquity. And here you see one citation from a famous travel account, or, well, it's actually not famous, but it's going to be when it's published next year, where Lindsay, who wrote about the history of Christian art, says that he should call Jerash a very fair specimen of a second-rate provincial town. This is one of the most famous sites in Jordan. As a cradle of Christianity, the Near East was a cornerstone of Western identity and memory. Consequently, the Ottoman Empire placed the Western perception of the world in a dilemma. Real and imagined geographies clashed in the region. This binary opposition shaped the relationship between the states of Western Europe, the United States, with the Ottoman Empire and its successor states, and it still has influence in modern thinking of the region, and I don't think I may need to make any very precise comparisons there, but you can just read the newspapers from the last few days, for example. The territories of what constituted the Hellenistic empires and later the Roman Empire and their cities were conceived as places of European memory, as parts of a Western heritage and disentangled from contemporary political borders. This feeling grew even stronger over the 19th century when the archaeological remains and texts of the ancient Near Eastern cultures were discovered. It was fashionable to envisage the Near East as the cradle of civilization and the Mesopotamian and Egyptian cultures as the forebearers of the Greek and Roman traditions. The primordial source of Western culture and religion was therefore located in the Near East. Again, this was at the cost of the contemporary people living there, since they were not deemed the rightful descendants of the early inhabitants in their countries. In addition, most early travelers held a deep aversion against the Ottoman government and its local agents in Syria. The idle, corrupt, and inefficient Turk was a prominent trope, and here you see a translation of a citation from letters between Carl Jacobsen, the great collector in Copenhagen, and his agent, the consul Lieu, about all the trouble that this brings upon them exporting cultural heritage in the late 19th century. However, the indigenous learning of individual Ottoman scholars was not dismissed, and the famous Ottoman archaeologist Osman Hamdi Bey was a well-reputed archaeologist who had good relations with many of his prominent Western colleagues, among them Salomon Reinach, who so fiercely opposed the Ottoman claims to the ancient heritage. That did not outweigh, however, the general opinion that the Turks and the Arabs were not capable of estimating antiquities, as you also see in the translated or in the citation, both in French and translated up here. The supposed neglect of the ancient heritage by the government and the local people in the Near Eastern countries seemed to justify Western claims. One of the commonplaces in travel reports of the late Ottoman period is the description of looting of ancient sites by the local populace and the destruction of ruins to retrieve building materials. The second point of contact between archaeology and politics had much more severe repercussions. The Western presence in the Near East, and at a later stage, the claim of supremacy over the countries of the Near East was to a large degree based on knowledge that the West had of these countries, which also entailed knowledge of their past. The intimate knowledge and experience empowered the West to rule over the local populations who did not command a comparable knowledge. Imposed European structures of knowledge replaced indigenous ones. Local forms of engagement with antiquities have been completely disregarded for a long time. The history of urban archaeology is largely a history of Western research on those cities. We, for example, rarely take into account that prior to the late 19th century, most travelers in Syria followed a pre-existing network of routes that connected the contemporary regional centers of the Near East. So they discovered what was shown to them by their local guides, and therefore their accounts of antiquities largely mirror, in fact, local knowledge of memorable sites. Western travelers did not rediscover Palmyra in the 17th century, for example. It was a well-known place inhabited by local tribes. Local people brought the existence of the ruins to the attention of Western visitors. Certainly, the scientific exploration and the explanation of the ruins was an achievement of Western scholars. But this process completely disregarded the local knowledge of sites and the meaning attached to the ruins by the contemporary inhabitants, in the same way that local workers were barely mentioned in the excavation diaries and were not considered members of foreign excavation teams. So these Orientalist and colonial approaches have colored, of course, the modern interpretations of the ancient Hellenistic and Roman cities in the Near East and of urbanism in general to this day. The division of Syria and the Levant into separate political entities after almost 450 years of Ottoman rule and the transfer of control to European powers had a strong impact on the development of archaeological work in the region. The Mandate governments introduced new antiquity laws which encouraged the international participation in excavations and paved the way for a division of fines, the partage system. This met the demands of Western institutions and museums who had been unhappy with the restrictive policy of the Ottoman government. Consequently, the new legal framework instigated a marked surge in the number of archaeological projects in the Near East, and for the very first time, large-scale excavations aimed to uncover the Hellenistic and Roman heritage. By the 1930s, foreign archaeological missions had claimed most of the prominent urban sites in Hellenistic and Roman Syria. At that time, the accelerating transformation of the Near East, not only in terms of political organization, but also because of the sedentarization of nomad population, urban growth, and economic shifts and new methods of production had started to threaten the ancient remains. This was not a new development, but its speed increased dramatically. In many areas, people started to reclaim the ruins of ancient cities, and that had, of course, been going on since late antiquity already, and used ancient masonry as building materials to a larger degree. Awareness grew among the Western occupiers that ancient sites needed protection not only against destruction by people, but also against the detrimental effects of nature and creeping decay. Yet the protection of the monuments also had strong ideological and political agendas. The ruins of classical antiquity were considered evidence of the Near East's Greek and Roman heritage. The Western powers, as the allegedly genuine heirs of the classical traditions, instrumentalized the ancient heritage along with the traces of Frankish rule in Greater Syria in the Middle Ages to render legitimacy to their dominion of the region. So this new perspective on the Hellenistic and Roman past of the Near East had concrete repercussions for urban archaeology. Interest in the urban culture of Roman Syria had been lukewarm before the First World War, but this changed quickly in the post-war period. For the first time, urban sites in the Roman period, from the Roman period, were brought into focus and large-scale excavations started. However, for a time, political turmoil and armed conflict limited the number of projects. For example, excavations in Dura started in 1922, but were then halted up and only begun later again. In 1928 and 1930, the Belgians began to excavate in Apamea and still hold that concession. In 1931, a Danish team went to Hamar. In 1932, the Princeton team went to Antioch on the Orontes. However, the French had already been active in Palmyra since 1924, and from then on, also a Danish archaeologist and theologian, Harald Ingholt, took part with his own excavation agenda. He excavated more than 80 of the monumental graves, but forgot to publish most of them. So we have, I mean, he was a great scholar. He did a lot. But we've done the rest of the work for him through the legacy data given to me both by his family, but also by various museums and institutions. And I just show you one example here of the problematic approach to how to recontextualize things. And you see aerial photographs that shows the dismantling of the modern village in Palmyra from 1929 onwards by the French mandate power. And here I show you also some photographs from this village before it was dismantled by the French, who used the people who actually lived in the village to deconstruct their own homes and be moved out into modern concrete buildings. So you need to read really between the lines to get the context of where finds are from. For example, this amazing corpus of small banqueting tickets that's the best insight into religion in Palmyra, where only in the preface of the French publication from 1955, we are told that they all come from the destruction of the modern village, and therefore we know that they come from the sanctuary of Baal, just mentioned in 2 lines. So the same goes for the art of Palmyra, which I have collected over the last 12 years, more than 4,000 funerary portraits that are now spread in more than 235 collections around the world. And you see the division on the largest collections here on the table. But studies in urbanism flourished in the first 2 decades after the World War I. Perhaps the most influential thinkers you will all know on urbanism in this period were Max Weber and Henri Perrin. Weber published Die Stadt in 1921. For him, there was a clear division between the Occidental and the Oriental city, and in the West, a division between the ancient and the medieval city. Necessary for urban life were trade and commerce, while the city itself had to have walls, marketplaces, and partial or full legal and administrative autonomy, the so-called bundle criteria. The economy, however, of the ancient city was based, in Weber's view, on war or piracy, while that of the medieval city on capitalism. At the same time, Perrin developed his idea about the European towns. For Perrin, trade, especially international, was central in the emergence and sustainability of urban life. The cities, in addition to being places of intense commercial activity, were also places of industry. And finally, they were meeting places for the people and administrative centers. Perrin, however, never discussed the cities of the East explicitly. That was not his agenda. Based on the results of fieldwork and surveys in the ancient cities of the Near East during the 1920s and 30s, attempts were made to categorize the cities of the region and to describe the features and characteristics of the Near Eastern city. The aim was to create universalizing models also of the Islamic city. The underlying notion was that the Oriental city is fundamentally different from Western cities. Urban space was regarded as the physical manifestation of social and religious practices diverging from Western lifestyles. And another important contribution, of course, in the study of urbanism in the Hellenistic and Roman Near East came through the Russian Michele Rostovtsev's Caravan City. And I could have given a whole lecture on his unpublished manuscripts also, where he tells the Americans while the Russians are much more right in understanding the world. But this book was the result of his travels to the ancient cities in the desert, most notably Palmyra, Petra, and Dura Europas. For him, international trade was the origins, continued existence, and flourishing of these cities, and it's for this reason that an analysis of ancient trade routes and a brief history of caravan trade from the time of the Babylonian and Egyptian kingdoms to the 3rd century AD form the introduction to the descriptions of the cities he visited. While the sections on the ancient cities are partly introductions to their excavations and partly guides to the city, and there's no in-depth discussion, in fact, of urbanism. So this passage from a section in his book very clearly explains what he considered the essential elements of urbanism in an ancient city. And here he talks about it basically as a human anatomy, or in terms of the human anatomy. Therefore, trade is not only a reason for the desert city existence, but it's a crucial element for any city in his view. What is again significant is how important archaeology is for formulating his theory about the establishment and continuation of caravan cities. And then, of course, we have the important work of Joan also with the cities of the Eastern Roman provinces, and it's interesting to note that they actually worked together in Gerasa exactly in those years as well. And Jones made a bold attempt to write a very comprehensive history of Greco-Roman urbanism in the East, covering the period between the 5th century BCE and the reign of Justinian. He presumed that the primary objective of the cities was the civilization of the masses of the empire. Spectacularly, he did not engage with the archaeology, although he was in charge of all the inscriptions and member of the team working in Gerasa, for example. So the study of urbanism in the Near East in the period between the 2 world wars cannot be separated, of course, from the political, colonial, and cultural aspirations of the various foreign powers operating in the region. However, these early works cannot be fully dismissed either today, as they set the basis for the investigation of urbanism in later periods, and they reveal massive gaps in the scholarships as well. They also talk to us about scholarly networks and how they actually drove what was investigated and what was not investigated. And they also left a legacy of persistent ideas, of which that of the transformation of the ancient city to an Islamic one remains one of the major issues with which we still grapple. And finally, they revealed that in an area as large and diverse as the Near East, it's only through archaeological investigations that one can have a better picture of urbanism. Literary and historical evidence alone provide biased impressions, and I think I've made an argument here for contextualization. So in the research projects that I'm heading for the time being, what we are trying to do, and we only can do that for case studies, of course, is to recontextualize all the archaeological unpublished data that we have access to through archives with the published historical narratives of these places. That's done in my digital platform project and the new project sponsored by the Gerda Henkel Foundation on Lost Cities. And it's also done through some book series, which I'm the founding editor of, maybe most prominently the archive Archaeology City. But where the real discussions take place for the time being about how to frame urban archaeology and the place of urban archaeology in research in general is, of course, in my center's now high impact journal of urban archaeology. And that is online or open access available. And I hope that some of you might go and read some of the contributions there. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Rubina, and we have time for a few questions. Anyone in the audience? Yep.
Thank you.
So,
So thank you, Rubina, for this great presentation, which clearly fill
all our expectations from the section of history archaeology, which is clear connection between these areas of knowledge and the reciprocal contributions. Allow me, you talked a lot, and it was great about the colonial approach and the colonial imprint along the time. Allow me to put the question of what about the current post-colonial times, and which are the challenges and which are the achievements in terms of this connection between research teams and even funding programs, despite the political problems that obviously still exist. Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I think that's a very complex question to answer, and there are very different ways of answering to that. I mean, I have done more than a decade of fieldwork in the Near East, and it's of course clear that you could on the one hand say, well, post-colonialism is a sort of just the prolonged arm of colonialism, and it's still Western powers who bring in the money and whatever. But there are of course a lot of best practice projects going on as well, or at least until recently, in which local communities and of course also local antiquity surveys to a higher degree are well involved. But I think it's something that is not easy to solve, and being a specialist on the Eastern Mediterranean now also, I mean, I of course have huge worries for where it is that we are going to be when we are going to be able to potentially do fieldwork in some of those places again. I think bottom line, what we can say is publish your publish your data. When you go out there, I have seen too many fieldwork projects. I mean, that's basically what I'm spending all my time on in the archive projects, that have boxes and boxes of unpublished material, which hinders not only the local or the nation states in which this data comes from, but of course also hinders scholarship massively. And I think this is not just a problem of post-colonialism, but very much a problem of scholarly practice, where we often think that we own the data we have excavated. We do not own it. We are custodians of it, and we need to make it available. And I think there might be, a connection with post-colonialism there, but I mean, data is power, and scholars are not always very good at sharing power.
Wonderful. All good? Thank you so much, Rubina.
You're welcome.
Wonderful. Our next speaker is Professor Samuel Lieu. He is past president of the International Union of Academies and emeritus professor of Macquarie University in Sydney, Australia, and a bi-fellow of Robinson College, Cambridge. He is an outstanding expert of the religious legacies of the Silk Road and directs the project China and the Ancient Mediterranean World. His talk is on Christianity and Manichaeism on the Silk Road.
Great. Can I have the mic here on PowerPoint? Yes. Well, while he's preparing the PowerPoint, I'll start talking because time is precious. In 1623, this is quite a long time ago, definitely before the colonial age, a group of Chinese workmen accidentally discovered, either in or near the village of Zhaozi, which is not far from the ancient city of Xi'an, a very large stele. It's inscribed on one side and on the two side panels. It's in Chinese, and the language was completely strange to Chinese academia at the time, which is Syriac. Altogether, the text in Chinese is about 1,800 strong, and the Syriac, which is inscribed mainly at the bottom and on the side, has about 250 words. Now, this presented the Confucian scholars of that period with a great deal of problem. They had no difficulty reading the Chinese text, which is about the diffusion of a foreign religion, which they said to be from a country called Da Qin. Da Qin literally means Greater China. And many of those who knew their Han classics would know that in the later Han period, Daqin is the name given to the great Western empire somewhere at the other end of the world, which of course everybody knew was later to be the Roman Empire, especially the Eastern Roman Empire, because the capital of that part of the empire was said to be Andu, which of course is the Persian word for Antioch. Now, the Syriac part, of course, caused considerable problem because there was no Chinese scholar who could read that. There were some who could read Sanskrit, but clearly this inscribed text is, the foreign words are not in Sanskrit. But, however, one or two Chinese Confucian scholars had come into contact with some foreigners who were, of course, Jesuit missionaries. And they noticed that the very beginning of this text talks about a religion which had a triune deity, and a deity which was born of a virgin, and then they said, and his name was Mashiach, which of course sounds very close to Messiah in European languages. So they decided to consult the Jesuits, which of course then operating quite illegally in China. Read your James Clavell novels. Because China had a very strict policy in this period against the propagation of foreign religions. Now, the Jesuits immediately confirmed that this was a Christian text, and the foreign language colophons are in Syriac. The problem, of course, is that most foreigners in those days in China could speak Chinese, but they couldn't really read classical Chinese. And they brought rubbings of this monument, which was more or less preserved after a fashion, to Europe, and they entrusted it to one of their greatest philologists of that time, a man called Athanasius Kircher. And in fact, those of us who work on Athanasius, the patriarch, always gets very annoyed if you call up Athanasius of Alexandria. You get lots and lots of books written by Athanasius Kircher. But he was always regarded as an absolute encyclopedist, and in fact, the most recent biography of Athanasius Kircher is entitled "The Man Who Knew Everything." Athanasius Kircher decided that the best way to interpret this text is to set it to music and try to sing it. And in this way, he was very advanced in his research. But he also, of course, quite capable of reading the Syriac. He's a Coptic specialist, and in fact, he championed the use of Coptic to decipher hieroglyphics. And in this, he was almost 2 centuries ahead of his time, because the Rosetta Stone was not discovered until 1812. And Rosetta Stone was interpreted using the help of Coptic. But anyway, there was one thing very exciting in the Syriac part, because the title given to the chief Christian cleric in China was called Papas de Xinstan, which sounds like the Pope of China. Wonderful. This must be a papal mission sent all the way from Italy, and in this they have Latin medieval sources to prove that, because in the time of Kublai Khan, the end of, after his death anyway, the papal mission led by Franciscans did actually reach China, and they wrote back quite some very useful letters, especially by John of Montecassino and Andrew of Perugia, and they all come into my story later. So, anyway, this was a period in which the philosophers were beginning to emerge in Europe, and then, of course, they found this just too good to be true. They think that China should be left to its own, and this stealing must have been a Jesuit forgery. But after 2 centuries of debate, as you can see, one of the most sensible statements by Michael Kivac, it's actually impossible to create such a monument by using more modern days. It's the 17th century methods of forgery and their knowledge of the West. And also, by the beginning of this century, new documents of a Christian provenance began to emerge from the Cave 17 of Dingwell, which I'll talk about later, and also the discovery in the early part of the 20th century, sadly, a vandalized pillar in Buddhist Chinese, which are in fact talks also about the diffusion of this religion called the religion of light, or the luminous religion, called Jingjiao. But Jingjiao is not exactly a proper Chinese word, because actually I've proved that it is actually a linguistic calque for the Persian word tasak, which means God-fearer, because the word Jing in Chinese is homophonal between respect and fear. It's a play on the word fear, and most scholars now agree with me that the Chinese word luminous religion is simply Christianity. It's just a calque on the word tasak, which is the predominant word for Christianity on the Silk Road. And this particular pillar, which is about a special rite in the village dominated by Sogdian merchants on the Silk Road, were Christians. And they even put a passage of a Chinese Christian text on this pillar. But unfortunately, as you can see, the people who discovered it realized it was important, and they put an electric saw through near the bottom, and the bottom part is still not been rediscovered. But the art on the stone is distinctively Christian, but also has Buddhist features. As you can see, you have the standard cross from the Church of the East, matched with paired with an apsara, a Buddhicized angel. These discoveries led us to realize the importance of the Silk Road as a conduit of foreign religions into China, starting with Zoroastrianism, followed by Christianity and another religion, which I'll talk about in a minute, and then Islam, which of course took the whole region by force, and that's why the whole region is still now inhabited by mostly Muslims. But the modern study of both of these religions began with the Prussian, to be given the correct title, expeditions to Turfan in 1902 to 1914. As you can see, it has your Western colonialism at its best. These archaeologists are heavily armed against local bandits, and they use local guides to help them. And in a place called Rubina Raja in the city called Kocho, which then turned out to be the capital of the Uyghur kingdom in the 9th century, they found amazing wall paintings, clearly of a religious nature and not Buddhist. They also discovered large numbers of text fragments in a language which is unknown to them, unknown to the excavators anyway, but written in a script which is highly reminiscent of Syriac. But nobody could read it and decipher it. But they literally found thousands. And in the 4 expeditions that was conducted right up to the beginning of the First World War, they brought back to Berlin, this is a kind of pre-post-colonialism, 20,000 fragments. And these, again, are beautifully written, and of course the language was later proved to be Middle Persian and Parthian, and another language, and some Turkish, which I'll talk about, the mystery language. Some of these are beautifully illustrated, and again, the images are neither Buddhist nor Christian. But very fortunately, in Berlin was one of the greatest philologists of his generation, Friedrich Müller. Müller is the fine product of the German gymnasium system. He had done Latin and Greek very well. He became professor of Chinese in Berlin, but to get there, he had to do the traditional German triples of Arabic, Persian, and Turkish. And he took Syriac as well. And that was, you have to do all these 4 languages and really know them well before you're allowed to study Chinese. Because in those days, Chinese is virtually self-taught. So you have to prove that you are a really good Orientalist before you're allowed to study Chinese. Now, Müller looked at the script very carefully. And he was so well read in Semitic philology and scripts that he realized that this script came from all places, Palmyra, which was, of course, the great trading nation. It was the city of the western end of the Silk Road. And therefore, the language must be somehow related to Semitic languages. But he was wrong on that. The languages turned out to be of Iranian. But Müller had done Persian as part of the tripos he had to do. And he knew immediately that you are talking about an Eastern Iranian dialect post-Achaemenid Empire, after Alexander the Great had destroyed the Persian Empire. And using comparative philology, he was able to write out all the words that are clearly of some link to Semitic words, especially names. And then he began to look at how Iranian words that he knew from inscriptions and coin legends could fit in. And it wasn't long that he began, and it's amazing how fast he worked. The texts were brought to him about 1910, and about 1903, and in 1904 he was able to present to the Prussian Academy a 90-page monograph with at least something like 20 major fragments translated, and still many of us who think still very accurately. And they are from a language called Middle Persian, which was the best attested of all the languages, because that was the language of the Sasanian Empire, and of course we have a lot of inscriptions and coins to help us with that. But there was one language which he missed out on, and this is one that we have found of the finest, most beautifully copied of this text in this Palmyrene cursive script. But at that time, in 1904, he couldn't make head or tails of this, what's behind it, but he knew it must be important. You wouldn't copy such a beautiful text unless the language behind it is important and the substance, context of it is important. But the important thing has to be to say to the Prussian Academy in 1904 is that he believed the text belonged to the Manichaean sect, because they knew that from Arabic sources that after the Sasanians began to persecute Mani, who was a prophet from Babylon, who in the 3rd century claimed that he was the apostle of Jesus Christ, and he used a combination of Second Temple Judaism, early Christian texts, some of apocryphal nature, and Zoroastrian cosmogony, combined them all into a new revelation. And he had support from the Shahanshah of that period, Shapur, who conquered a lot of the Roman Empire, and by using these conquests and links, he was able to spread the religion into the Roman Empire. And of course, patristic scholars among us will know that the religion was made famous or infamous by the fact that St. Augustine fell for it when he was a lonely university student in Carthage. Now, that's what Mani looked like in the seal, and he says the image of the Apostle of Light. But we have other images of Mani from art of a later period, but also importantly, a seal written in the Manichaean script. And Susanna Gulaxi, one of our top Manichaean art scholars, believed that this is a kind of badge that Mani wore in the court of the Sasanians to gain access into the court of his patron, Shapur. And we also, this is where Greek comes in, amazingly, in 1970, a biography of Mani was found on a very, very small Greek codex, a miniaturized codex. The pages are literally only about this large. And they were able to copy, with the help probably of magnifying equipment using water bottles or something like that, glass water bottles, to copy 27 to 28 lines on each page. And this is, of course, the great work of Professor Cornelia Romer, whom we hope will be a member of this august academy soon. And that it tells us a story of how the young Mani grew up in a Judeo-Christian sect which believed in regular ablutions as a kind of purification for sins and other bodily impurities. He managed to preach for 60 years until the new Shahs didn't like him. They called him a failed physician, and they had him hung, quartered, and drawn. This is from a lost manuscript of the Shahnameh. But his sect celebrated him in a special festival, his death, on what we call the Bema feast. The Bema is a platform, and this the person on this on top of the image is Mani sitting on a platform, and they had special food dedicated to him on this occasion. In fact, Augustine tells about it. He said it was quite a feast of very fine vegetarian food. Now, this is the script. You can tell that the Palmyrene script, the Manichaean script, has considerable bearings to the Palmyrene script. But the important thing is that it was a script, to my mind anyway, elaborated by Mani and elevated to some kind of holy script. And it was used exclusively to write the texts of his religion. And it's interesting that it is found both in the in the West, i.e. in Egypt, and also along the Silk Road. And only a script of very high status could, I believe, survive in both East and West, all the way along the Silk Road. And the editor of this is here, these fragments, Professor Arno Peterson. And the script is actually quite different from the Syriac script of that period, as exemplified by the famous deed of a sale of a slave girl in Syriac. But the Manichaeans in Central Asia are great artists. And here you have them doing their work, holding two pens in their hand, one black and one red, to write the red bits and black bits. But the red bits are not holy sayings. They are just purely decorative. It's a purely artistic arrangement. Sometimes red means something important, but here they are just contrasting colors. And a lot of great deal of work is now done by scholars into looking at how lively these leaves are and comparing and the flowers with their real counterpart. And here you have them using a different script. This is the Sogdian script. And it's derived eventually from Aramaic, but it's from a very different textual tradition. But some of the Manichaean books are very, very small, which is why the Greek Kolomani Codex did not come as a surprise. Here you have a liturgical text, which is in 3 languages. We have a confessional text in Middle Persian and Parthian, and then the other half of the text in the language called Sogdian, which of course is the mystery language. And here again, you have a very fine hymn book, which is actually very modern. You have them in columns, but you have running headers, you have page numbers, you have justified margins. And how do you get the justified margin? Sometimes they have to add additional vowels to make the right or the left hand to justify. And interestingly, it's an index to hymns, so another aspect of the modernity of it. But 10 miles north of Turfan, where all these Manichaean fragments were found, was clearly a Christian monastery, this place called Bulayik, or Shraping, which had clearly Christian paintings surviving on the wall, and you have here probably a Palm Sunday scene. And some of these texts, again, were written in a script that Müller could read immediately, because this is proper Syriac, which he had studied at university. And he realized by looking at them that it is some of them are Iranian translations of the New Testament. And once he knew which bits of the New Testament they are, he was able to work out, using the Syriac New Testament as his Rosetta Stone, to decipher this mystery language, which of course we all know now as Sogdian, the lingua franca, or more correctly, the lingua iranica of the Silk Road. But this has all happened since 1904, but in 1908, equally important discovery was made by another great robber baron colonialist, if you want to call him, Sir Oral Stein in Dunhuang. He was shown the contents of the hidden cave of Cave 17 in Dunhuang, which of course was a cache, an enormous cache of thousands and thousands of what looks like Buddhist manuscripts, but some are in foreign scripts, and one of them is of extreme importance to Manichaean studies, is the Quas van Nift, or the confessional of a Manichaean hero. This is now in the British Museum and often exhibited because it is extremely beautifully crafted. But the Manichaeans also amazingly did things like writing omen books. And they used here a runic script. These are my friends who were talking about German runic. And this runic script was in fact deciphered by a Finnish scholar called Thomson in the 19th century, using techniques from his study of Germanic runics. And then he proved that they were Turkish. But what is amazing is that by the time the Manichaeans wrote this omen book, the runic script had not been in use for almost 3 centuries. So it's in fact a continuity of a calligraphic scribal skill of the highest quality, because to be able to do that, you need to not just know a dead script, you have to know a dead language as well. But so Orelstein was followed by Paul the great French sinologist. He wasn't the great sinologist, he would later become the great sinology. And he brought back, amongst many things, a Manichaean text, which is a kind of handbook of the faith, which again increased the knowledge of our sect, of the Manichaeans. And more interestingly, he brought back 2 Christian manuscripts as well, which prove definitely that Christianity flourished on the Silk Road and that the Nestorian monument, which you had seen, was genuine. And one of the most interesting texts, which you can find in every Chinese hymn book, is the 8th century translation of Gloria in Excelsis Deo. Very difficult to sing, because all hymn books try to use a very old Chinese tune, to set it to a very old Chinese tune. But the problem for the study of Christianity in medieval China took a new and difficult turn when Japanese scholars, using the turmoil in China and the Japanese conquest of China, to in fact acquire manuscripts. And these were said to be, some of them were said to be not genuine. But Paul failed to realize that one of the texts he was working on, what he failed to bring back to Paris, was in fact Manichaean. And we could tell this is true Manichaean because there are Parthian and Middle Persian parallels to it, as discovered by Professor Van der Sunderman in Berlin. And here you have 2 MAEs at work, Professor Sims Williams and Dr. Enrico Morano here, help us to put together these fragments to see how they relate to the Chinese. And if you look at the very bottom of the fragment, you see a few dots. And with the help of looking at the Chinese together with this fragment, Professor Enrico Morano was able to say the 2 words are Bodun, which means 2 principles, and we were able to reconstruct virtually a whole line. That's what philology does. And we were able then to publish the entire text with the help of a UNESCO grant. And the new text now has the Chinese, the translation, and all the Parthian and the Sogdian fragments and Turkish on the other side. But the exciting thing is that in 2008, a Japanese Sogdian scholar called Yoshida, going to an exhibition of Buddhist painting, looked at this extraordinary cosmogonic text, and he looked particularly at this inset, a wheel which has got 12 faces on it, or a mirror. And he suddenly remembered that's what this text tells us about. So it is a Manichaean painting. And since then, 12 of these paintings have been found in Japanese and one in an American library, greatly added to our iconographic. Professor Gabokos, who's unfortunately just, who is here, but he's not able to join us because he's not well, has been working very hard on this material. We started a UNESCO project in South China, and this is a place called Chuanzhao Zaitan in Marco Polo's time. And near there was discovered in 2008 more Chinese texts, 2 minutes. But amazingly, even though they were copied in the 18th century, there are still Parthian sections written in Chinese characters. But also nearby is a Manichaean monastery, which we know because the Chinese now recognize that this is a Manichaean monastery and made it a UNESCO heritage site. It has Manichaean inscriptions and a statue of Mani, but and Manichaean ware. And interestingly, in 1930, it was converted into a Buddhist shrine by 2 Buddhist monks. And creating a completely new sect called Mani, the Buddha of Light sect, without realizing which Mani they were talking about. But when we visited the site in the early in the early part of this century, there were still nuns who could remember the foundation of this as a new Buddhist site. And here they also sell souvenirs of Mani, and also Mani is still worshipped in their new guise as the Buddha of Light. And just to show you very quickly, nearby was also a Christian site, because we have got enormous number of Christian reliefs from a burial site. And some of them are clearly influenced by Hellenistic art, and especially the art of Christian art from Iconium, Konya. Let me just, 1 minute. And we have large number of inscriptions, mostly in Syriac, but also in Turkish, and in Chinese, the epitaph of Ma Antoni, and the tombstone of Andrew of Perugia, one of the missionaries sent by the Pope to China, and in Latin, and now preserved in the Transvaal Museum. But the very last thing I want to say is that we have an extraordinary one, which is the epitaph of Mar Solomon. His title was fascinating. He is the Bishop of Christians and Manichaeans of South China. How this could have come about is through a story told in Marco Polo. Marco Polo discovered a secret Christian sect in South China and persuaded Kublai Khan to accept them into his protectorate of foreign religions. And it took a while to realize that these so-called Christians that Marco Polo had discovered turned out to be Manichaeans. And that's why the bishop sent to look after them had this extraordinary title of Bishop of both Christians and Manichaeans. Who said Marco Polo did not go to China? Thank you. Sorry. Thank you.
Fantastic. And I will allow one question.
Yes, Louise.
Thank you. Just a quick question and very concrete, Sam. What was the preferred material for writings, for the texts, and for the pictures? Parchment or papyrus, and well, was there a reason
Sitting
why?
next to you is the authority. Enrico, you can answer that because it's yeah. Having spent 30 years working on
the
this
Manichaean fragments and the Buddhist also in this Iranian and Turkish, Old Turkish language are mostly on paper, and which remained very intact because of the climate of the desert. Some are on parchment, like the cosmogonical fragment. It's the most beautiful we have. And one or two or three are on silk, I think. They are all in the mostly in the museum in Berlin. Now in the castle, in the reconstructed castle in the island, and then that's all. The material are mostly this, and we have also some frescoes I mean frescoes, wall fresco, and some beautiful manuscripts are also written in different colors, like the first letters, ornamental letters, and so on.
But the ink is vegetable, so they could degrade.
Okay, thank you very much. We have had a dizzying display already of human connectedness, and this is very fitting for our conference theme, of course, of building bridges.
Our next two speakers are examples of how the humanities are building bridges, because they both work in departments outside of the humanities. Professor Shalom Lappin, our next speaker, is Professor of Natural Language Processing in the School of Electronic Engineering and Computer Science at Queen Mary's University of London. He's an Emeritus Professor of Computational Linguistics at King's College, London, and a scientific researcher at the University of Gothenburg. His main areas of research are the application of machine learning to natural language processing, cognitive foundations of natural language. The title of his talk, The Deep Learning Revolution in AI. Professor Lappin.
Yeah, that's it. Perfect. I'll just do it from here. Can I use the... thank you to the Academy for inviting me. This talk actually is extracted from a book that will be appearing, I'm hoping early next year, which is entitled Understanding the Artificial Intelligence Revolution, Neither Catastrophe Nor Utopia. It's actually extracted from a series of 3 talks which I gave at Queen Mary quite recently on AI. Most of the book and the talks were devoted to non-technical discussions of the dangers of AI and some of the social and economic impacts. But the first part is a discussion of the history of AI and the technical and engineering concepts which form the basis of current systems. The primary reason for doing it in that way was there's a great deal of discussion about AI in the media, as well as in certain academic circles. Quite a bit of it feverish, but unfortunately outside of some of the confines of computer science and engineering departments, there isn't a whole lot of awareness of some of the basic engineering concepts that are involved in these systems. And some of the claims that are made when they're uninformed by an understanding of, or at least a grasp of some of the basic scientific notions that are driving this revolution, can be problematic. So in order for a general discussion amongst the citizens of a democracy to be relevant to questions of regulation and constraint of AI in order to prevent negative effects, for that to be possible, it's essential, I think, to get as wide an understanding of the technical engineering aspects, even if in a sort of very general overview way. So that is more or less my purpose here. There's a general tendency to think of AI as a hot topic and always has been. In fact, this is a fairly recent development. When I was a comparatively young researcher at the turn of the century, and that's the turn of the 21st century, not the 20th century, at IBM Research in New York, they were in the process of closing down, or threatening to close down, the AI department where I was working, the computer science department, and it's one of the reasons I moved to Britain. AI was often treated as a kind of blue sky topic in university departments. It was discouraged in computer science and startups, and technical companies looked upon it as sort of optional and not terribly important. So the current success of AI is due to a variety of factors. 2 that I want to sort of highlight are, one are some hardware innovations. So people very often forget that computers in the 50s and the 60s actually ran on vacuum tubes. That's how you did transitions for circuits. And the data was stored on magnetic tapes and you programmed with cards, punch cards. The extent to which this was laborious and technically problematic and awkward isn't fully appreciated, and it very seriously limited, because of limitations of processing and memory, the kind of work you could do on a computer. It was good at certain kinds of calculations, but not a whole lot else. Things changed very quickly around the 70s when Intel introduced microchips, the first one in 71. But the basis for the current revolution was GPUs, which are a kind of very fast processor, which run, where you get, unlike CPUs, these run, which are central processing units. The GPUs consist of multiple processing units that perform large numbers of operations in parallel. They were invented actually in order to satisfy the needs of computer games, which required very rapid calculations for gaming graphics. But then people quickly realized that they could be applied to problems across the board in linear algebra, which were necessary for running neural networks fast and training them quickly. And then a new generation of systems, which were special purpose rather than general purpose processors called TPUs, were invented by Google and put online in 2015, and they are special purpose for the kind of machine learning that's involved in training these kinds of neural networks. In the early years of AI, there was another major problem was that there wasn't much in the way of digital resources. So machine-readable text and other sorts of digital data were more or less non-existent. You had to basically handcraft these systems. I remember when statistical machine translation started to come online, again coming out of the lab next to the one I was working in at IBM, the only resource they had to train the systems they were building, which were statistical machine translation systems, were the aligned bilingual French-English text that the Canadian Parliament used Hansard. There were just not much data around. And as a result, training neural networks and statistical models, which were then beginning to emerge or re-emerge as the systems of choice, was largely a handcrafted task and hence very labor intensive. So innovations in processing hardware and digitalization of data provided the basis for progress in the recent years in AI. But these are hardware and data changes, but the real change came in, the real revolution came in very radical changes in the design of neural networks, and those are the ones I'm going to focus on now. So one of the problems of neural networks, which have been around since the dawn of AI and computer science in the early 50s, they were called perceptrons and created by a computer scientist called Rosenblatt in the 50s, was that they basically didn't have a memory, and therefore they couldn't track long-distance dependencies between non-adjacent parts of a sequence of input data. Jeff Ellman, who was actually a psychologist, introduced something called recurrent neural networks, which were sequence processing networks. And these were simple systems, but they did have memory. The memory consisted of what's called a context level, which stored the effects of a certain step in a processing sequence and made it available to the following sequence. So this was the emergence of memory in neural networks. However, those systems were kind of crude and the memory wasn't filtered. This changed with the emergence of long short-term memory networks developed by Hochreiter and Schmidhuber in '97, where the processing units have three functions to filter the kinds of data which are passed on from one processing step to another, so that as a result the memory becomes far more sophisticated. Then backpropagation also was introduced and developed in part by Hinton, who was one of the co-winners of the Nobel Prize in Physics, who's at the University of Toronto in my hometown. And backpropagation is a way of feeding data backwards through a network in order to correct mistakes. That is to basically correct the gap between the output that you're looking for and the output that the system is actually giving you. And the way that's done formally is that you use a loss function to plot a gradient, which is an angle, in order to see how far away you are from converging on the output that you actually want, and then you train by feeding the difference back so that you get closer and closer to the output you want. There is a problem which is called the vanishing or exploding gradient system, which is when you do this kind of backward feeding of data through a network, it can either get very, very large and unwieldy and you can't use it, or it will vanish into non-existent quantities, and that has to do with certain mathematical properties of the way this process of training works. This was a problem in the first generation of recurrent neural networks. We'll see the current generation of what are called transformers. This has more or less been eliminated. Okay, here's a diagram of the simple recurrent network. On the left, you see the system with its memory, and on the right, you see it unfolded into its sequences. The middle level are the hidden networks, which are the units that do the processing. The bottom level, the X's, give you the input, and the output is on the top. Here's an LSTM. This is a very classic diagram that most people use to illustrate how it works. And what you see in the middle cell are functions, a sigma function, which is for sigmoid, and a tanh, which is for hyperbolic tangent. These are kinds of functions which are used as gates to filter the data which is fed from A on the left, and then determines which information is passed on to the right. Another kind of neural network from this first generation of deep learning is what's called a convolutional neural network, or a CNN. It consists of a series of layers, alternating layers. You get a convolutional layer which recognizes features. It builds a feature map automatically. It doesn't have to be handcrafted. You can extract the features from the data by recognizing and analyzing subcomponents. Think of pixels in an image, and it extracts geometric features from them. And then you get a pooling layer, which reduces the dimensions of those features to manageable levels for computation, so it's a compressed feature map. And you have successive convolutional and pooling layers until you get higher and higher representations of shapes, images, etc., or sound structures, whichever data you're analyzing. And then at the output, you get what's called a softmax function, which gives you a probability distribution so that you can then determine how this data fits a classifier, and that the entire system is represented through what's called vectorization, sets or sequences of numbers. CNNs were, and still remain, fairly effective workhorses or engines for recognizing visual images and for also speech recognition. And there's an image of a CNN processing an image of a car through successive levels of convolution and pooling with activation functions called ReLU, which determine when to fire for particular features. And at the output on the right side, you get what are called, this would be a fully connected network or a feed-forward network that will end up giving you a distribution of likelihood of how to classify it in a classifier system for vehicles. Okay, now much of the power of deep neural networks, perhaps one of its most important features is, or elements is what are called embeddings. And these are vector representations of the data on which it's trained, where the representations express distributional relations amongst the elements of the data. It's a kind of very abstract map or topography of how the elements of the data in a corpus or a set of data on which it's trained can interact. In various contexts. In the case of words, you get a conceptual map of co-occurrence patterns of terms at a very abstract level. So you can get paraphrase relations, for example. And the patterns then are going to encode abstractly semantic and syntactic relations in this format, which of course are just manipulations of vectors. But they're not restricted to words or linguistic items. They can also be multimodal. That is, they can determine interaction and co-occurrence patterns amongst data from different sources, whether they be visual, sound, and linguistic, so that you get multidimensional embeddings. Finally, another element, and a crucial element that came into these neural networks already still in at the end of the deep learning phase 1, is called attention, where an attention layer is an input, is a context level between an input and an output level. What it does is it creates a kind of context which dynamically represents how the elements of the input are related to the elements of the intended output in a way that also preserves previous levels of processing. This wasn't the case in older models. And so the vector effectively in this attention level preserves information of previous hidden encoder states, and it assigns different weights to the states on the basis of their relations to the output that the decoder produces. So it allows for a great deal of flexible manipulation of the components of the input and the output in their correlation. And therefore it allows for alignment of the weights of the encoded input with the elements of the decoder in a way that systems that didn't have attention couldn't do it. And there's a diagram that gets you in the broken line box, the attention level. So it's dynamic, and it preserves information concerning the encoder source, which you get below it, and the connections between the elements of that, which are the output of that encoder source and the output of the decoder. Now, the second phase of the revolution comes with transformers, which consist entirely of multi-headed transformer blocks. There's no longer recurrence, there's no longer anything but attention. So all the units are devoted to representing this attentional relationship between input and output. And you've got large numbers of the blocks, and they compute what's called self-attention weights, which are the relationship that the elements of an input have to each other, or the relative importance of each text in relation to the others. Because these multi-headed blocks of attention in a transformer can be dedicated to different dimensions of information, you get a fair degree of subtlety and texture in representing patterns in the data that you didn't get in the older RNN, recurrent neural network, and CNN systems. And the transformers can identify patterns and connections in a way that the other systems couldn't. This gives them a lot of power. They also can be trained, each set of attention heads, independently without reference to the others. The GPUs, the graphical processing units, make that possible at a greater speed, so training becomes much more efficient. So therefore, they're more successful than the first generation of systems that made up deep learning networks. And there's a graphic representation of a transformer architecture with their attention heads. You have what are called normalizing levels in between to make sure the weights assigned to the input and the output are within bounds to prevent the explosion or vanishing of the gradient problem. Now, transformers are pre-trained on large data sets in order to extract embeddings, these days generally multimodal embeddings. They can be fine-tuned also for specific applications, which means once you get a pre-trained transformer, and the transformers are the engines that drive the large language models, which make up the primary equipment of current AI. You can also adapt them to particular applications by retraining on smaller corpora of data certain levels of these attention heads. And this means you can customize a model for a particular domain and set of applications. They are efficiently trained because, as I said, the blocks are trained independently of each other in parallel. The multimodal embeddings allow, for example, tracing connections between language and visual and sound input, which means that you're not restricted just to intralinguistic relationships. So if you're thinking of understanding, you can actually represent the relationship between words and extralinguistic objects through distributional patterns that they share. So words and images, words and sounds, and phrases, of course. And this gives the system a great deal of power. So transformers constitute a really significant engineering breakthrough in deep learning. And there are the systems that are driving the large data models that we are now dealing with and that have yielded the impressive results of current AI. Now, in a sort of backlash against this pattern, there are a number of linguists, one led by Emily Bender, and also a piece from Chomsky from last year and several of his colleagues. They claim that large language models built out of transformers do nothing more than just return the data they're exposed to, that they're stochastic parrots is the expression that they're used. They're just sort of very crude induction devices. This assertion is in fact false. It's incorrect. It's in fact grievously false. It reflects a very serious misunderstanding of how these systems work. There's a lot wrong with these systems. I'm not treating them as redemptive technology. However, this isn't one of the problems that they encounter. So, for example, transformers now identify abnormalities in X-rays and in fMRIs for diagnostic purposes with a higher level of success than human diagnosticians in many areas. They can predict new molecular structures for proteins within the medical domain, and this is a big area for biotechnology and computational biology. They also do amazing things for natural language processing. So there's a project in DeepMind for Google where you train a transformer-based system to identify new verbal commands as a virtual agent, meaning radically new commands from anything they've been trained on in virtual environments and to manipulate them. And they have achieved considerable success. This is Felix Hill and his group. They can identify scenes in graphic images and produce accurate descriptions, and they can do it multilingually. They can generate computer code, which is generally fairly efficient, and check mistakes in coding. My students use it. And they can generate novel proofs for mathematical theorems, some of which have been published in journals as innovative. The inferences that sustain these kinds of achievement can't be reduced to simple variations of previously encountered regularities in data. And it's simply a mistake to dismiss them. I mean, there are, as I said, many criticisms to be made of this system, and I spend 2/3 of the book raising issues with the problems they pose, but dismissing them as uninteresting instances of inductive reasoning is a drastic mistake. To give you a sense of how powerful these systems can be, here's a screenshot from a paper by OpenAI introducing, it's actually their technical report on ChatGPT-4. You can get it in Archive. So this is an image of, with a description which has automatically generated the description to prompt, asking, describe this image and tell me what's funny about it. And this is the image as correctly described as a smartphone with an old-fashioned VGA connector, this kind of pin connector that you used for computer models, and it's plugged into a lightning bolt connection for a smartphone, and the system correctly identifies both the elements of the scene and the reason for the scene being funny. It's a clear case of archaism. Now, one of the main problems of this system, there are many more, which have environmental problems, hate speech generation problems, bias problems, that is ethnic, gender, racial, and religious bias problems, all sorts of problems that these systems create, which deserve detailed discussions. As I said in my lectures at Queen Mary and the book, I deal with them. But one of the most important problems, which is this root of a disinformation that these systems can produce, is that they hallucinate. By hallucination, I don't mean that they take drugs and have visions, but that they produce text which has no connection with the facts. And that's simply because they are predictive devices working through probability distributions, and on the basis of those distributions, which are conditioned by antecedent or left-right context environments, they predict the next likely token, whether it be a word or an image or whatever. They're not concerned with truth or reference. So large language model hallucination can actually create very serious problems. So in one instance, this was fairly recent, I think about a year ago, a lawyer in the United States was representing a client who was suing a low-cost airline for damage. And he didn't have time to prepare his cases, so he relied on ChatGPT-3, asked with a prompt to find legal precedents for a particular law that he needed to overturn. And the system came back with 6 perfectly formatted and numbered cases, which he took into court, and when they were checked, the judge found that none of them were actual. They had all been fabricated. The judge then called him to the bench and asked him why he did this, and he said, well, he had asked ChatGPT if the cases were actual, and the ChatGPT had assured him they were. So this is the kind of thing that can go on. He was subsequently suspended. Do not use any large language model to prepare legal cases without checking whether they actually hold, or anything else for that matter. Okay, what are the conclusions from this very brief tour of what's currently going on in deep learning branch of AI? So one is that the early period of AI saw the proliferation of radically diverse approaches to learning and representation, which included feed-forward neural networks, rule-based symbolic systems, non-monotonic logic, Bayesian statistically driven models and networks, whole sets of systems, none of which were able to scale up and provide large, effective, wide coverage systems. One of the reasons for that is the hardware was inadequate for running large processing systems. The other was digital data limitations that we discussed. With the major changes in hardware, the introduction particularly of graphic processing unit GPUs, and the advent of the internet providing virtually unlimited amounts of digital data, those problems were overcome. But the real change was the emergence of the architecture of transformers and the LLMs that they sustained. That's when systems started to produce on a large, wide coverage basis the kinds of systems we're using today. And one of their main features architecturally is that they're able to learn very, very quickly, sometimes without any additional training, an entire set of new tasks. So these are very general learning devices where they require a lot of data to be trained, but once they've been trained, you can apply them to tasks that are very, very different than the ones they've been trained for. And as a result, you get what is called zero or few-shot learning, so that they're extremely flexible. You don't have to redesign them or build new instruments or models in order to deal with tasks as you did in the past. This is one of the main sources of the power of current deep learning systems for AI. I think I'll stop there rather than overrun my time and take any questions you may have.
Thank you so much. Questions?
Thank you for a fascinating talk. You referred to training data a lot, and there's been discussion of, quote, running out of training data. What's your view on that? And is it possible we might, without control, start training on AI-generated, supposedly, training data that isn't, if you see my point?
Right. Oh, no, that's a very good question. Definitionally, we can't run out of data because we can always generate more. But the problem is, as you've just indicated, that much of that data is itself AI generated, and hence the question is, how valuable is it? Well, for some tasks, it's actually really valuable. Because let's say you want to train a system to recognize hate speech, and we don't have enough data for that, particularly annotated data. But in fact, some recent work has focused on using a large language model to generate annotated examples of hate speech, along with where some of the cases are not straightforward, the kinds of cases where you've got coded hate speech, and alongside benign speech. And that's generated, and that's improved the accuracy of the model substantially. So that's a good case of a generative AI model providing data that it can itself be trained on. But then there are really bad cases where you don't want that. And as we know, a lot of the stuff we're reading now on the internet is itself AI generated. I know my students are using it. In fact, I tell them, I encourage them to use these systems to write their papers, because the quality of the English goes up enormously. I can actually understand it. But as long as the actual experimental work and the engineering and the hypothesis are worthwhile. But for training, on some cases, you want natural text. So will we ever run out of it? I think the other way of looking at it is maybe we need to, and not maybe, I'm convinced one of my main arguments in the book, is we need to start redesigning our systems, looking for an architecture which requires much less data to learn more quickly and effectively through smarter learning algorithms. So learning with large data is a kind of brute force solution in backpropagation. But when you're learning with smarter inferencing, inductive inferencing, from much smaller amounts of data, you're one, solving the problem of running out of data or not having enough, but you're also starting to address the question of environmental overkill, environmental destruction caused by the huge amount of energy and water and land that these systems take up. I mean, simply for things like servers, half of Arizona is housing Google and Meta servers. So I think we, now desperately need to move in the direction of smaller, more beautiful, more efficient deep learning systems, which learn with far, far less training, but in the same effective way. The problem is that it's not necessarily profitable to do that. So the research that supports that kind of work is often not of interest to high-tech companies which are making money in the short term from the systems they've already got. So yes, this is a real serious problem. That's the short answer.
Thank you so much. Thank you. I'm afraid we don't have more.
So we will eat into our lunch break by just 5 minutes to allow the final speaker a decent amount of time. The final speaker this morning is Professor Helen Kennedy. She's Professor of Sociological Studies at the University of Sheffield. She works at the intersection between science and technology and cultural studies. Professor Kennedy led the Nuffield-funded Living with Data program, research on people's knowledge and perceptions of data practices and what they think are good or fair data practice and how they might look like. Professor Kennedy currently directs the ESRC-funded project Digital Good Network, the public voices of AI. The title of her talk is, What Does a Good Digital Society Look Like? Thank you.
Sorry, I'm just moving things around. Make room for some notes. Okay, thank you very much for the invitation to talk. I'm Professor Helen Kennedy. I'm Professor of Digital Society at the University of Sheffield. I realise I stand between you and lunch, so I will try my best to be completely captivating by presenting to you something of a manifesto. So in the UK, and not only in the UK, national polls frequently find that people think that digital technologies should be beneficial to societies, but they are not always. And this is because even the most well-intentioned technologies can end up doing harm. So think, for example, about the Humble dating app, designed to establish romantic and intimate connections, but actually also used to harass and control. You might have heard that during COVID, the UK government developed an algorithm that it thought was a good way of marking students' exams, but which in fact discriminated against students at non-fee-paying state schools. Or, something more current and following on from the last talk, generative AI image tools. They can reduce the barriers to creativity for groups without resources. This was on the cover of an Amnesty International report. But they also raise all sorts of questions about trust, authenticity, jobs, copyright, and also who they represent and how they represent. And perhaps it's because so many things can go wrong when digital technologies are deployed in the real world in particular contexts, that ever such a lot of attention in the social sciences and humanities, and also in the news, in policy sectors and elsewhere, in the UK and around the world, has focused on harms, on what might go wrong. So to give you one example, this is a very widely shared, powerful image that accompanied a piece of investigative journalism in the US, which found bias in algorithms used in the criminal justice system. These algorithms were more likely to predict that people of colour found guilty of committing certain crimes would re-offend than white people found guilty of committing similar crimes, and therefore gave people of colour harsher sentences. And these predictions often proved wrong. Another high-profile example is the Dutch child benefits scandal, in which benefits recipients were wrongly accused of making fraudulent claims based on data-driven risk assessments. And claimants were forced to repay benefits. Some lost custody of their children, others committed suicide. So in addition to these very widely circulating high-profile examples, there are many, many cases, many everyday cases of digital harms. And as long as there are, then the digital society that we have is unlikely to be a good digital society. So it's essential that these kind of things are made visible, that we know what might go wrong, that we know what the stakes are. But that is not the whole picture, I would say, that this is just a start, that we also need to ask ourselves what a better digital society looks like. This orients our efforts to something productive. And for me and my colleagues, and I'm talking about collaborative work here, doing this is inspired by a vein of scholarship that challenges us to imagine more desirable futures. So this includes, for example, the work of US sociologist and critical race scholar Rua Benjamin, who says that we should remember to imagine and craft the worlds we cannot live without, just as we dismantle the worlds we cannot live within. So she's inviting us to not lose sight of the harms and, at the same time, imagine what kind of society, what kind of digital tech deployments would replace the ones that we have now. So she's inviting us to ask normative questions about what's good or what would be better than what we have now. I don't know whether this seems obvious to anybody that is listening, but I tell you it isn't obvious. These questions are not being asked in policy circles, in practitioner circles, and also in quite a lot of scholarship. So, good is a apparently simple four-letter word that is incredibly complicated. And so in asking this question about what a good digital society looks like, me and my colleagues are not naive to the challenges. So I'm going to say a little bit about the word good, about what's going on with it now in the fields that I'm talking about, speaking not as a linguist and not as a historian, okay? So it's widely mobilized in a range of digital initiatives that aim to serve the public good or to serve the social good. The topic of data alone has inspired a tranche of for good initiatives. So here's one, data.org. The website says, the motto is, democratizing data for good. Here's another one, Data for Good, which describes itself as a collective of do-gooders who want to use their powers for good, not evil, to help make our communities better through data. So these kind of initiatives rarely define what they mean by the social good. And so what we have is diverse and often contradictory understandings that underpin this notion of a good digital society. And these contradictory understandings point to a really substantive and thorny question, which is digital good for whom? Who gets to decide whether, how, when, where, and for whom digital technologies are good? Who is the we in the question, what kind of digital society do we want? And I see a link here to what Rubina was saying about whose knowledge gets valued in a very different context to the one that she was talking about. And these contradictory understandings of good, the digital good, the social good, this digital good for whom question can mean that tech for good initiatives also result in harmful consequences. So Mirka Madiano, in her new/forthcoming book, I don't know if it's out yet, Techno-Colonialism, When Technology for Good is Harmful, argues that the convergence of digital infrastructures, humanitarian bureaucracy, state power, and market forces invigorate colonial legacies and accentuate inequalities between aid providers and global majority communities in need. And there's also the work of our colleague Jonathan Ong on the Digital Good Network and his collaborators, for example, in this report, Custom Built, which also notes that tech for good interventions are top-down, tools and tech first, and that they result in the illusion of inclusion. Or in other words, global north agendas dominate tech for good initiatives for global majorities. And one reason that definitions of a good digital society are so contested is because a good digital society is political. And if my politics are different from your politics, then my good digital society is different from your good digital society. And of course, different political regimes are more or less likely to care about arriving at a good digital society. And I would also say that political views underlie current debate in my field about whether the notion of the digital good is itself a powerful enough concept. So for some critical commentators like Kaluri in this article here, words like fair and good are not good enough. They're infinitely spacious words that any AI system can be squeezed into. So they are what semioticians might call floating signifiers. Their meanings are unspecified, and therefore they're open to misuse. They're too vague. They gloss over power inequalities and exclusion. Justice and equity, therefore, might be better terms. However, in empirical research that I've carried out with members of the public in the UK, working with collaborators on the Living with Data programme, which Paul mentioned, we found that these terms, good and fair on the one hand, justice and equity or equitable on the other, are not as distinct as critical commentators propose. Rather, for the specific UK-based people who we spoke to, terms like fairness or the social good were mechanisms for considering the experiences of others and talking about political issues like inequity. In other words, they offered a way to think and talk about data politics. And this in turn raises questions about who gets to define fairness and goodness, who gets to decide what constitutes thinking and talking data politics. And I want to suggest that we shouldn't be ignoring the everyday understandings of concepts like the good that I found in my research, especially the understandings of people from disadvantaged, minoritized, or marginalized groups who can be most negatively impacted by harmful technology. So I want to note that I know that philosophy might help us navigate this tricky terrain, but within philosophy, what constitutes a good life is also contested, and for some scholars from the global north or indigenous communities, the very notion of a good life is, from the global south or indigenous communities, the very notion of a good life is a global north assumption. So it gets us somewhere, but maybe not very far. So, as Paul said, I am the director of the Digital Good Network, which is based in the UK. It's an interdisciplinary, social science-led research network which aims to advance understanding of how digital technologies can have good societal outcomes. It asks, what does a good digital society look like, and how do we get there? It's quite a different model. Our remit is to build a network, so we redistribute quite a lot of the money that we get in the shape of small grants to early career researchers, funding fellowships, internships, organising events, and so on. So that means that I get to stand here to talk about the amazing research of other people in the network, not necessarily my own work. So to give you, this is us networking, building networks, doing network stuff. So it's 5 years long, we've been around for 2 years, and in the first year, here's some examples of some projects that we funded. So looking at what a good digital society looks like from the point of view of children in a deprived English town, people from indigenous communities in Latin America, looking at the digital good in specific contexts like health in low-resource Africa, mobile phone apps in Brazil, or in defense tech, looking at what good digital identity design solutions would be, looking at the relationship between mobile phone use and intimate relationships, looking at mobile messaging as everyday goodness, queer joy as digital good. So what are they saying? What are they finding? What's emerging from these projects? I'll give you a few ideas. The digital good is a verb, not a noun. It's an ongoing iterative process and practice to be struggled over. It's not a single settled thing. It gains meaning through specific contexts. It's contradictory and not binary. What's digital good for some might not be for others. The digital good can also be problematic. It's informed by ethical principles like responsibility, inclusion, access, care, empathy, minimization of negative consequences. It's human-centered. It values people's lived experiences, especially marginalized groups. It's responsive to their needs. It needs to be designed from the margins to support the most vulnerable. It needs to be defined by impacted communities. It needs to avoid solely global north framings. It can only be achieved if systematic barriers are addressed. It doesn't lend itself to solutionist approaches, given all of the above. And I deliberately delivered that in a fast and breathless way to give you a sense of what it's like inside my head as all of these findings emerge and all of these really rich concepts are coming forward, and we're sort of in the process of unpacking them now. But I think one thing that emerges is that it's not enough to preface a technology with an adjective, good, responsible, trustworthy. That is not the end of the story. And I'll say a little bit more about some of the ideas coming from some of the people in our network. So Charlton McIlwain, he's the author of Black Software. So he distinguishes between doing good for, doing good with, and doing good by. For him, doing good for is like white saviorism or philanthropy, knowing experts imposing their version of the good on communities they think are in need. Doing good with or allyship is better, actively supporting people from disadvantaged groups in ways that respect lived experience. Doing good by is better yet. It means not simply providing resources to people excluded from digital society decision-making, but handing over control of how these resources are deployed. And building on his ideas, Lexi Webster, also in our network, talked about doing good as, communities doing good as themselves. So I think that the short story here is don't do good for guys, it's not cool. So good is not the only troubled term that we use. We like to use a bunch of troubled terms. And we recognise that a good digital society is going to share many of the characteristics of a good society. So we focus our work around 3 societal challenges: equity, resilience, and sustainability. These terms and their usefulness are also contested, understood in different ways by different people. They open some things up and they close some things down. And I have only a few minutes left, so I'm not going to say a lot about those terms, except to talk briefly about practically what we do on the network around equity. So to note that equity, unlike equality, recognises that resources and opportunities need to be distributed differentially in order to move towards more equitable outcomes. So what this means for us, practically, it means that one of our objectives is to ensure that underrepresented groups are represented within our network. So we do things like we look at our equality, diversity and inclusion data, and then we will ring-fence funding for Black British scholars, or we will have a highlight note around particular topic areas. We think about who is in our network and who is represented as being in our network, recognising that we need a diversity of lived experiences to get at diverse understandings of the digital good. So these terms, they're vague, floating signifiers. The term good is sometimes misused in goodness washing of still harmful technologies. It's contentious, they're all fraught, but we also think there is some value in the language that we're using. First of all, I would suggest that the concept of the digital good has convening power. It's potentially inclusive with regard to who joins the conversation, who's willing to sit round the table. So it brings in diverse citizens, but it also brings in powerful policymakers and practitioners, as well as academic researchers. We see it as an object of study, not a given thing or a taken for granted thing, which I hope has become apparent through what I've said. And we think it could be transformative. It could inch us towards the worlds we cannot live without. We might not arrive at a good digital society, but as advocates of web accessibility for people with disabilities have always said, it's the journey, not the destination, that matters. Or like my great colleague Ros Williams, who heads up a lot of our work on equity, would say, asking whether a good digital society is possible is a category error. We should see the digital good as a heuristic and understand that journeying towards a better digital society is what matters, not challenging whether arriving there is possible. Thank you.
Fantastic, and we are bang on time, which means that we will have time for a few questions, because I promised we would eat into lunch. So the first one is there. Oh, you have a mic. Yeah, go ahead.
Can I start?
Yeah. Yeah, yeah.
No,
hello. Okay, yeah. I'm Matthias Kaiser from the University of Bergen. Thank you very much for a very nice, interesting talk. I have one question to you, and that is, is there anything about the question that you asked, the good digital society, very special that sets it apart from all the other grand and complex challenges we are facing nowadays? I'm working with food systems, and in principle we ask very similar questions. What is the good food system? And I feel I could go through all your points and basically agree with it. It's the diversity, it's the complexity, it's the contextuality that we need to take account of. So is there anything that you would say the digital adds to these complex questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Good question. So I don't know all of the other big challenges inside and out. The digital, in some ways, reproduces the non-digital. It reproduces the society that we have. Sometimes it accentuates problems. Sometimes it alleviates problems. And I don't know whether you could say that about food systems. I don't know anything about food systems. So I think the challenge is to think about, so we know that context matters, specificity matters. You said that just now about food systems, is definitely the case with digital deployments. And so the challenge is, can we abstract general principles from those specific challenges, those specific contexts, those specific deployments? Because if we want to influence policy and practice, which we are strong-armed into doing in the UK, we have no choice as researchers but to do that, it's not helpful to say, well, in this particular context over there, with that particular group over there, these 10 recommendations hold. So I think maybe it is very similar to other challenges, but I also would insist that it is a really important endeavour. You know, I actually think that we've got plenty of data and tons of reports and loads of recommendations, and what we should be doing is looking across the board and seeing whether, like, principalism is the way forward, in my case, and perhaps in the case of other big questions as well.
And a second last question.
Yeah, I'm Philipp Stockhammer from LMU Munich. It's a very conceptual question, but I mean, with your very broad democratic ontology, what is good? I was asking myself if good runs the risk of so many other concepts that they become a purely metaphorical thing that everything can be. And the moment where such a concept becomes a metaphorical issue, it's no worth of evaluating. It loses its epistemological potential. So I was wondering if your usage of good runs the risk that anything can be good in the end. And if the other question that is related to this is, you spoke about what people think is good, but one aspect was left out was a legal perspective. Things that can be good for me might be completely illegal. And I was wondering if it's correct to speak about what is good for me, good on the internet, but I mean, we have a legal system and there are legal principles, and I mean, it's good that you have a worldwide web of scholars with whom you discuss what is good, but shouldn't we also discuss this with institutions that have defined legal systems of what is nevertheless allowed or not? Even if we consider it good for some people, it might be illegal nevertheless.
Okay, yeah, thank you. Well, I feel like I answered your first question in the whole of my talk by acknowledging the complexity of a word like good, but I also made some proposals about its value, for example, around its convening power. So, yeah, it's a complicated word, not naive to those challenges. And then in relation to your second question, I'm certainly not suggesting that we do this work outside of legal systems, but what is legal is not always the best thing for communities. It might be legal for the police to use facial recognition technology, but it might not be the right thing to do. So actually surfacing the voices of community whose views are largely ignored in the making of laws and in the decision making, I think, yes, is a really important thing to do.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
I will close by just saying that you have been treated to a little glimpse into the wide world of the humanities. We are building bridges, and we will return to that discussion at the very end of today's session, where we will be talking across all the classes. But for now, enjoy your lunch upstairs.
So, dear colleagues and friends, we now have the afternoon session, and the first part of the afternoon sessions will be devoted to scholars who work within the broadly defined field of social science and relevant historical research with a strong focus on society. And we have 4 distinguished speakers this afternoon. The first one is Professor Piotr Sztompka, and it would have been ridiculous to have a social science session in Poland without Professor Sztompka present. He's a highly distinguished sociologist. He's a former president of the International Sociological Association, and I could tell you many stories how relaxed he was when he was elected. That happened in Brisbane in Australia, and I spent a very nice afternoon then walking with him, and he was not one bit nervous about the outcome of the election. Unfortunately, he has contracted for the 3rd time a mild version of COVID, and I've seen him, I've been in contact with him for also visual contacts. I know this is not a meek effort to avoid traveling, so he is ill, and but he has been kind enough to record his lecture, so we will watch it. He has tried to persuade me. He says, you know my research so well, so you can answer the questions. That is a tall order, and it would be even taller if I had my views on some point would happen to disagree with his, then it would be a hostile act. So I think you can maybe pose questions to him, then he can contact you later. He is an emeritus professor of sociology, a theoretical sociology, specifically at the Jagiellonian University in Krakow, and a very distinguished academician in this country. He's a member of the Polish Academy of Sciences. He's a member of our academy, the Academia Europaea, and it's one of the, at a very early stage, he was elected to Academia Europaea, and he's also a member of the American Academy of Arts and Sciences. I could go on talking for a very long time about him. Already in the 70s, he spent time at Berkeley and studied with leading sociologists and social scientists at that university, including Nils Melzer, Lipset was there, Robert Bellah was there, and he has also a special affinity for one of the true classics of modern sociology, namely Robert K. Merton. Actually, Professor Sztompka has written a very readable and highly interesting biography of Merton. And actually, one of the expressions in sociology that is so closely associated with Merton is Merton's plea for middle-range theories, theories that are relatively general, but that are not so all-embracing that the details get lost of more empirical nature. I will content myself with saying that his research has been theoretical, but also of great empirical relevance and drawing on empirical materials. I would just mention a few of them. I just mentioned now his biography of Merton, which came out in 1986. He tried to develop during many years when Bourdieu was discussing problems of habitus and Tony Giddens was talking about structuration, and we all criticized Parsons. Piotr Sztompka developed a theory very much drawing on Polish historical experiences, not least those of the tumultuous years of the 1980s, which he calls the sociology of social change, and also when it comes to explaining agency, he has a very important book that is called Society in Action, the Theory of Social Becoming. So the emergent properties of a society that is leaving something behind and embracing something new. He has furthermore written a book that is called Trust, a Sociological Theorem, that's published by Cambridge University Press in the 1990s, early 1990s, that came to be extremely widely read across Europe in those years. The social theory, of course, was an enormously important concept. Everything that was contradicted, discussions about lack of interest, forms of sort of breaches of trust in the form of inappropriate economic forms of action. He has written a textbook which is called Sociology, Analysis of Society. Unfortunately, it's just published in Polish, but it has come out in 3 editions, and he told me that the number of readers of this was about twice the number of all sociological students in Poland. I think there is also a translation into Russian, but it is a standard textbook for sociologists in this country. Well, I could add that, of course, he has a number of honorary doctorates, and he has a brand new book that will come out, I think, within at least 1.5 months, and it is called A Critical Introduction to Contemporary Sociological Theories. And I've actually written a small blurb for that book, so I've hopefully read a little bit of it, but still I will not engage in answering questions directed to him directly. But don't hesitate to write to him. You can easily find his address at the Jagiellonian University. But then I will sit down momentarily, and I will rejoice with all the others of you that we will listen to Professor Sztompka in his usual crystal clear style.
Dear distinguished colleagues, I apologize for not being with you at Wrocław, but because of some health condition, I had to cancel my trip. Therefore, I take the liberty to address you in this mediated format. My theme is moral turn in recent general theories of society. But before I start, I wish to draw a more general picture of a background. There are 2 meanings of democracy, hard and soft. Hard refers to institutions of the state, elections, parliaments, courts, balance of powers, constitutions, codes of law. This is the common meaning. But there is another, more subtle, soft meaning, which runs under the heading of civil society, treated by many authors as a true core of democracy. But civil society can also be understood in 2 ways, hard and soft. Commonly, it's taken to refer to the networks of associations, grassroots organizations, social movements, NGOs, filling the gap between the level of the state and of private everyday life of the citizens. But there is another, more subtle, soft meaning, which refers to the intangibles and imponderables, the moral tissue of society, the rules of good, dignified, just interhuman relations, which together make what I call the moral space, precondition of a viable society. The most important rules, in my view, are trust, loyalty, reciprocity, solidarity, responsibility, respect, and justice. They are the core of society, determining its successful operation and development, as well as the well-being of the citizens. After all, it was a century ago that Georg Simmel, one of the founding fathers of sociology, observed quite rightly that society is nothing else but a complex network of interhuman relations, and the quality of such relations decides the fate of society. When moral space decays, the civil society disintegrates, and democracy cannot survive. The first who discovered this moral aspect of democracy already in the 19th century was Alexis de Tocqueville, with his influential concept of the habits of the heart, the natural moral impulses of the human beings, which together create a good society. But these human impulses may be blocked, suppressed, or entirely destroyed by inhuman social conditions. The classical influential terms for such moral decay were Marxian alienation and Durkheimian anomie. In the 20th century, the focus on the civil society and the moral space, in the footsteps of Tocqueville, was to be found in the US in the communitarian theories and visions of good society by Robert Bellah and Amitai Etzioni, and in Europe, at the border of sociology and political philosophy, in the Frankfurt School, with such towering figures as Max Horkheimer, Theodor Adorno, and Jürgen Habermas. In the 21st century, the most extensive analysis of civil society is provided by Jeffrey Alexander, professor at Yale, who stands on the shoulders of Tocqueville and Emile Durkheim. For him, the moral standards are not external, but are immanent in the very nature of society. He claims that underlying all divisions of race, religion, gender, class, party politics, there is a common area of solidarity, where the common moral values and rules and the central ideas of good or evil are defined. The enemies of solidary civil society are the anti-civil forces, religious hatred and repression, gender misogyny and patriarchy, the political oligarchy, racial and ethnic hatreds of every sort. The civil virtues become distorted or destroyed by them, polluted, as Alexander likes to say, resulting in pathological, immoral society. But he hopes that civil society always retains some potential for mobilization against immorality and toward civil repair. We live in the period when civil society in this moral sense decays across the world. And with this, there is the rising crisis of democracy. The moral backbone of democracy is broken by what Polish legal scholar Wojciech Sadurski calls the pandemia of populism. In many countries, small and huge, masses of people are electing, supporting, or at least grudgingly accepting the autocratic, dictatorial leaders. Democracy becomes the ladder for the autocrats. Freedom becomes the tool for the enemies of freedom. Putin, Trump, Orban, Kaczynski, Bolsonaro, Maduro, Le Pen, ultralight leaders in Austria and the Netherlands, the believers in the alternative for Germany, all of them have their day. But they would not get anywhere without the consent and sometimes enthusiastic support of the people who are ready to suspend or reject the civil virtues. It sounds paradoxical, but it is good news that societies are split by half, and there are still masses of people who are ready to defend moral rules and take up the job of civil repair. In the sad esprit de temps, it's no wonder that recent sociological theories are focusing on the moral rules and the visions of a good society. They follow the legacy of moral concerns of the founding fathers of sociology in the 19th century, as well as the masters of the golden age of theory in the 20th century, but they take a radically new approach. Contemporary sociological theories with the moral concern do not devise and impose codes of ethics, but discover moral principles in the meanings adopted by the people which guide their actions and the complex mechanisms, configurations of social forces through which societies operate. Images of good, just, dignified society are not brought down from above by ideological or philosophical deliberations, but are shown to arise from below, as rooted in social reality, in very regularities and mechanisms of human action, interhuman relations, and social change. The heritage of sociological research for over 2 centuries, as well as the rich historical evidence, provide a key to identify the moral prerequisites of the successful functioning of society and the well-being of the people. We can see which societies have flourished and which collapsed, imploded from within. Gerard Delanty, the editor of European Journal of Social Theory, makes this point. Normative principles, he says, are embedded in society and need to be reconstructed or reinterpreted. This is the job of social theorists. One may raise a doubt. How come that moral values can be derived from sociological research or historical facts? Doesn't the methodological axiom asserts that values do not follow from facts, and therefore science must be value-free? Yes, the principle of Wertfreiheit is certainly true in the sciences of nature, but people differ radically from natural world by being the creators and carriers of meanings, and taking actions on the base of meanings, they turn intangible meanings into tangible social reality, social facts. The famous Thomas theorem says, if people believe something to be true, it becomes true due to the consequences of their actions. Hence, if we discover what people find unacceptable, outrageous, pathological, we may derive a contrario what they consider moral. There is a huge archive of research on contestation, contentious actions, social movements, and revolutions, which allows to see what people really cherish as the habits of their hearts, which mobilize them for action. The focus on values such as emancipation, freedom, justice, equity, community, is implied by the study of society and not imposed a priori as an ideological bias on the study of society. I call it a sociological syllogism. As opposed to logical syllogism, it allows to deduce moral values from facts and base visions of good society on the results of social inquiry. I will now illustrate these general claims by a brief sketch of the theories of 3 eminent European theorists, Ulrich Beck, Alain Cayet, and Axel Honneth. Ulrich Beck, until his death in 2015, a professor at the Maximilian University at Munich, puts forward the theory of cosmopolitan society. It embraces a wide array of moral rules focused on one issue, which became crucial as the result of globalization, namely the relation toward otherness, difference, diversity. Due to intense mobility and relocations of large masses of people through migration, business and educational travel, tourism, others are within our society and we are within there. There is growing recognition of the differences among the people, the variety of their customs, beliefs, creeds, ideologies, aspirations, projects of life, an acknowledgement of the otherness of others. I propose a scale along which such acknowledgement is aligned, from them to us. Namely, for the peaceful operation of society, others cannot be treated as enemies to be harmed, strangers to be closed in the ghettos, aliens to be avoided and kept behind the border walls, but at least as friendly neighbors and at best as assimilated members. and we can expect the same when we find ourselves among others. This requires new set of moral rules. Beck defines them. Cosmopolitan empathy is an attempt to understand the point of view of the distant others, their beliefs, values, and also their emotions. Cosmopolitan pity is the fellow feeling for the suffering of others, victims of famines, diseases, wars, natural catastrophes. Cosmopolitan gesture is the act of tangible support for anonymous others, philanthropy, donations to humanitarian organizations. Cosmopolitan tolerance, at a minimum level, means grudging acceptance of otherness, allowing others to live their lives, but as long as they are separate and do not encroach on our ways of life. But the ultimate tolerance is the attractiveness of difference, embracing foreign cultures, investing them with positive value, extending one's cultural horizon by encounter with foreign beliefs, creeds, rules, lifestyles, tastes. The final effect of cosmopolitan moral rules and values is the transformation of our self-concept from xenophobic, closed, one-dimensional self toward open and multi-level identity. The second of the theorists I pick up as example is Alain Caillet, Professor Emeritus at the University of Paris-Nanterre. He puts forward the theory under the label of a gift paradigm. He selects one moral rule as fundamental, the demand for reciprocity. The idea is not new. Not recognizing this legacy directly, Caillet is in fact following the long line of similar thinking, for example, by the Polish anthropologist Bronisław Malinowski, who described the principle do ut des found among the primitive tribes on the Trobriand Islands in the Pacific, or by an American sociologist Alvin Goulder, for whom the norm of reciprocity was a moral foundation of social life, not only in primitive, but developed complex society. Not referring to Malinowski or Goulder, Caillet chooses another classic author as the source of inspiration. He stands strongly on the shoulders of Marcel Mauss, who in influential essay sur le don elaborated the concept of the gift. Mutual gift-giving and gift-receiving are for Caillet the opposites of one-sided exploitation. Gift must be unconditional and spontaneous. It should start with the one-sided benevolence, giving something for nothing and not for the expectation of revenge. To use a metaphor, one may say that it is a jump in the sea of uncertainty, a gamble on the desired social bond which will be established by reciprocity. Single cycles may be combined in a more complicated sequences of gift-giving and gift-receiving when seemingly one-sided gifts, not reciprocated immediately, become reciprocated in the long run after a chain of exchanges, not necessarily in the same currency and not necessarily by the same partners. This is the secret of harmony and peace among the people. Participation in such networks of gifts creates the climate of trust and cooperation benefiting everybody. One may say that a gift produces a kind of added value beyond what is received in return. Namely, it creates preconditions for peaceful coexistence and harmonious cooperative relations, what Caillet calls convivialism. The third of the heroes of my story is Axel Honneth, the follower of Jürgen Habermas at the chair at Frankfurt University and the current leader of the so-called critical school. He focuses his theory on yet another moral rule, that of recognition, and its opposite, disrespect. This theory fits into the long theoretical tradition of those sociologists who considered human self and identity as the product of relations with others, the reflection in the social mirror, taking the roles of the other, or performing on the stage of the social drama. I have in mind particularly the American scholars of the beginning and middle of the 20th century, Charles Horton Cooley, George Herbert Mead, and Erving Goffman. Honneth goes beyond this legacy, not satisfied with the factual account of mechanism through which the self is socially produced, but strives to evaluate this process morally as good or bad, beneficial or harmful. He considers as his goal to link the explanatory and normative aspects of social life. The methodological strategy to discover the content of moral expectations is to investigate the life of those groups which are denied the recognition, the victims of disrespect. The struggles for recognition they undertake are seen as the main motivation of social contestations, movements, and revolution. In the intuitive notions of justice and the struggles inspired by their violation, one finds the key to the moral fabric of society. The individuality, autonomy, and freedom are a result of recognition by others, appearing mutually as a recognizer and recognized. And good society is one in which norms and practices of recognition have been institutionalized, it means observed and enforced. There are three effects of recognition: self-confidence, self-respect, and self-esteem. Shaping of self-confidence proceeds through the recognition of humanity and dignity of a person. It occurs in the milieu of small groups, pervaded by strong, intimate, and emotional bonds, like the family or friendship group. Shaping self-respect proceeds through the recognition of rights granted to members of legal community. It occurs within the purview of the state. Rights are the depersonalized symbols of social respect. They endow the person with legal status as the bearer of freedoms recognized by other members of a political community and its institutions. Shaping self-esteem proceeds by the recognition of individual achievements measured by the contribution to society, mainly via labor. In sociology, this rule is known as distributive justice or the principle of meritocracy. The main guiding idea is here proportionality. The esteem must be assigned proportionally to accomplishments. The differential allocation of esteem leads to non-egalitarian differentiation of society, but if it follows the principles of proportionality and appropriateness, it is treated as justified. Struggles for recognition indicate the direction of human and social progress. Like in other two theories, the ethical vision for the future is not imposed from above by ideological or philosophical reflections, but arises from below through the study of aspirations, cravings, and fights of the people. So much of the three important theories representative of the moral turn in the 21st century. A brief closing remark. We, the social scientists, are the powerless elite. Our strength is not power but reason. As the emblem of my university says in Latin, plus ratio quam vis. Armed with wisdom of over 2 centuries of social theorizing, it is our duty to reawaken the moral awareness of the people and indicate the road toward robust civil society and renewed democracy. This is our role as public intellectuals. The moral turn in sociological theory is the current fulfillment of this role and this duty. Thank you for your attention.
This is this presentation. Yes, we'll go to that, but I will say a few words. Yes, first of all, I want to express my deep gratitude to Professor Sztompka for this elegant and very clearly formulated lecture. Then I'm sure that it will have consequences. It will be hopefully published in the European Review, and it will give an echo in the scholarly world. And if you help in promoting that echo and engaging in a discussion around it, I think he will be deeply grateful. But I think that is the way we can pay homage to his scholarly contributions. Thank you so much, Piotr. The next speaker is a member of our Young Academy, or the Young Academy of Europe. And I think the existence of the Young Academy of Europe is one of the most important developments in recent years of our academy, that this is there's such a close bond between Academia Europaea and the Young Academy, and that has benefited at least the Academia Europaea tremendously, and I think there is some element of reciprocity in this as well. This is Professor Edyta Roszko, and she is based at the Christian Michelsen Institute in Bergen in Norway. There are many things I could say about that institute, but I will not do that at the moment. We have as our motto for this conference, building bridges. And there are indeed few scholars who have engaged in this activity to the same degree as Edyta has. Her work crosses the boundaries between the humanities and the social sciences, but also between the human sciences at large and the natural sciences, in particular the life sciences, and well, also the exact sciences, actually. So much of her research links research on anthropology, particularly social anthropology, to work on, well, archaeology, you would have in a wide sense, geology and hydrology. Empirically, she has been focusing on Austronesian, in early work, on Austronesian populations in the South Pacific. She has been directing a starting grant project of the European Research Council, and this project has as its title the question of transoceanic fissures, multiple mobilities in and out of the South China Sea. She has also acquired a consolidator grant from the European Research Council that also deals with questions of anthropology, hydrology, archaeology. And that project is a project on oceans, seas, and rivers, and it combines, and not just single rivers, single seas, but it goes beyond them and links them. And this research really is extraordinarily in the degree which it succeeds in transcending those boundaries. For those of you who immediately want, and you will do that certainly after Edyta has spoken, want to get more acquaintance, a closer acquaintance with the work, she has published a very exciting work with the University of Hawaii Press, which is really one of the certainly most significant publishers when it comes to Asian and East Asian studies that have both a social and natural science focus. I think this will be very, very exciting. And the books she's now preparing will deal with fishers, well, I mean, the role of both fishers, religious communities, and their movement, and their various narratives, and how they interact with natural phenomena. But I will not take more of your time, Edyta, but we are very happy you're here. Thank you.
Thank you very much for this wonderful and very warm introduction. I have to say it's a big honor and privilege to have an opportunity to present my research here. And as yesterday Jacek Kolanowski said, it's intimidating, especially if you're standing here as a young member of European Academy and you have all this scholarly giant behind you and in the front. What I'm going to do in this presentation, I will take you on a sighting tour of a few ideas, research ideas which I have developed in the last years, and hopefully they will come together. I will start from very localized, specific cases, and then during the presentation I will scale them up and try to think beyond the specificity of the projects and ask bigger questions. So let's see how it will go. If not, you can always blame my young status. So 5 years ago, I started tracing a global expansion of Chinese and Vietnamese fishers outwards from the South China Sea to the Pacific and to Indian Ocean, to Africa, in the frame of ERC starting grant. I was interested in how territorial dispute, maritime conflict, interact with the pre-nation state patterns of mobility and how they produce new patterns of mobility, new practice under the radar of the states. And I asked the questions how fishers move in and out of the categories of fisher, poacher, trader, pirate, smuggler, and militia. And what historians know very well, oceans have always been arenas of so-called crime, poaching, drugs, human trafficking, and other practices. So today, when such violations occur on fishing boats, they fall under the rubric of fisheries crime. Political scientists and economists have tended to assume that these criminal fishers simply abandon their legal professions, occupation, and take up illegal practices labeled transnational organized fisheries crime by the United Nations. On the other hand, some scholars also argued that fishers are simply responding to regulations, non-enforcement of regulations, and incentives such as subsidies. They also respond to the economic conditions like poverty. While all that has some validity and is true, I also argue that the approach that is only rooted in the present obscure the modalities of fishers' embodied skills and knowledge and their motivation, and downplay the inter-ethnic networks that connected different fishers and beyond state territories and localized fishing grants in past and present. So I started to chart this spike in maritime trespass with my research team by focusing on Chinese and Vietnamese fishers' expansion to Africa and Oceania and their interactions with the Pacific and African fishers, what kind of mobilities these interactions actually produce. I combined multiscalar ethnography and historiography to research fishers' marine and maritime practices in transoceanic spaces. So this led me to foreground the oceans and people who have always been mobile beyond territorially bounded empires or nation states. So what this has to do with the title, which I promise you, the importance of global indigenous history in the era of climate change? It will come. The part of my research that focused on globalizing fisheries was carried out on small tropical islands in the South China Sea, a home of fishing communities engaged in maritime and marine practices since centuries and generations. The islands where I carried my ethnographic fieldwork are known as the former Champa Islands. For those who are not familiar with Champa, Champa was a Malay seafaring power, a collection of independent polities, some kind of federation, that extended the coast of what is now present-day central and southern Vietnam from the 2nd century to the 19th century. And Champa was composed of Austronesian-speaking people, the term preferred by the linguist, which basically denotes the language family spoken in most of Indonesia, the Philippines, also Madagascar, and the islands group of the Central and South Pacific, except Australia and parts of New Guinea. Also much of Malaysia and the scattered areas in Vietnam, Cambodia, Laos, and Taiwan. So in terms of numbers of its languages and their geographic spread, the Austronesian language families is one of the among largest in the world. But the new scholarship actually on Champa shows that it was not only composed exclusively of Austronesian-speaking people, but also of other linguistic and ethnic groups, for example, Hmong Khmer speakers as well. So this focus on former Cham Islands and fishing communities led me to the breakthrough. So the first breakthrough was, I would not say discovery, but realization that they are still Champa freshwater wells on the islands of Vietnam. So you have two examples here. And the second discovery was the actually collections of the 18th, 19th century temple documents which were given, actually I was given access by local people to this document, which they kept for a very long time, which basically historically is rather recent, but refers to the significant migration of mobility across the South China Sea, and that migration was facilitated by the access to fresh water on small islands. So while I was aware that the similar ancient Champa wells existed on Vietnam mainland, like this one, here you have example, close to the river, estuaries, and on the coast, I was puzzled by the old Champa wells on the islands, which do not have any perennial fresh water like lakes, rivers, streams. So these old freshwater wells are still used by local people who are classified today as Vietnamese. And that's an example of one of the wells on the island, Phu Quy, which is basically at the bottom has wooden timber, square timber, and the stones are stuck on that square frame. And this particular well is in the front of the old Champa temple. So historically in the South China Sea, Persian, Arab, Chinese, and many other seafarers capitalized on Indonesian, Austronesian speaking Cham knowledge and well networks, making the islands their water stops on the trade routes between China and India from the 9th century onwards. So these islands were, for example, Pulau Tioman in the present-day Malaysia, or Pulau Condor, or Pulau Cham in present-day Vietnam, just to name a few. Although some of the islands on which I have done my fieldwork were not on the main maritime routes, but they were not less important as they connected internal waters routes with oceanic trade routes by supplying luxury marine goods to the merchants and royal courts. Tax was paid, for example, in those luxury marine goods, and fresh water to passing seafarers. So Vietnamese migrants colonizing the old Champa territory, including islands, had little knowledge and understanding of the sea and were impressed by the Cham ability to locate fresh water close to the salty water. So when it comes to the discovery of the collections of the documents, actually which people gave me access kindly, they provided me with the unique first insights into historical patterns of the settlements and connectivities across small tropical islands in the South China Sea, which capitalize on existing freshwater well networks. And that combined ethnography and historiography put my research on a new trajectory to explore Austronesian-speaking connectivity via coastal aquifers. So imagine, for thousands of years, people have settled on tiny islands in Southeast Asia, Oceania, and Eastern Africa that lack perennial waters. Where did they get fresh water from? They relied for the survival on freshwater seeps that surface from underground aquifers where land meets sea. They built stone wells or well-like features close to these coastal seeps that allow them not only to access fresh water and settle these islands, but also to move across immense oceanic spaces. So these people were Austronesian speaking seafarers who most likely originate what is now Fujian, southern China, or Taiwan, before spreading to Southeast Asia and the Indo-Pacific. And more than 5,000 years ago, these seafarers laid the groundwork for one of the most extraordinary migratory movements of human history, initially heading south through the Philippines archipelago towards Indonesia. Then 3,000 years later, they travel from there as far as the Comoros Islands. So the new archaeological and botanical evidence shows that they first came to Comoros Island and then they moved to Madagascar in the Indian Ocean and Eastern Island and New Zealand in the Pacific Ocean. Where there are speculations why this migration. Some of the archaeologists, I think Mike Carson has this idea that basically they try to replicate the coast which they were losing and they were looking for new places where they could find similar kind of food and make the livelihood. But sailing outriggers, ships and canoes across the ocean was not only a matter of reading stars and ocean swells, but also one of locating and accessing fresh water. So I started to look at the chains of island worlds in different oceans and human connections afforded by fresh water access. I linked the terrestrial and aquatic through comparative historical ethnography. I focused on the indigenous hydrological knowledge and skills that travel across the Indo-Pacific Ocean in the past and between different groups, but also shifted the gaze to connectivities enacted by Austronesian speakers' descendants, who are not necessarily now Austronesian speaking people, and their heirs, who continue to draw on this knowledge today. So in this way, I broke with the tendency in social science, humanities, and historiography to analytically privilege oceans and navigable rivers of global connections as a markers, as a vectors of global connections and global history making. And this idea brought me the ERC Consolidator grant, which combines anthropology, archaeology, and geohydrology. The focus on coastal underground freshwater seeps will allow me and my team to draw on mixed data from very different sources, including land, islands, and seas. So the project hasn't yet started. It's still, it will start next year. But the other, what we hope to do is that it would help us to understand and theorize how islanders develop and continue to develop their hydrological knowledge in relation to specific coastal topographies. For example, too many wells or over-extractions of water in one location will lead to salination, as we know. Locating, accessing, and skimming fresh water flowing above denser salt water requires not only specific skills, but also extremely sophisticated knowledge. So extracting groundwaters on these small islands is more than just a balancing act, which people have mastered for centuries based on understanding of the landscape. So ranging from the moment of human settlement to the life worlds of contemporary islanders, this interdisciplinary methodology and analysis goes beyond so-called shallow temporalities or ethnographies enclosed in the neoliberal present, to use the words of Chris Hahn. So anthropology combined with archaeology and geology, I believe, can provide us with a more complete story of humankind. It will illuminate aspects of global hydroconnectivities that would otherwise remain obscure. Okay, since I promised to talk about the importance of the global indigenous history in the era of climate change, I want to now scale up our discussions and propose a different kind of exercise, namely to think beyond the specificity of the project and whether we could ask a bigger question than the project itself and what that could be, what this question could be. The exercise is, of course, useful for the audience that might be not interested in global, very specific cases, but is more interested in the global understanding of specific issues that go beyond specific case studies. Yet, this requires me as an anthropologist to consider how ethnographic theoretization that uses synthesizing comparison can advance global cross-cultural understanding of in the specific field. And so, drawing on theoretical and empirical findings over a long period, I ask, how does human occupation connect to the sea level? Can we talk about the global indigenous history? They are two different questions, but they are interconnected. So the first question prompted me to shift the focus from the sea as a unifying factor to concealed and non-navigable coastal aquifers as an integrating factor that allows to look at the large-scale connectivity and history-making spanning regions from the South China Sea to the Indo-Pacific. The freshwater seeps on the islands, which are in geohydrology called submarine water discharge, are tied to the sea level. And if it is sea level, if it's too low, the water table is inaccessible to people for the handmade wells. If it's too high, the salt water will intrude in the freshwater lens. So in other words, sea level controls water ability and also the effective depth of the wells. In the mid-Holocene era, the sea level fell and exposed terraces on the small islands, which were cut previously by the high sea level, giving people the space to live. As the platforms develop, you can access water, seeps, duck wells, and make a living. So the occupation of islands, it's not always connected with the climate change, but is connected with the changing sea level. And by looking at the landscape, we can come with the answer how people respond to the change in the sea level and also get more insights about the previous population. The second question about global indigenous history is based on the observation that indigenous people have rarely featured in mainstream accounts of global history. As historian Lynette Russell noted, history with capital H has tended to be reserved for the imperial winners. Moreover, even today, indigenous people may be acknowledged as having culture, but not necessarily as having history. In the crisis that the world faces today, in particular the mounting climate emergency, indigenous global history and knowledge is more important than ever. An Australian anthropologist, William Stanner, wrote that for the Aboriginal people, the future differentiates itself only as a kind of extended present whose principle is to continuously be at one with the past. So the vision of the future as an extended presence that is continuous with the past is a call for action to acknowledge indigenous history held in the ocean, land, sky, stars, and water. It invites the conversation about the degradation of our environment has an equal devastating impact on knowledge and indigeneity. So think, for example, about how First People of Australia, the continent which is of great topographic diversity, lived there for 65,000 years ago, and how they could not be a master of innovation and invention. And they are contemporary people also. So the first people experienced and had to adapt to a variety of dramatic climate changes in the past. For example, 35,000 years ago, Australia entered the age of extreme aridity. The monsoon failed perhaps for 20,000 years in the tropical north. Then we got the peak of the ice age where the sea retreated. Then between 17 and 7,000 years, the extended polar ice melted and the sea level rose probably to something like 124 meters. Then 6,000 years ago, the sea level stabilized, but the margins of the continent had been submerged. So the territories, vast resources, maybe sacred features, has been submerged. The advancing coastline pushed people inland, mixing different groups and cultures, probably causing conflicts, and people colonized the arid interior during a period of higher rainfalls and then adapted to the changing conditions as the desert transformed around them. We also know, for example, from other examples, that the stabilization of the sea level, for example, in Qatar 3,000 years ago, coincided with the human occupation and the introductions of Islam as the waters fell down. So we know that the knowledge of how to adapt did not just evolve over time, it comes as necessity. So when the water started to fall down, the sea level started to go down, making an enormous part of the globe habitable, and especially low-lying islands, which are relatively young, were emerged above the sea, and underground freshwater was pushed high enough to be accessible to people. So today the sea level rises, islands are sinking, and underground freshwater seeps are compromised by salt water. So the big questions remain how the sea level and human occupations are connected, and how we could learn from knowledge, practices, and the technologies in changing environments that are deeply rooted in past, present, and future. So to uncover that history, we need to break down the walls between humanities, social science, and natural science without losing the intellectual foundations of our own disciplines. So in this project, I hope that anthropology is the ground from which mutual interdisciplinary hospitality will grow and flourish. And basically, anthropology itself is not enough to understand the problems which goes beyond the human level. So let me conclude. Can a global approach to indigenous history help to deconstruct the conceptual binary between the Western or non-Western knowledge in times of climate crisis? I believe that, yes, that basically it allows us to look beyond the pre-modern or medieval history of Europe, or so-called ancient history of the Middle East and North Africa. We will delve in human history beyond the Anthropocene and even the Holocene. Also, indigenous history takes us outside of the temporal and spatial circuity of the histories and methodologies of the European civilization. So, by escaping the Eurocentric parameters, we enrich our new perspective on global history that also belongs to indigenous people at times of climate change. So, through the lens of global indigenous history, the nations quickly become a shallow history, a shallow stratum in a richly layered indigenous place. While such perspective might come as a kind of threat or uncomfortable to some of the countries which have colonial and conquest history, or societies, I would say, it forces us to think and reflect. It is only through a long view of the indigenous history that we can come to understand the landscape we live in. And this landscape is as much cultural as it is natural. So global indigenous history perspective helps us to grasp the immensity of human experience on continents and small islands, and teaches us about the resilience, adaptability, connections, relations, but also about the possibility of extinctions. It is a scale that allows us to view ourselves as a species, and important insights in a warming world. For me personally, to get that scale required me to go back to my ethnographic fieldwork in the specific locale. In the end, it is ethnography and field, the so-called local, that is the anthropologist's laboratory to think about the world. Thank you.
We have time for, we should have time for one or two questions. It's interesting how themes at our conference recur. Talking about reciprocity, recognition, and this is really research work and art, very high degree. So who would like to, we can take one or two questions, we should do so. Does anybody want to intervene at this stage?
There is some.
Oh, okay, you're welcome.
Thank you very much, Verena Vinivat. I'm an environmental historian, so I think there are some links here. There's two things I would like to remark on and ask you if you could elaborate on these. One is, we have done studies basically on rivers, but what I have learned is that over the 1,000-year scale, tectonics actually play a very important role also. That they make wells dry, that they actually make access to inland lakes change and stuff like that. So if you look at this long scale of time, and you're looking actually also in places near the Ring of Fire, so do you see any evidence of a tectonic history also? Yeah. And the second thing I would like to remark on is that there is a very important difference between all prior instances of climate variability and the one we have now, and that is speed. And I think while indigenous peoples might have been remarkably adaptive to changes over a certain period of time when it was slow enough, I don't see that they would be particularly able to be as fast as we are heating up the planet now. So do you have any reflections on that? Thank you.
Thank you. As I said, the project is still to start, but to go to your first questions about the tectonic history. As I said, the project looks at the small islands where basically the freshwater lands are controlled by the sea water, and they are not, in contrast to the mainlands, they are not, this is not a fossil water. They are renewable sources of water. So basically, if they are volcanic islands, you have the rain coming through volcano, and the water flows through maybe through the lava tubes, and then as it approaches the sea, the lands become thinner, but also they become on the level that for humans it was possible to dig the wells. So that's a good question about tectonic, but I have to talk with geohydrologists or geologists who will be engaged in this project, how relevant that will be for the islands. I think it might be relevant for the birth of the islands, for emerging maybe, but I'm not sure how much for the freshwater on those islands. When it comes to the continents, it's basically, if we have to think about the mountains and the highlands, because they also, so the sea level doesn't control anymore the water, but basically more the landscape. And then the tectonic, as you said, history might play a role. Climate variability, right. I still believe that small islands, because they have actually part to the continents and the fossil water, small islands, the shifting environmental base happens much faster on the island than on the continents. And people have to basically respond much faster than on the continents, where they basically could take some time or don't see. But communities on the islands, they see the changes. And they might be much faster than they were in the past, even they were climate change, rapid changes. But I believe that by looking at islands, we could provide some response, global response, how basically people cope with those changes, because people have to acknowledge them much faster.
Thank you so much, Verena, for posing this question. I think you and Edyta should consider doing something together for the next annual Congress of building even more bridges. I don't want to offend anybody, but I don't see any hands, but on the other hand, you have strong lights in your face. But I think, to be fair to the other speakers, we should thank you so much, Edyta. Thank you. So the next speaker is one of the most prominent contemporary sociologists, namely Michele Lamont. She is, I'm sorry if I get any of the names wrong, but you are Professor of Sociology, but also of African and African American Studies at Harvard, and you are Robert Goldberg Professor of European Studies at Harvard. Michele grew up in Quebec in Canada. She has her doctorate from the University of Paris, and you have been working at many prominent universities, including Princeton, Harvard, University of Texas. But since 2003, the last 20 years, Michele has been at Harvard. And she is one of the most interesting and challenging authors, I would say, when it comes to cultural and comparative sociology. You cannot have avoided some of her works, and all of you who are scholars and university-based scholars, you should read her very important book on how professors think about the curious world of research assessment. Her most recent book deals with, I have to get the title right now. This is a wonderful, wonderful title, especially the subtitle, Seeing Others, How Recognition Works and How It Can Heal a Divided World. This work has been praised. You received the Corley Prize largely for it, a famous prize. She has received many other prominent prizes and distinctions, including being a Guggenheim Fellow, being a Levium Fellow, and having received more than half a dozen honorary doctorates across the world. You have been president of the American Sociological Association, which is by far the largest in the world, and you publish regularly in the leading journals, American Journal of Sociology, American Sociological Review, the Annual Review of Sociology, and I shouldn't go on, but I'm so delighted that you have come to join us here, and your work is very, very relevant also for what we've heard here previously today. So warmly welcome. Thank you so much for being here.
I will make a few comments. I want to thank Jörg and the Academy for inviting me to be here. It's my first time in Poland, and I've learned a lot. It's been really fascinating, and I'm particularly pleased to be presenting here at this meeting called Building Bridges, because I've been working on how to build group boundaries for over 40 years. And I grew up on the line between English and French Canada. If any of you know Ottawa, that's where I grew up, but on the Quebec side. On one side of the border, 80% of the population speaks French, and on the other side, 80% speaks English. So there's a physical boundary, a spatial boundary, that is coupled with a social boundary, which has to do with residential segregation, intermarriage, friendship networks, etc. But there's also a deep symbolic boundary, which has to do with how the two groups are perceiving each other, and the moral boundaries that are drawn between the groups. And I was born in '57, before the explosion of progressive nationalism that prevailed during the years when I was growing up, where the Québécois went from being viewed as a deeply stigmatized group, low level of education, our French was viewed as not real French, to a form of, progressive nationalism, redefining our collective identity in a way that was far more positive. And it was really a process of, in some ways, fighting back against stigmatization, fighting for recognition. So we have earlier this explanation of the work of Axel Honneth. What is recognition about? Well, that's what I experienced as I was growing up. And being part of a colonized society, when it was time to do my graduate work, of course, I went to France. I never gave a thought. I never thought even of studying in Canada. And so that's partly the story that I'm going to talk to you about. I spent a lot of my life working on this relationship between spatial, social, and symbolic boundaries. Thank you. Were you able to find it?
Just a couple of minutes.
Do you want me to give you a key? Or
Yeah,
you want me to
but
connect
that would-
my own laptop here?
Just
I don't know if I have a key, but I'll see. Wait a second. I can give it without PowerPoint if needed. I don't have it, but I have my own laptop. Do you see it in your own phone? I'll find it in my phone and send it to you again.
Yeah, but the point is that... but
This is not my presentation.
Okay, but did you check today when you were still here already?
No, I didn't check it. So, okay, I'm going to go on. So, over the last few years in the social sciences, we've had a lot of discussions around the concept of tribalism, promoted by Jonathan Haidt and others, which often refers to shared conception of human nature drawn in social identity theory, which presume that we are naturally inclined toward favoring groups that are our group and drawing strong boundaries toward other groups. The alternative that I will talk about is really about the transformation of a concept of groupness and the ways in which the negotiation of the boundary between us and them is collectively accomplished. And it's an interactive process. I don't refer in any way to human nature because I don't think it exists. So the approach to understanding the bridging of boundaries that I will talk to you about is really a process of collective social accomplishment, construction of collective identity. So I think for most of us social scientists, this is very commonsensical. But it just happened that in the current moment, at least in the context where I live, in the social sciences in the US, concepts of collective identity that have become really hegemonic through the work of Jonathan Haidt and others end up really referring to much more essentialist understanding of group boundaries, which is really what my work is trying to contest by talking about the collective transformation of groups that have been deeply stigmatized historically. So the book that I'm going to talk to you about is a book that is the first book that I write for a larger audience, and I decided to write it during what I'm very sorry to call the first Trump presidency. I was very depressed, like many people, so I decided that I could actually write a book that would help, the general reader understand where we stood and what was happening. As soon as Trump was elected the first time, he did an executive order banning travel from a number of Muslim countries. A lot of anti-trans laws were passed. It was really a moment that was experienced by many people as going backward in terms of the movement of global broadening of inclusion that we had experienced since World War II. And of course, this has continued and is quite likely to continue over the next few years. And I was also quite depressed. So I read the literature in the social sciences on hope. And what you discover when you read that literature is that cultivating hope largely has to do with getting exposed to alternative narratives that gives us the tool to imagine alternative futures. So the context in which I was writing is one of growing inequality. Since 1980, most advanced industrial societies have experienced steep increase in inequality. which means that the American dream was increasingly being perceived by millennials especially and Gen Zs as an illusion, something totally out of reach, which really fostered a growing mental health crisis in these age groups. So I decided to write a book that would focus specifically on the groups whose professional expertise it is to produce new narratives of hope. And I wanted to look at the content of what these narratives are about. And what I found is that a lot of these narratives have to do with inclusion. So the book is based on two types of interviews. There's 185 interviews with cultural producers, which includes not only stand-up comics and people in Hollywood who are creating the shows that you can see on Netflix and elsewhere, but also economists who were creating the social policies that give us lenses through which to perceive low-income people, for instance. Philanthropists who are also trying to transform how we perceive group boundaries. You will see the details in a minute when I can use my slides. And I also decided to draw on 80 interviews with college students, that is Gen Zs. So the study, if you want, on the one hand, looks at the top-down production of cultural narratives that are produced at even the global level. One of the person I interviewed is someone named Channing Dunghay, whose role was to define what would be diffused on Netflix at the global level. She's the one who decided to diffuse the film Black Panthers to India and Africa, giving to people of color a very positive understanding of who they are as a people, which it seems made a huge difference. But the study also draws on ordinary people, those Gen Zs, who as citizens, as members of society, are also producing alternative narratives about who belongs. So I came to really understand the book as one that has to do with how do we broaden our shared definition of cultural membership, our understanding of who belongs, who's in and who's out. And there, of course, the concept of recognition is central. So I draw on the work of Axel Honneth, which basically defines recognition as the capacity to define a group positively. And this is a social act and a process that is accomplished in interaction. So it's not, you cannot define yourself as being worthy if no one else around you defines you. It's really like it requires both self-definition, self-identification, as theorists of social identity talk about it, but also group categorization. How do outsiders define you as? So this is at the end of recognition. The other side of the coin is stigmatization. I presume we're all familiar with the work of Goffman. It's very much about defining negatively a group. So I'm interested in the dynamics between the creation of cultural templates that have to do with the shared definition of groups and how this is changing historically. And the book focuses on 3 different processes by which cultural membership can be transformed. So one of them is moving from a unidimensional definition of who's worthy that has really become hegemonic over the last few years as the scripts of self that are associated with neoliberalism have become absolutely prevalent. Oh, wonderful, thank you. So do I continue to use this mic or do I use this one? Okay, thank you. So I'm gonna very quickly show you. So this is the book cover, English, American version. And is there echo? And British version. So the American version shows you very clearly, the white one, what the book is about, broadening cultural membership so that various groups that are more or less centrally located on the broader circle that illustrates what cultural membership is about. And the context in which the book is written is one where you have an explosion of movements that are oriented toward making recognition claims on the left of the political spectrum with Black Lives Matter, Me Too, but also on the right with the MAGA movement, for instance, Make America Great Again, that has been feeding the far right. So the question then is, who are the people who contribute to transforming our shared definition of who belongs? The person with the white t-shirt is a trans person, Zachary Drucker, and the t-shirt says, I see you always and always, and this is very much a saying that has been adopted by Gen Zs to express what they want to have with their life, which is largely to live a life that is both very inclusive and where they can live authentically. And this is partly important for them because of climate change. They don't know how long they'll be alive. For them, the idea of the white picket fence, organizing your life around buying a house and paying it over 40 years makes absolutely no sense. We interviewed them during the pandemic, they very much defined their ideal life as one where they can live authentically and also in an inclusive fashion in their interpersonal relationship. It's an ethic of everyday life that is based on inclusion. That's what we found. And the two t-shirts are really talking about what I will call in the book ordinary universalism, the idea that we're all human and we should embrace what we all have together as human beings. Okay, so for the book, we interviewed, my graduate student and I interviewed a number of people who are contributing to the production of such narrative. If you have the person who created the show Transparent, who I believe was shown also in Europe, Joyce Soloway, that tells the story of a woman, advanced middle age, who becomes a woman as in her 60s, and she has to renegotiate her identity with her adult children. And Joyce Soloway, when I interviewed them for the book, they said to me, well, I created this show to make trans people less abhorrent, more understandable. So the goal is to humanize trans people, to describe them in a less stereotypical way, in a more, three-dimensional way. So it's really a very explicit attempt to transform the dominant cultural repertoire, the scripts of self that surround us in the society in which we live. And this story is repeated time and time and time again by people who were interviewed for this project. The interviewees tend to be on the liberal and progressive side of the political spectrum, in part because a lot of other books are dealing with the more conservative side, so I didn't do this. I didn't consider the right wing, but I can talk to you about this in the question period if we have time, since I'm now doing a project where we are interviewing young workers 18 to 30 in Manchester, New Hampshire. And a lot of our question has to do with what they found in Trump. I can explain later. So the project focuses on three different ways through which we can transform our shared definition of who belongs. The first one is moving toward a more pluralistic understanding of the criteria of worth, moving away from this unidimensional neoliberal concept that is based on money, self-reliance, competitiveness, toward broader scripts that also include care and other criteria, a celebration of ordinary universalism, and third, understanding how stigma reduction works so that groups that have been historically stigmatized are now becoming destigmatized. How does it happen, and how can it happen more? So I don't have that much time left, right? I'm gonna skip the slides that I've already talked to you about. So this is really feeding into a broader conception of how inequality happens, which is, the process one you're all familiar with. It's Marx, exploitation, Weber, domination, opportunity hoarding. And what has happened in the social sciences in the last decades is really moving toward a much more plural understanding of how inequality works. And I'm focusing on the type 3 processes that are all cultural processes that are happening at the intersubjective level and that have to do with the transformation of highly institutionalized scripts of self. And I've written a number of articles that are really dealing theoretically with how this works, but I'm just flashing them here in case you want to know more. The most important one is the first one. So these unidimensional concept of self can be illustrated by the person of Trump. It's all about Darwinism, it's all about money, socioeconomic success, meritocracy, the idea that, you know, people who are rich deserve it, so moral boundaries. And meritocracy has gained in popularity very significantly since 1930. In this article, Jonathan Maisch finds that it has increased in all but 5 of the 23 advanced industrial societies that he has considered, and that's a problem to the extent that you know, meritocracy does not take into consideration the fact that we are not working on a level playing field. My children have 2 parents who have PhDs, so they're born on an escalator, and they would have to work really hard at screwing up. It could happen, but you know, we all know that meritocracy is a myth in part. And one of the problems is that it draws a very strong boundary between the upper middle class, professionals and managers, people like us in the room, and the working class, the bottom 50% of the population that doesn't have these advantages. And that has become deeply stigmatized to an extent that most upper middle class people do not recognize. They're never present in the media. When they are characters on popular television program, for instance, they are always ridiculous idiots. Think about Bart Simpson. You know, there's very, very few examples of working class people who are providing a dignified image of who workers are in our society. So this creates this mental health crisis that I talked about earlier, the death by despair that the case in Deaton wrote about. So this is the situation that we face that needs to be addressed. And because I'm a cultural sociologist, I'm not in any way denying the importance of economic redistribution, but I'm focusing on mechanisms for addressing these problems that have been overlooked, which have to do with transforming the cultural repertoires that are widely available to the population, which is exactly what this project is about. And in order to study this, we looked at, this is an illustration of the public sphere, and we looked at people operating in the public sphere in a number of fields. And we were extremely lucky because it was the pandemic, so everyone wanted to talk to us. We were able to get access to extremely influential cultural producers. You may be familiar with certainly Queer Eye or, you know, The Handmaid's Tale, which had a huge impact on the pro-abortion attitudes in the US. So we were able to interview a lot of people who are very, very significant. And an example would be this video, a question bridge. If you type those words on YouTube, you will see it. It's based on interviews with a large number of African-American men from across the United States, and what we learned from it is that they think they have nothing in common, but the fact that they experience microaggression in their daily life. And this case is very interesting because the artist who created this video joined forces with an important foundation, the Campaign for Black Male Achievement, and it was shown in over 2,000 community centers and high school across the country. So it's not only a question of producing such narratives, but also scaling them up to transform and attack the stigma that are associated with groups such as Black men. So the book brings up this concept of recognition chain, which is really about this collaboration between cultural producers who promote alternative narratives and organizations that promote them. So I talk, for instance, about the film Roma, which presents indigenous domestic workers in Mexico City. One of them is considering getting an abortion. The film is really humanizing these domestic workers and presenting them in a much more complex way, but it was, you know, circulated on Netflix and it won an Oscar, so it really contributed to providing us a very different understanding of who domestic workers are than most media. So another part of the book looks at the process by which groups that have become destigmatized have been destigmatized. I used the example of people living with AIDS. They were deeply stigmatized when the AIDS crisis started. Now they're not anymore. So we create the path, you know, to understand how this happened by drawing on the secondary literature. And we show that this is actually a social accomplishment. And it is done, accomplished knowledge workers, you know, medical expert, legal expert, journalists, social scientists play a crucial role in this, as do social movement activists, and they draw on the cultural resources that exist in the environment to do this. But it's not always happening. For instance, it didn't work for people who are obese. So here I draw on the book by Abigail Segui, What's Wrong with Fat, to really show how it didn't work in one case and it worked in the other. So the point here is that groups are not essentially stigmatized. You know, the extent to which groups are stigmatized changes a lot over time. This has been happening, it can happen more. So this is really a part of the book that is against the tribalism argument. And finally, when it comes to Gen Zs, we really talk about the ways in which they are in part embracing the American dream and the idea that you have to have a very agentic attitude toward your life. They're young Americans, but they do something that my generation, the boomers, didn't do very much. They're very much concerned with the work-life balance, and they talk about their mental health all the time. So they are, and they really embrace ordinary universalism, the idea that, you know, we have a lot in common as human beings and we should celebrate this. So they end up with, you know, scripts of self that are very different, and it's sometimes captured with the expression woke culture. So they really, the question of a non-binary identity becomes extremely crucial for them because it becomes a symbol of their rejection of the American dream. And they tell us, okay, you boomers understand what we're about. We're not doing what you did. The hedonistic treadmill of consumption will not give us happiness, so we're going after something else. And at the end of the day, the book argues that we are producing more of this ordinary universalism where we celebrate what we all have in common as human beings. And that's another poster that was on many lawns during the pandemic, celebrating what we all have in common as human beings. So the takeaway is, you know, it's not only about celebrating empathy. This is what positive psychology is very much telling us about. We should just be nice with each other. Instead, let's think about how highly institutionalized scripts of self become produced at the macro level and at the meso level, and try to understand better how this happens and what we can do to help structure our cultural environment in such a way that the tools that people need in order to create an environment where boundaries can be bridged more easily is widely available. So it's an argument that is very different than the one that economists are promoting about distribution. And I think it's important. If you have a multi-dimensional understanding of how inequality is produced, it's very important to think about the question in those terms. So I'm going to stop here. Thank you very much for your attention.
This elegant way. We will allow for one question or 1.5 questions. It would be unfair to Michele not to allow that. So, well, you have to pray out. So I really don't see against this sharp light. If I have not missed anybody, I mean, do you see anybody, Michele?
No, I don't. I think they're just concerned, and there's someone there.
Yeah.
There's a person
we take
there.
one question. Yeah. Please, Don. Quick question.
I came in a little late, and if you already said it, I ask for forgiveness. Indigeneity, as we say in Canada these days, the indigenous, the First Nations, and so on and so forth. To what extent are they just one more part of the puzzle? To what extent are they a special part of the puzzle because of the way that the government took the role in the history of the United States and Canada to regulate their existence? They did not take the same role, at least not consistently, to regulate other parts of the society's existence. Any words there?
Sure. So the project I'm working on now is a study of how different paths for seeking recognition one of the compared case studies that I'm working on is a comparison of Algonquins who live 2 hours north of where I grew up. There's a nuclear waste disposal that's being built next to the Ottawa River, and there's 13 Algonquin nations. One of them supports the project because they want jobs. The others oppose it. Both groups are seeking recognition, but through very different means. And this comparison is paired with the Northern Mariana Island, which were in your presentation, and they have indigenous people too. It's a commonwealth like Puerto Rico. The American government is building an airfield there, destroying nature. So there, and I'm in the process of creating this collaboration with the Algonquins, and it's been extremely complicated because, you know, of the conditions, the data extraction that they have experienced over a great many years. So there's no question that the discourse of settler colonialism is extremely salient in the Canada context because the Truth and Reconciliation Commission has had a much bigger impact than it has in other countries. And it's, you know, in the US, the slavery is really making the black, non-black divide, the primary divide, whereas in Canada, this divide is far less salient, which means that the indigenous divide is now at the center of everything. When I was growing up, it was about a linguistic divide. It's not the case anymore. So, absolutely. The point here is that it's not about the stigmatization of one group. It's not whether the Tibetans deserve more attention than black people. It's really about understanding the cultural process at work, and that the same process, the same demand for dignity exists for MAGA people as it does for African Americans. And that's a little bit of a complex process because, of course, groups engage in a kind of Olympiads of who has suffered most, which is creating enormous conflicts everywhere. So it's a way to try to move beyond by saying dignity is not a zero-sum game. Everyone can get dignity at the same time. The problem is when resources are associated with the status of groups, you get, of course, group competition. So.
Björn, is it possible?
Yeah, a brief question.
A brief one, as usual. Okay, thank you very much, Michele. Maybe you will be surprised, because there are some links between what Piotr told us at the very beginning, especially because he quotes Onet and you. But I have a question about, you mentioned meritocracy, and you said, okay, it's a myth, or largely, with a sort of concession. So what would you say about, should we drop the notion of meritocracy, which was not in Piotr's speech, I think, with redistributive justice, or what should we do with meritocracy? Because it's something that is not easy for me, so what can you say?
Well, I think we have to acknowledge the limits of meritocracy, and if we talk very explicitly about how moral boundaries are used to justify social boundaries, and talk very explicitly about different principles of attribution, of distributive justice, essentially, it would help us move forward. And for instance, a lot of discussions about affirmative action based on class or ethno-racial identity in the US are about that. There's a lot of African students who come from very elite status backgrounds who get admitted at Harvard, and then Harvard can brag about having a lot of black students, but these students are not necessarily disadvantaged. So I think that's exactly what's at stake there. So.
Well, this was an absolutely marvelous lecture, but and as Jean-Louis said, it connects very well with
absolutely.
And everything will go through here, and there's a large degree of cohesion. I could have spoken much more about Michele and her many honors, but I won't do that. Instead, I will invite up a person who has almost as many honors as Michele, namely Professor Jürgen Kocka. And I have presented Jürgen Kocka to Academia Europaea members many times, and Jürgen himself, of course, is a long-standing member. He's a well, I mean, if you would pick out the 2 or 3 leading modern historians in the world, Jürgen would be in that group. He's written pioneering work on social social history quite generally, but also about professions, about classes, about the Bildungsbürgertum, which when he was at the Bielefeld, he was leading a group on Bildungsbürgertum. He has written pioneering works trying to summarize where we stand when it comes to discussions on civil society. He has written works, has contributed to works on the history of the Max Planck Gesellschaft. He has played a leading role in so many different contexts. I would just mention two very small books that are not scholarly according in the way you normally write scholarly books, and one is one that came out in the middle of the 1990s, namely Open the Social Sciences, the Gulbenkian Foundation project, which actually led to an opening of the social sciences, and you were a key member of that team. You also wrote the other year a small book which was called Kapitalismus in German, and it was very much given attention, and that was developed into a still small but twice as large book published by Princeton University Press on capitalism. And you will also speak now a little bit about capitalism, family structure, and inequalities. So I'm delighted that you're here again, and we are very honored.
Well, thank you, Björn, for this friendly introduction. Trying to shorten my presentation, I suppose. The great Austrian American economist and social scientist, Joseph Schumpeter, was in the 1940s rather pessimistic about the future of capitalism. He predicted its decline, but not because it would fall, not because it would fail economically and wouldn't end in crisis as Marx had predicted. Rather, he saw its social, psychological, and political preconditions crumbling. Among them, the type of family, which had served as a condition of capitalist success for centuries. Capitalism, he held, was promoting a spirit of purpose-related rationalization and a behavior of individualization that was undermining the extended middle-class family, which for long had been an important pillar of capitalist entrepreneurs and success. So it was the success of capitalism that undermined one of the pillars which had helped to bring it about. Together with some other factors, this endangered the future of capitalism within the next decades, he thought. Schumpeter was wrong. Capitalism has changed but didn't go away. Rather, it has become nearly universal on a global scale, though with tremendous differences between countries and regions. Nor has family stopped to be a major source of support for capitalist businesses all over the world. And I could give some figures which I skip. I mention Schumpeter since he, as an economist, understood the great importance of social, cultural, and political resources and contexts for the economic successes or failures of capitalism. And he saw the relations between family and business as a case in point. My short talk of today relates to some aspects of this great topic too. My understanding, capitalism means an economic practice or an economic system with decentralization, commodification, and accumulation as basic characteristics. It is essential that individual or collective actors on the basis of property rights are able to make economic decisions in a relatively autonomous and decentralized way. Markets serve as the main mechanisms of allocation and coordination. The price system, competition are central, and commodification permeates capitalism in many ways. Capital, profit, accumulation are defining elements. It means using resources for investments now in expectation of higher gains later. So this future-orientedness is important under conditions of uncertainty and risk. And there are different types of capitalism. I will concentrate on industrial capitalism today. The basic principles of family life are in crass contrast to those of the capitalist market economy. Relations between family members are not, or hardly, regulated by supply and demand, exchange and competition. Rather, families are held together by loyalties and obligations caused by gender and generational differences and connections, ensuing division of functions and claims, by complex traditions and emotional ties. Family structures are less specialized and more multidimensional, less formalized and more diffuse than the structures of the markets. Some functional equivalents and some structural similarities, for instance, reciprocity mentioned by Piotr first could be one of them. But today I shall treat markets and families as being related, but standing for different, even alternative orders. I'm concerned with the modern period, since about 1800, and I will be particularly interested in the broad spectrum of families in the middling sections of society. Now, time is short. What I wanted to do, I'm a historian, I wanted to present a case study of the Siemens enterprise from the early 19th century to the early 20th century, which I will skip. I will just summarize what I wanted to do with this case study. I wanted to show how family orientation has helped in 3 stages to increase the economic success of this firm. First stage, the founding of it in 1847 by Werner Siemens, who was in many ways a family man. And I'm trying to show how his family connections motivated him and enabled him to found this little shop which produced telegraphs and other apparatus of this kind. I also can show how the first capital came partly from family sources. Second part of this argument, in the course of the next decades, family resources, family-based resources, helped the leadership of this firm to solve major management problems and thus also increase the wealth of this and the success of this firm. They went into cable business. They went into producing, selling, and servicing telegraph lines, transcontinental ones mainly, which was an international market. And there were 3 brothers, Werner Siemens in Berlin, Karl Siemens in St. Petersburg, and Wilhelm William Siemens in London. And so an early multinational structure emerged, which was held together nearly exclusively by the correspondence of these 3 brothers and the trust they had in vis-à-vis the others among them. And I think that this is a good example, besides others, how family-based resources helped to solve early management problems. And the third part of this argument, Werner Siemens, who left the company in 1890, was preoccupied by the idea that he would have created an empire, ein Reich, just to be maintained and handed over to the next generation. And he hoped that something like the Rothschild model could be repeated, which would which would help a reputation of this family to emerge for a long time, for a very long time. And I also try to show that this attitude, this choice to use a dynasty as a model had some positive effects on the way he and his group could direct this firm. The future-orientedness, particularly, the long-term perspective came in. But then the last point of this story is that in the 80s, something like a revolution in the field of electrical manufacturing took place. The high voltage, Starkstrom, high voltage technology came in, and that meant away from cables and telegraphs towards illumination of cities, new power stations, new industrial installations. And in this situation, the Siemens firm got into a crisis, which had several reasons. This was a situation when the new competitor, Emil Rathenau, with his new Edison patent-based company, soon AEG, Allgemeine Elektrizitätsgesellschaft, could compete and got into a leading position. And the major reason, as I argue, for this deficit on the Siemens side is exactly this family orientation. Siemens had decided that it was important to stay within controllable size without too much complexity in order to be able to hand over this empire, this Reich, to the next generation. And when he had to make a choice either to move into the capital market, cooperation with banks, getting in influence from outside, and moving into the direction of high voltage technology, on the one hand, or whether he should preserve what he had created in order to, with all the autonomy of the family built in, he decided to do the second. And so it was clear that only after he retired in 1890, the necessary reforms, basic reforms, were executed by his brother Karl and his two sons. So they changed into stock, into a corporation with a lot of bank support and so on. Family influence got more indirect, more cautious, didn't disappear, and relatively soon Siemens companies could catch up with the lead the AEG had gained in the meantime. Now let me draw some conclusions and supplement this argument with references to questions, for instance, of inequality, which I have not mentioned now. First, it deserves to be emphasized how much capitalist developments depend on non-capitalist resources, inputs, and conditions. particularly in its early phases. Capitalism cannot do without such non-capitalist support. A similar message would emerge when studying the role of political power, legal arrangements, and public discourses in the history of capitalism. So economists, economic historians, and social philosophers are invited, strongly invited, to take non-economic contexts, conditions, and consequences into serious consideration if studying the history of capitalism or the mechanisms of capitalism today. It is in this field of contexts, conditions, and consequences that national and regional differences are frequent and effective. It's necessary to thoroughly look into this field of contexts, conditions, and consequences if we want to explain why, let's say, US American, Swedish, and Chinese capitalism are so different as they are today. Second point. The Siemens example, I think, can demonstrate what, and the Siemens example is not alone. Some mechanisms become perhaps clearer in his case than in others. But by and large, research shows that it's not an exception. So the Siemens example has demonstrated what Sztompka may have had in mind when he mentioned families as a major, though endangered, condition of capitalist strength. But the Siemens example also made clear that what has been an asset for long can turn into a liability under three circumstances, I think. If the set of problems to be solved quickly changes, if actors overdo their case, and if alternative, more efficient mechanisms for the solution of problems become available. In the case of the Siemens crisis of the 1880s, these three circumstances were working: the rise of high voltage technology revolutionized the economic landscape for the manufacturers in this field. The aging head of the Siemens company lost his sense for proportion for a while. When defending the limitations of his empire one-sidedly, passionately, against the dynamics of the market, which were represented by an aggressive competitor. And in the 1890s, like in the following decades, alternative ways of coordinating and controlling large industrial units, more professional, more market-based, more bureaucratic even, way became available, which made previously unavoidable family-based techniques less compelling and even inferior, if not changed. So if we would look on present-day family enterprises, and many of them, particularly to the huge ones, Volkswagen, Walmart, we would find very different structures from the ones described in the Siemens case. And finally, third point, how does the topic relate to the issues of social inequality? This is a huge topic. Allow me just 2 or 3 fragmentary remarks, which would of course need on a topic which would of course need a much more systematic exposition. 2 points. First, marriage patterns and class formation. I did not speak so far, but I could have spoken about the many carefully planned marriages between the sons and daughters of commercial, trading, industrial business families, which created a complex network of connections between them. Such networks on the one hand, performed economic functions like creating informal but for a time period reliable cartel-like connections between businesses, or contributing to the emergence of trust relations needed for demanding and supplying credit in the middle of the 19th century. But such networks also performed social functions by contributing to something like class formation. This worked since the endogamy rates were high, as case studies from different German cities show. The great majority of entrepreneurs' sons and daughters married partners from commercial classes. The marriage patterns also show how the middle and upper commercial classes cut themselves off from groups below them, from manual workers and other lower class types. On the other hand, there were frequent connections with persons from the educated middle classes, Bildungsbürgertum, and gradually, slowly increasing some connections with lower ranks of the aristocracy. The spatial extension of these circles, of these marriage circles, slowly increased, and this was the basis for intensified communication, for common experiences, for the awareness of common interests, and the preparation for shared commitments in social and political affairs if the opportunity or the necessity would arise. In this way, families contributed to the formation of the class system. Actually, without these families, it would not have happened, which nevertheless retained much flexibility and which also allowed upward and downward mobility. By the way, godfather relations also analyzed play similar roles. A second remark with respect to this relation between family-industry relations on the one hand and inequality, inheritance. Presently, 5 to 8% of the German GDP is transferred mortis causa, because of death, annually. Statisticians tell us that the majority of the newcomers to the category of billionaires in many countries in recent years dispose of wealth, of a type of wealth which they got from inheritance and not from the achievements or performance. A clear non-market way of capital allocation is implied. Thomas Piketty has calculated that the share of inherited wealth in total wealth was between 80 and 90% in France in the 19th century. And he also shows that this figure is nearly reached again now in the late 20th and early 21st century. And of course, inheritance involves family. Families, as a rule, not always, but as mostly, involves family decisions about the intergenerational transfer of property, decisions met under different and highly controversial legal arrangements changing over time. A big and controversial issue for centuries. Since the Enlightenment period, theoreticians and practical persons have discussed inheritance laws and regulations. So does this massive intergenerational transfer, in which families' roles are built in, does this massive intergenerational transfer of wealth contribute to the much discussed growth of inequality in the distribution of property? One of the sharpest criticisms raised against capitalism relates to its apparently obvious, apparently well-documented tendency to increase inequality, also with respect to the distribution of wealth. Would capitalism increase this type? Would capitalism increase this type of inequality much less if inheritance would not take place at all, as has been suggested again and again by authors in this field? Jefferson, for instance, advocated to give up inheritance altogether, except on a minimum scale. So is it more family and inheritance on the one hand than the market system in capitalism as such, which produces this tremendous growth of inequality which we observe and mostly deplore? The German-Swiss sociologist Martin Kohli, whom I appreciate very much, disagrees on the basis of a thorough analysis using the German socioeconomic panel, SIP, for those who are in that. He writes, I quote, "Inheritances do not increase inequalities in the distribution of wealth. Rather, they enable households that would otherwise possess no capital stock to begin accumulating at all with assets. The increase in wealth through inheritance among the group of households that had previously already possessed capital assets is relatively less important by contrast, and that does not lead to greater inequality in the overall distribution of wealth." I cannot decide this question. It's a strict, first of all, very empirical question. And I come to an end. I would say 3 points can be made with some certainty. First, inheritance provides continuity. It provides stability over time, and in that sense, it also stabilizes and sharpens the given status of inequality, even if it doesn't expand it. Secondly, if one wants to reduce this type of inequality of wealth distribution, inheritance taxes, higher inheritance taxes, maybe or certainly are ways of doing it. But whatever one does in this field, it's important to see the many different functions families play within played and still in a more limited way play before one decides into strategies which might damage them. So I think this is what I wanted to say. Thank you very much.
So we allow for 1 or 2, but not more questions, because we have to evacuate the room and then reconvene very shortly. Yes, please. Do we have a microphone?
Yeah, thank you very much for a really nice lecture. I have a question. I have a feeling, but I know no data really, that these family businesses are also much more thinking about the next generation, and therefore in the whole world of sustainability and action that they take, they seem to be more aware of, you know, the problem with our planet, with climate, with biodiversity loss, etc. Do you have data on that, or is that true? I don't know. So that was my question.
You mean the next generation of people now?
Yeah, but so if I compare family businesses and with not family businesses, then I have the feeling, but I have no empirical data on that family businesses are indeed thinking more about the future because of their next generations, and they want to not only leave the business in good shape for their offspring, but also
I'm not
the
sure.
world?
On the whole, with respect to the issues I discussed today, I think that non-family related forms of coordination and organization have become stronger than they were in the 19th century. And I alluded to that a little bit, that when the change in Siemens happened in the 1890s. And I am more familiar with that period than with the present time. So I'm not sure. Would you expect that there are similarities?
Yeah, I think we could find out maybe by looking at what the companies that are high in the sustainability index, or rather that show that they're very serious with the corporate sustainability recording directive or something like that. How many of them are really families, and how many are just average businesses?
Well, what I think one can say at any rate is that the expectations, the demands, the claims formulated with respect to the performance of larger or smaller enterprises and businesses have become more pronounced, have become more ambitious, have become stronger than they used to be. Also with respect to the quality of work or labor, it's quite clear. We have studied this a little bit in the groups to which I belong, to understand that the claims, the Ansprüche, the claims, the expectations with respect to what work or labor means to those who work have clearly expanded quite a bit. And you mentioned the ecological side, and clearly 50 years ago this was hardly formulated when expectations with respect to the future of capitalism were formulated. So difficulties have grown.
That's true. Okay, thank you.
See no arms, so I think, one final question, please.
Thank you very much. I enjoyed your talk a lot. I have one question, and that goes a little bit about the class specificity of your analysis. And what I'm thinking of, it's all very plausible. I look at the Siemens company or other big companies like that, and I see the dynamics. I personally was born into an old craftsman, Handwerker, family of 100 years traditions. And exactly the same processes that you described have been going on for all these generations before me, right? But I can see that in that kind of class where I was born into, a lot of the changes occurred because of mobility, class mobility, that has become increasingly, changing these structures, so that the relationship, it seems to me, of family and business relationships has been, I don't know, more broken up in the lower classes than maybe in the big companies. Is that appropriate to say, or is it not?
Yeah. There is an association of family entrepreneurs in Germany which produces documents of collective self-understanding and expectations raised vis-à-vis politics quite a bit. And it's largely middle-sized or smaller enterprises, near the Handwerker level, frequently. And I haven't done the systematic study of that, but I'm impressed by similarities between these pronunciations, which is partly rhetorical, of course, and instrumental in order to influence public opinion in a certain direction. But still, it's a lot of similarities and a lot of smaller units may practice similar strategies as described as with respect to Siemens in the mid-19th century. On the level of huge companies like Volkswagen, like Walmart, like Koch Industries, it's different. I mean, there it seems to me that family control in a relatively anonymous way is still central and plays a major role. The family Porsche, in the case of the Volkswagen companies, is a powerful actor, and the family cohesion of this group is comparable to the family cohesion of the Siemens family, which had a Stammbaum, a family tree, reaching back into the 30 Years' War. And so on the
I just got a very quick questions that we're talking about the science, this is social science and the policy. So I just wonder that your wonderful research, does it reach the treasury who are setting tax, like inheritance tax? Do they read your study and understand?
I didn't get it. What's the question? Say it again.
Yeah, I'll say it again. So basically, that your wonderful research, does it reach to people who make the policy of raising tax or increase or reduce inheritance tax? Do they understand what they are doing? Because do they really listen to your talk or read your research? Because they just arbitrarily saying that is the amount of tax you're supposed to pay for inheritance. But do they understand the impact?
Well, I have not tried it out. I should.
Yeah, should. I think we should, right? Because basically,
I
beyond
should,
science.
but I think they do. I mean, it's they may evaluate slightly differently than I did, but I think yes, I could make my point
Yes.
and argue
Yes.
in a very similar way if this. And actually, I had some contacts with this association of Familienunternehmer, family entrepreneurs, recently. And it's quite impressive to see the culture of these types who are not the anonymous power persons whom we see when we look into other forms of finance capitalism nowadays. And there is quite some understanding possible.
Thank you so much, Jürgen, and thank you to all the audience for their patience. But we have generated scholarly interest, and in the last instance, the Academia Europaea is not held together just with our interest in giving advice or giving recognition, but the fact that we are a community of scholars. And that sense of scholarly work, curiosity-driven research must be kept alive, and we have certainly demonstrated that today to an amazing extent. We have even achieved cohesion across the different speakers unexpectedly. But thank you so very much, and we will begin another session very shortly. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Edyta Roszko. I am from Poznań University of Technology. I am a very big honor to have today this final conclusion remark session. And I like very much the title of this conference, finally, Building Bridges. Building Bridges is, I don't know who was the inventor of this name, but it is a very nice name. Thank you very much, Mr. Rector, for giving me this pleasure to be chair of this session. So, I don't know if you know, but Wrocław has 5 rivers and 100 bridges. I don't know if you know about that. So the name of the conference is really very, very well adapted. Frankly speaking, even 130 bridges, if you will calculate this small one. So bridges is really giving very nice visage of this town. It's very, very nice. So also why this conference is so very well organized and very much adapted to this title. because finally we can imagine that science is on the left side of the river and knowledge is on the other side. So it is very, very well adapted. And we want to combine, to bridge just humanities and social related sciences with the exact and life sciences. So I have a very big pleasure to invite our panelists. So I will start with class C, because it is a woman, of course. So life sciences, Professor Eva Kondorci. So she's from Institute of Biology, and from the first one, of course, as a woman, yes. Okay, so she is from Szeged, Institute of Biologic Chemistry, plant biology, and she's very famous for microbiology, gene biology. She is interested even in cancer pre-screening. I was looking a lot of very important information about her. So she will have representative of life sciences. After I invite next persons, Paolo Papale. He is where? Yes, it's here. So he's from Pisa, Italy. He is specialist for artificial intelligence, but also geophysics, specialist for but also what I was reading in his CV for Vulcan. So I don't know if he will speak something about Vulcan as well. So he will representative of exact sciences. And now I am invited Björn Wittrock. He's from humanities, so A1. Yes. Sorry? A2. Okay, A2. Okay. So it is socially related. Okay. And now humanities, so it means A1. It is Poul. Okay. So he's yes, humanity, of course. But I want to also add that previous one is from Uppsala University. Okay, Sweden. And this one is College Trinity, Dublin, okay? So we have a lot of nationality and a very big speciality. So finally, title of our session is Sciences and combining sciences with humanities. So what is your, maybe some kind of perspective, how you will combine or some kind of make small resume from our conference, how you should fill gap between these humanities and exact and life sciences. Eva, could you start, please?
Yeah. I must tell you that until I was 17, I never thought about that I will do biology or I will go to life sciences. I wanted to be really on human sciences. My father was a writer and historian, so I had all kinds of classical education. But then molecular biology came, and this was so fascinating that within 3 weeks I decided that I have to go to this field because this is emerging and this was very interesting for me. I think nowadays, if we think about any problems, what we have to solve in the coming years or at present, we cannot do it with one scientific field or domains. We really need all the possibilities from the different fields. So let's say, if you have any health problem, we need the technological advance. We can see what happened during the last 20 years when we have the new generation sequencing, when we can identify genomes of different organisms, even humans. Nowadays, even you can do your own DNA sequences. But we have to have also very good imaging facilities to look what is happening in the cells and even more down at electron microscopic levels. And we have to deal with a lot of data, huge amount of data. So we need mathematics, programming, artificial intelligence, how to select certain cell types. So I think everything comes together. And if this is a health problem, for example, then of course it will have an impact on the society. So we have to see how we can implement the solutions, what we provide from our side, in the society. So it will really combine all the scientific fields. And what is absolutely needed, really, for us to have knowledge-based societies, and the education is absolutely important. And for that one, the humanities are absolutely important, and we can learn a lot of things from the past, the history, and how to implement what we know. So this is my thing.
Thank you. Well, I think we live in an epoch which is really interesting and challenging. We are facing now issues that we never faced. For example, we are now dealing with artificial intelligence, which is something completely new, which forces us to put questions to ourselves, which we did not consider even relevant only 20 years ago. Today, we are getting more and more into dealing with machines to a level that it is, in a way, still unpredictable. We don't know how much this is going on and how humanity will look like in, say, 50 or 100 years since now. What is sure is that the connection between ourselves and the machines will be more relevant. And it's today we have a news in the most relevant newspaper in Italy that artificial intelligence generated social influencers are massively replacing human ones. So that means that our sons and daughters, our nephews, are more and more influenced by machines in a way. So how is that affecting ourselves as human beings? What's our future? What will our sons and daughters and our nephews be in the future? And we really don't know. Together with this, there are many other questions that we might put ourselves, but I don't want to take too long here. I think it's one big contradiction that in the era of information, misinformation is a big issue. So we live with misinformation every day. We receive too much information, and we understand that too much information is like no information. We must have strong instruments in order to find a path towards the forest of information that we receive every day, every hour, every minute. So either we are capable of moving within all this, or we are a victim of that. And we see that a large part of the world population is in fact a victim of misinformation. So how do we deal with that? These are questions that are totally new and still unresolved. So what I really think is that it's not just a scientific issue, it's not just a social science issue. What I think is that to deal with the new challenges that we are facing, we are starting to face, what we really need is a new form of humanism. We need to, in a way, redefine our way of getting forward into science, any form of science, any form of understanding, by placing men, all men and women, human beings, all of them, from wherever they are, whoever they are, from wherever they come, at the center, and try to rethink the way we want to develop and the means that we have to, in a way, to control that so that it develops in a nice way, in a way that we like, we can live with. So.
Is it my turn? Yes. Thank you so very much. Well, I mean, if you are going to say something sensible about the social sciences, you really would have to go back roughly 200 years, and maybe 2,500 years if you would do it in a slightly different bit. I won't go back 200 years, so I will say a few words about the period after the Second World War. And I'll try to say something about the settings of social science, its relationship to governance of the political sphere and of its own epistemic development. So if we look at the period after the Second World War, that is a period when it's a new world, and a new set of bodies have expressed views about science. Of course, we all know Vannevar Bush wordings when he calls for science as the endless frontier, and this is when the National Academy of Science, the National Science Foundation is founded, and by and large, at least in Western countries, a very important body promoting the new science policies was, to some extent, UNESCO, but much more so the OECD, which very explicitly formulated science policy doctrines. And those doctrines for the first 25 years or so after the Second World War were relatively generous. There was a belief that science, including social science, would yield results. You could let scholars have their curiosity-driven research progressing, and eventually it would be applied, and eventually that would also lead to practical applications. So these 25 years were the years when the social sciences for real in Europe became institutionalized within universities. That had happened to some extent in some fields by certain entrepreneurs such as Durkheim and Weber at the former turn of the 20th century, but it happens on a much broader scale in the 1950s and 60s than ever before. So it's a relatively uncomplicated period in institutional terms. And in epistemic terms, it meant that a number of the research programs that had been established or elaborated in the 1930s, Fisher's in statistics, Keynes in economics, Parsons in sociology, those were implemented. So this period ends, in a sense, during the 1960s, early 70s, when suddenly there is a realization that you cannot just try that a sequence from basic science, applied science, and implementation will befall development. And the experiences of the Second World War in systems analysis, they were radicalized in the 1960s when people like Robert McNamara and not Charles Hicks, but the former chancellor at Berkeley, they were sitting at Rand Corporation and they developing techniques such as program budgeting. So suddenly the whole administrative apparatuses of Western states were being transformed. And in accordance with that, also the way of steering science. So with this way that you cannot just give money, you have to have a contractualization process, you have a customer and a contract, the Rothschild principle. A Harvard dean, Harvey Brooks, wrote a famous book for OECD called small report, which is called Science, Growth and Society, which streamlined science policies. This meant that the social scientists happily responded to this. They said, we can solve every problem. We can do social engineering. We can make societies even more efficient. We can micromanage the economy, no problem. But this really didn't happen. The social scientists promised too much, and there were disappointments, and then there were a political process when governments came to power in both the United Kingdom and the United States who were very suspicious of things that were not promising too much and seemed to be too social or too socialist. So at that point in time, the social sciences and the sciences had to engage in a kind of defensive operation. The National Academy of Sciences had a commission looking at a 10-year outlook in the social and behavioral sciences. A Harvard psychologist and a Berkeley sociologist headed that. In Britain, something similar happened, and in Berlin, the similar initiative covering all sort of the so-called Western countries of Europe did something. I was involved in that also. And at the same time, the dominant theories in sociology, for instance, Parsons, they were seen as too systemic. They seemed unable to account for psychological states, microprocesses. They seemed impossibly inadequate to explain transformative processes on a macro scale. And on top of it, you had mass universities and you had student revolts. So you had for the following years, for the period between and you had finally detected environmental problems with the Stockholm 1972 conference on UN Conference on the Human Environment. So the whole process between 1970 and 1990 is a kind of transitional process. The old research paradigms are questioned, new ones are proposed, none of them completely successful. In France, Bourdieu would talk of habitus. In Britain, now Lord Giddens would talk about structuration. There were a lot of efforts, but none of them, all of them were fruitful, but none of them were really completely successful. And we were toying back and forth with how much can we uphold our independence. And when I talk the next time, I will say something about the process period from the 1990 onwards. Very briefly, more briefly.
All right. I think I will make a blunt statement. It's no longer a question if we should bridge the gap between the humanities, social sciences, and the natural sciences, and engineering sciences and medical sciences. It's not a question. It's a matter of urgency. It's a matter of urgency both in terms of academic needs and practices, but much more importantly, it's a matter of urgency from a societal point of view. Global change is happening very fast, and it should be understood not just as a climate change, a biodiversity challenge or crisis, but really also, perhaps more fundamentally, reframed as a crisis in our human condition. And a crisis in our human condition, of course, Hannah Arendt wrote about the human condition 1958 and had convincing force in light of the experience of the Nazi regime and the recognition that our modern agency has unimaginable potential for loss. In the 21st century, I believe we are facing a new human condition. And I would argue that it really is characterized by three elements. One is, of course, that human planetary agency is now on us in an age of limits to growth. How do we navigate this? The second is the digital revolution, the profound impact of artificial intelligence and more widely digital technologies on society and the environment. We hardly understand how we are navigating this transition from analog systems to digital revolutions. And thirdly, and that's part of the human mind, and it's responding to these changes, there's the ascendancy of design thinking over tradition. There's been this evolving increase in the role of design in shaping our interaction with the environment. It's influenced by postmodern, post-human, and denialist ideologies. All of that is framing a situation where popular thinking is increasingly preoccupied not so much with how the world is, but much more by how we can create something entirely new and unbound. So design thinking has come with hitherto unknown freedom, but also a flip side of constant fear that we ourselves and what we believe in may be made redundant, emptied of meaning. Design thinking has popularized the exotic, non-modernity, and it has weaponized radicalism. So all of this is changing the human condition in the 21st century, and I believe this is where we need to step up. We are stepping up in terms of academic practice. I think that has been demonstrated at this conference. Eske Willerslev showed very clearly how genetic studies is in direct dialogue with the historical disciplines. Helen Kennedy this afternoon or this morning pointed to the implications of our digital practices and societal welfare, and a number of other examples were made in the life sciences section. I was really delighted to hear Verena Winnewater talk about the energy transition and so on. It's quite clear that we are bridging the gap between the human social sciences and the physical and life sciences. So that's good, but the challenge is much greater than just an academic one. And we are facing a change in how we think about the human species. And I think that is really at the forefront of my concern. Thank you.
So I would like now to follow our discussion about artificial intelligence, especially that it is an approach which is taken into account in Europaea 3, which will be the future program for Commission. So in Europaea 3 we have artificial intelligence, and I want to stress finally, we are all scientists. We are all publishing different papers. I would like to know what is your opinion about artificial intelligence, but how it is for reader, for publisher, and for author. So how, and also ethics about artificial intelligence. Because from my experience, what I am hearing that suddenly now, there are papers which are just appearing where there is no author, it is artificial authors. It doesn't exist at all. It is just formulated, yes, invented by artificial intelligence. After such kind of paper can have even citations, so it is unbelievable how we, as a scientist, should fight with such an unethical approach, which happens just in our life, just now it happens. Additionally, finally, also as a scientist, I would not tell old scientists, but very well experienced scientists rather, because we are never old, we are always young, but just experienced. So if we are giving good example to young generation, if we are giving them advice, they should never publish in MDPI, in some kind of, type of journals, which are, during 2 weeks you can have paper. We should give examples. I am never publishing in MDPI because I would be ashamed, and my group will never do it. I hope that you should also give such kind of example, and also how to use AI to write paper, okay, maybe correcting language, but I am against. Paper must be in my brain, and I must write it by myself, at least in my opinion. I would like to know what is your opinion about ethics for publishing from the point of view of author, reader, publisher. What is your opinion about this topic?
Do I start?
Yes, Paul.
Okay. So, yeah, generative artificial intelligence can do that. They can help writing paper. They can write papers by themselves. They can even create data and write a paper with fake data at all. No, that we know that. We know that's possible. But I see it as a relatively limited issue, at least for the moment, because while artificial intelligence can do that, there are also means of discovering that. Artificial intelligence itself can be used to identify cases of fraud created in that way. And in general, I think it will be, I mean, there are people different anywhere we go, of course, but I think it will be hard for a scientist to get into the risk of being banned for his entire life because of fraud. And well, I see it as a limited risk. I can understand someone may use artificial intelligence in a constructive way, maybe to get ideas on how to organize things, or maybe to add information as a quickest way to get information, the same way we get information now when we go through the internet, and that may be quicker and more effective. But then, as you say, the paper and the work, and it's a brain product, that's for sure. But I also would like to spend a few words by saying that artificial intelligence, in science at least, is being implemented in a number of positive ways, of course. So we use it practically in any field of science, life science, well, definitely no, also for for interpreting images and doing diagnosis. That's very important in the future. We foresee less errors because thanks to artificial intelligence, but also the 2024 Nobel Prize in Chemistry has been given to Demis Hassabis, a member of this academy, of this academia, for having created an artificial intelligence-based methods to understand the structure of proteins and to predict new structures of proteins. So we understand there is a lot to do. In my field, I'm from, well, you know, I represent here the exact sciences. I'm personally a geoscientist. In my field, artificial intelligence is used continuously, for example, to interpret images from the space or for many other respects. So there is a lot that artificial intelligence is doing for us, and I'm pretty sure that will continue. I tend to be optimistic, so I see a good future for us based on artificial intelligence. At the same time, as I said before, there are new questions, new challenges that we need to ask ourselves. For example, one of them relates to decision making. We already employ artificial intelligence today in decision making. For example, cars, automatic driving cars, they employ artificial intelligence for making decisions of pushing the brake or suddenly deviating if there are obstacles or people. That's decision making. Okay, this happens for the moment in those situations where a decision must be taken so quickly that an automatic system is more effective, more efficient than a human. But it's easy to expect that this kind of decision making in a way or the other based on artificial intelligence will penetrate our life more and more in the future, because there will be other situations where we need quick, fast reaction and machines will do it better, because we will discover that machines are better than we are in making decisions, then we will allow them to do it more and more. But at a certain time, there are other issues opening, because we humans have some specificities that make us human. For example, we are sympathetic, and therefore our decisions are also based on that. Machines, artificial intelligence might not be sympathetic, so the decisions made by artificial intelligence might deviate from ours. So in this process of giving artificial intelligence, machines in general, more and more space in making decisions or supporting decision making, there will be some space for understanding if, where, how we need to place limits. So this is kind of a ethics issue related to the use of artificial intelligence in decision making. I'm pretty sure that this will be a major issue in the future, because, well, there's no way machines will make more and more decisions for us. And again, where, how, if, where, how to put limits and to deal with that, it will be another issue for the future.
So I would say that for the humanities, artificial intelligence comes with enormous potential. The discipline of history is completely revolutionized. We are in the process of unlocking the archives. usually in the past, a historian would make his or her thesis based on a meter of archival documents and claim that this was it. Now, of course, we know that we have access to kilometers of documents. Everything is being put online really fast, and with the development of the new transcribus tool, it's now possible to access 16th, 17th, 18th century handwritten documents in masses. This totally upends how historians have access to data. In the past, I was trained in an analog world where we had very limited access to information, and only the limitations of our own brain was sort of the rules of the game. Now we are developing a collaborative research environment where hundreds of researchers are collaborating on new projects. The European Union is taking a lead here with the synergy grants, which are really transforming how we do research in this field. So it's an exciting new period. I would say in the next 10 years there will be so many revisions of the accepted doctrines of history. So it will be resisted by the dinosaurs like me, because we will be looking at these young people coming to the forefront who will be challenging us in a big way. It's quite exciting. It's a huge social experiment happening in academia. I think it is very promising, but I'm not sure we are well cut out for it, because most of the professors, of course, come from a different world, a different generation. So that's the positive news. The problematic is, of course, that big data is largely owned by big corporate interests. I think that is really, really worrying, that governments, public institutions have very limited access to information relative to the big corporate interests, which are increasingly ruling the world. So, two very different points of view.
Yeah, I think we cannot live without artificial intelligence. So we need it for our research, and this will be in our life all the time, and the research. But just coming back, you mentioned paper writing and whether we can use it or not. I think it can be a very good advantage, particularly this part of the world. When I was at the ERC, I could see that, and still is valid now, that applicants from the post-Soviet countries, they were not successful. They are not successful even now. Now this is a new generation, especially if you think about the starting grantees. But the problem was mainly that they could not write up properly the applications. So if the application came from Cambridge or from some UK or very distinguished universities where 20 or at least 10 professors looked through the applications, every sentence was perfect, then it gave very good impression, and it was much easier to get a grant for them. When there was an interview, then it was a question which is coming from the applicant and which can come maybe from the professors, and how it was pushed. And sometimes very talented, really talented young people from this part of the world where they did not use the English all the time and they were not writing, they were missed out because they could not express themselves so well, or it was not written so well, and if it's not written well at the first round, they are already out of the business. So I think now using the artificial intelligence and preparing a much nicer application, it can be an advantage. It can be also advantage in publishing scientific papers. It does not mean that the results will be different. This is just the presentation. So in this respect, I think it can be a big advantage for the people. Maybe the young generation is already perfect in English, but in general it can help. I can see it also in my lab. I have problems with people even at the age of 40 to write really well in English and prepare papers. So in this sense it can be quite useful.
Yes,
And
I fully agree.
You mentioned also the NDPI. Yeah, now this is considered that this is really not a journal where you can publish scientific papers. I only partly agree with you because there are certain area or topics in science which is not covered by other journals. So also students from my lab are looking where they can publish really these results. And they are open a wide area of scientific papers or journals where you can publish. So it's very difficult really sometimes to find really the real one. And it's not true that you will get the decision within 2 weeks. Sometimes you have very, very serious reviewing. So it can be good or not.
Okay.
You have to be.
I fully agree that artificial intelligence helps to write maybe better project, but also, you know, participation of the candidate, it is 60% from UK and from Germany, and the rest is very little from other countries, yes?
Yeah, but
Also
we have to
research.
encourage them and we have to start to help them from the beginning when you see a talented young person.
Yes, Björn, you want to go?
Thank you so much. I would say a couple of things. One is that many of us are based in universities, and the universities have grown tremendously in the last 50, 60 years. They have also become worldwide phenomena. Universities are portals for entrance into the modern world, as it were. If you had drawn up a list of the 20, 30, 40 best universities in the world in the early 1900s, all of them would have been European. We know what those lists look like now. But this is a tremendous growth, and I think there are two things we have not thought about sufficiently. One is, when our governments, at least in Western Europe, and in Europe at large, of course, deal with universities, they think in terms of excellence initiatives. That's one of the means they have to. And those, there can be no question that those initiatives have been beneficial for research. They are very good. But inevitably, because I mean, it's hard to imagine how a government could enter without this kind of study. But we have not really, I think, given sufficient thought to what it means to have a well-rounded university, how universities can sort of rise in the rankings, not just in superficial terms, but being good universities. So, of course, there will be occasional dislocations of resources the way it now operates. If you have an excellence cluster in one area, it will attract people and others will be neglected and so forth. So that's one thing. I don't think in Europe we have even started to think about what it means with the enormous growth of resources for universities in other countries, not least in East Asia. What will this actually entail also in epistemic terms? Now, as to policies, I think we should be very grateful in Europe that the European Research Council was founded. It has shown enormous flexibility. It gives us possibilities that were unthinkable a generation ago. So that's an enormous advantage. But somehow, and I was talking in epistemic terms, as you could see in the last session, we were not quarreling about parsons. We saw in demonstrable excellent lectures a set of presentation that linked into each other and made a lot of phenomena that we are very tangibly affected by in the contemporary world. They've made sense of that. So the fear that everything should be sort of going under a wave of post-modernist or post-structuralist thinking, I think those are things we don't need to worry overly about. I mean, neither the researchers nor the policymakers will be terribly interested with people who constantly say they don't know anything. But we have interesting pieces of theorizing going on in Europe. And since this is a European academy, I would say still Europe has a lead position in this field in the world. there is a lot of theorizing going on in others, and that should be welcomed. Other experiences will be drawn in. But still, most American social science theoreticians actually draw on, to a very large, not exclusively, to a large extent. That means that we must also, in our universities and research context, have a premium on original thinking. I mean, we must, it's very good that people are well trained, that they can write CVs, research applications, but at the end of the day, it must be sort of an independent mind that is nourished. Originality must be nourished if possible, and this should not be forgotten, whatever machines we have.
Yeah. If you want to write an ERC grant, so this is your idea, which will give the grants and not the artificial intelligence. But
no, I didn't mention the word artificial.
Yeah. Anyway.
It can be an enormous help, of course.
Yeah, but I think maybe this is for the humanities and social science.
No, I didn't dare to approach the subject. No. I realize it entails enormous possibilities and some risks.
No, I would like to say two things.
Yeah.
So one is how to increase the potential of the European universities.
Yeah.
Maybe this is not a question in Western Europe, but let's say in Poland. We were always surprised that there are so many Polish scientists, and still we have very few ERC grants for them.
I agree.
And then they started this excellent initiative programs for the universities. And they selected the best 20 universities, and then the 10% of the 10 of the best universities got really a good financial support. And I was in the committee which were assessing these universities, and especially the Warsaw University and the Warsaw Technical University. And I was surprised. Within 1.5 years, Warsaw University got immediately 9 ERC grants. So this was really a game changer there. So how they changed the whole management and structuring and tutoring the people. On the other hand, if we are very proud, or we were very proud that Europe is very good in certain sciences, life sciences, although the US was the top, but nowadays, if you look how much money is put in science in China, and they have all the possibilities to do the research. They invited back the best researchers and tutors or whatever. And if you look now which papers are appearing in Science, Nature, 80% will come only from Chinese labs. So we have to be really careful and do much more effort, and it would be nice if the governments would put much more money in science. I have postdocs from China in my lab, and when I was telling that make a solution or something, they were telling, oh, we are buying that one, so they have no idea how to make even a solution.
Eva, I agree with 100% with that, and I try to say the same.
Yeah, if I can follow up with this, I think that if, as a union, as an Academia Europaea, we have a chance to influence the European Union, maybe something that we should try to influence them on is to expand the funds on excellence projects, because there are very many excellent projects which do not get funded just because the funds are limited. And very many of them come from East Europe. So I would really, think as an Academia Europaea, if we can make an action maybe to try to solicit them to expand those funds for excellence. Yeah.
Okay, maybe I propose to change a little bit subject. You mentioned already about energy transition. It was very nicely talked from energy transition by Verena, Professor Verena Vini-Vatar from Austrian Academy of Sciences. So a little bit about energy transition, because it's very, very important. And okay, I am from energy storage system. So we are all speaking about innovation, how quick it can be innovation and introduced to industry. Finally, it is the best example is lithium-ion batteries. Every one of you has telephone in the pocket. Some of them you are still working on the computer, not hearing what we are telling. So everyone is using lithium-ion batteries. 1970, it was the first work of good enough. We are speaking about good enough, but it is the name of John Goodenough. It is guy who was born in Jena in Germany, but all career he was making in USA. So there was 3 persons which are receiving Nobel Prize. Good enough? Stanley Whittingham and Akino Shiro, Japanese guy. So finally, work started 20 years until it will be industrialized. But if you will see about all our invention, finally, Charpentier also she told that after 20 years she received Nobel Prize after work, which is 20 years. If I saw today work about the deep learning, also it was almost 20 years where there was a very big innovation in hardware of these computers and so on. So this 3% finally, good enough, was working in 1970. 1980, it was Stanley was making the first lithium titanium sulfate system. He was making a lot of fire in Exxon. Also, a guy which was born in UK, but working after in America. Everyone is going to America. So you see, European brain is going quite often to America. And after finally the system which was working as a lithium-ion batteries, which was industrialized, was by a Japanese guy. But what is interesting is that invention, how works lithium-ion batteries, was by Philippe Toussaint, French one. Genius. He was imagining how it works finally. But CNRS was not enough clever to patent it, so Japanese Sony was doing it. So 1991 was finally lithium-ion batteries introduced by Sony, and Nobel Prize was 2019. So you see, 20 years of work on some product, repetition, you know, to find better materials for anode, better for cathode, because you must have anode, cathode, separator, electrolyte, all of this. And finally, after you have final effect. So always it is taking time from innovation to final product. But also, if you have invention, you should also patent it to make maybe, to use it correctly, yes? So it is an example. And now we are telling about these automotive cars. Finally, everyone is telling electrical car is beautiful, it doesn't give CO2 in town. But no one is telling that this product of lithium batteries, they are produced somewhere. There is simply, it is total battery is produced finally where? In China. We are only taking products, sorry? In Asia, generally, yes, Korea, Asia, Japan. But
all of electricity is produced by burning fuels.
Yes, 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 exactly. So finally we are somewhere polluting world, and in the town, okay, at least in the town we have cleaner air, more clean air, but finally somewhere there is this produced cobalt for cathode is finally from Congo. So, okay, now we are limiting it as a critical raw material, so you should not use cobalt minimum. So finally, with the innovations, it needs time, and it's really very, very hard work. What Charpentier does, that she doesn't see this very big engagement in work in the young generation. You told that it's a future. But this future, I don't see among the young generation, a lot of them very much with a patient. They are first asking how much money I will receive to pocket, because informatics is having 20,000, so I would have also such unbelievable. They are changing, they are more demanding, they are not so passionate. As she told finally, from hour to hour, from 8 to 3 p.m., no more. They want to have life. I don't know finally if it's true or not. I don't know what is maybe your opinion. Yes?
Okay. So, yeah, you raise a lot of challenging questions. I would say that, to my mind, Europe is definitely in good shape with fundamental research, basic research. We do face a problem innovating. We do face a problem of turning this into viable businesses, absolutely. And there is a huge challenge which has basically been addressed by the European Commission by setting up different funding systems that have not really done the trick. So there's definitely a huge challenge, and in Germany, of course, at the moment, there is this real fear that China will totally overtake the car industry. So a lot of challenges. We have a few very successful new industries. Of course, you mentioned mobile phones. everybody knows about the ups and downs of Nokia. At the moment, of course, in Denmark, experiencing a huge boom because of Wegovy, Ozempic, that sort of fantastic boost to medical pharmaceutical research, which is creating quite a cluster of innovation there and drawing people from all over the world to take a risk on building a career there, but really only stepping up to the next level, which will probably be in Boston. So you see this constant brain drain, you might say, from certainly Eastern Europe and even also out of Western Europe. So we definitely have a challenge. I think the good inspiration really should come from what we are really good at in basic research, namely co-creation of knowledge. There could be a potential there if we could broaden that experience, which is unique in the social sciences in Europe, and share that in a more concerted effort to develop new innovative clusters. I think that could be something quite unique to Europe, which cannot be replicated, certainly not in China. So, yeah, my 5 cents.
What was very nice told by you just about how energy was consumed just for producing of fertilizers, Haber-Bosch synthesis of ammonia, and now you propose to use finally ammonia by electricity. And you told that solar energy would be enough. This solar energy, finally, we are very much fascinated that if we are putting solar energy on each roof, calculated by artificial intelligence, we don't know finally what is the surface of all roofs in the world, but if someone, it was a lecture, that if we will cover it by solar cell, all roofs, we will have 3 times more energy than we need. Consumption of energy is lower. But what we will do in 30 years with all these solar, solar panels, no one is thinking about that. And how to make recycling of this one. Also, I think we are not thinking a little bit for the future what will happen. So it is another problem of energy. We think that every will be resolved by renewable energy, but I think it is not so easy. And we are how to store this energy. Okay, we can give it to grid, but okay, you can also store it in a redox flow battery or some other system, but it is still not so vanadium. Vanadium is also, again, not ecological as well. You want to add something?
No, I just wanted to say that we heard yesterday morning, for me, a wonderful talk, actually, on fusion energy, explaining, telling us that fusion energy is a reality, and it is already being experimented. There have already been experiments producing energy by fusion, and it's now only a matter of technological developments to make it effective and most of all efficient as it should be in order to become a real productive reality. So I spoke yesterday night with Ambrogio Fasoli, who gave this talk. He's the project manager of Eurofusion, which is the European Consortium for Fusion Energy. And he told me that it's a matter of probably 10, 20 years, which looks long and short. I mean, we have issues to deal with during this time, but we also have a perspective in front of us. And that's a kind of secure, clean form of energy. It does not produce any radioactive waste. It does not put any population at risk, because he said if a fusion central goes out of control, nothing happens. It simply stops producing electricity, but you don't have to evacuate people, nothing. So it's great perspectives, it seems to me, in front of us. A small amount of mass like this one, what we need is deuterium, tritium, things that we find in the oceans. We don't need to go to Congo and excavate in order to produce anything, okay? So we don't need to put other countries under the menace of being exploited because of first world need of energy. That's more or less free for everybody. So it's great opportunities which are there. There is a path to them. And of course, this is not going to replace everything. There will be still renewable energy, solar, wind, and also geothermal. I also want to say a few words on that. In Europe, we are good at many things, actually. In a way, also at producing new ideas towards innovation. We are now, the geothermal energy, the geosciences community is now striving to push forward a project in order to start experimenting the possibility of obtaining energy directly from magma. Magma is the ultimate source of geothermal energy. And energy coming directly from magma would be from 10 to 100 times more efficient than the energy coming from geothermal fluids, from conventional wells. So that would, well, contribute substantially to solving some problems, at least in some countries, and probably through good ways of storing and transporting electricity also to many other countries. So this is also something which is on the path. There is a lot of activity on these. The US are very much interested in this activity which is centered in Europe. Japan is also looking at it. New Zealand is involved. So it's an international initiative which is going on with the objective of finding new forms of energy which are more efficient and which can help us. So once again, I tend to see it in a positive way. I would say Europe is great not only in doing science, but also in imagining, planning technologies for translating that science into great solutions for everyday life.
Yes, finally we are happy that we can use, magma, which is giving geothermy, 5,000 Kelvin, and the sun, which is also 5,000 Kelvin. So, but 5,000. Yes, but it is really these isotope reactions are giving such temperature. Yes. Okay, maybe finally it is connected with which was told today that we should not be against nature. Yes, it was a very nice comment from lady from. Yes, from New Zealand. Yes, okay. She was telling about how we should not fight with nature, just follow nature. Use energy storage, just using waterfalls and so on. And just in the Netherlands is very nice. You want to maybe say a few words? There's some microphone. Yes. No, he's going.
Okay. Well, the thing is, maybe I can refer to the first what you said about the ITER program of fusion. I don't want to be negative, but I've heard it for 30 years that it will be 3 years from now. So I'm still waiting for the real thing, but that's my opinion. Sorry. Well, the thing is, I warned a lot about we have only one planet, right? And we live on this planet, right? And now finally we're doing all this technology to reduce CO2, but it's really a symptom on how we treat this planet. So we could be great in reducing some CO2 for two levels, lower levels, by storing, by capturing it from the atmosphere or something like that. And in the meantime, destroy our natural system on which everybody in all our life and every life, all life on Earth almost depends. So we have to work with nature. And that is very broad. Nature-based solutions can be very cost-effective. The Netherlands is halfway underwater, you could say, without our dikes or whatever. But we work with nature to let nature do the work, for example, by giving space to the river. And then space to the river has taken care, that's because we're a delta, right? So we have all the rivers from Germany and Switzerland, etc. But then if you give space to the river, we don't have the wet feet in the cities. But we basically solve the problem with working with nature. And we now know that hiring the dikes will not save us. So we have to play much more as a partner of nature. And that's not always hard technology. It's often what I call eco-technology. And it is in many ways possible. For example, if I can, our dikes. We now know that if the dikes have been grown with many species, not just grass that is mowed all the time, the dikes are stronger, the dikes take up more water and don't dry out and have to be controlled less and are mowed less. That's cost effective. And it's working with nature. So there's lots of those examples, and I missed it in the panel we had previously. So
yes, I fully agree with you. Yes. Thank you very much.
We were discussing.
For your
Sorry for the big.
Okay, so maybe very shortly, because we want to also do some medicinal a little bit change. You want to add something? Yes, shortly.
Yeah, actually, we were mentioning a lot the Haber-Bosch procedure, because this had the highest impact on humanities. Because this was the procedure which really multiplied the agricultural production and lead to the exponential growth of the human population. And if we now look how much food we have to produce, let's say by 2020, it's sure that we cannot get rid of the nitrogen fertilizers. On the other hand, this will pollute the environment or whatever. You mentioned that now there is solution with chemical synthesis or this is not a solution, sorry. I am working on nitrogen fixation, so I know a little bit the field, and which could be the solution if we can increase the biological nitrogen fixation. So far it can give 60% of the fixed nitrogen, but there are many ways. It needs much more research, but we can rely on the microbes which can do it and which can do it for the plants, and then we will not need so much nitrogen fertilizers. This can be the future, which will be good for without any pollution in the environment. So if you want to do it, chemical synthesis maybe in water condition or whatever, for rice it could be good, but this should be a natural solution which can help.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So maybe now about
just add,
yes, please.
One word. I mean, I do agree with what you said, and I didn't say that, but I was giving that for granted, that we need to look for better ways to deal with the world without exploiting it too much. And the examples that I mentioned, I think, go towards that direction. Fusion energy goes that direction. I didn't say 3 years, I say 10, 20. And also geothermal energy goes that way, because this is heat which is there and it's simply wasted. And we can use it without compromising anything at all. And so it's given for clear that we shouldn't stop doing too bad things to the planet and move into a different way. I think, I mean, we are all scientists, or, well, scientists in a wider sense, okay, here. So I think we all share the same view that we are not, we do have to not spoil the planet, not to continue to spoil the planet as we did.
Okay, there is someone voice, maybe? Can you give him a micro?
Yeah, I want to make a general plea, which is, as a broad academy, we are the place where we should always be pushing for a wide range of options to be simultaneously explored, to not start putting up priority lists and taboos and saying, I'll take all the money for this because I'm ideologically opposed to that. In the field of energy is just one of many, many fields where that's the case. The way things move forward also in industry is by exploring alternatives. I was once visiting Russia, and they said at the time when the fission reactors, the evil fission reactors that we all want to get rid of, were being developed. There were something like 25 different concepts in the world for how you would build a nuclear reactor. And one was what happened. And it happened because of a series of coincidences of nuclear submarines and so on, and people being lazy about taking an alternative. We could have had safe nuclear fission reactors long ago. We could have had thorium reactors. But we didn't because we just cut off that line of research and everybody went all in on one technology, and now we have the problem. And the energy mix is exactly the same kind of conversation. What gives us strength is to have a mixture of research fields and to see over the midterm how we will move forward. And that gives a special responsibility to a broad academy which has expertise over a wide range of fields. Here is where the debate has to take place. Thanks.
So maybe shortly we can shift for some kind of medical. As it is still? Okay.
Thank you. Just two points. First, I want to go back to the start of the debate. And all the panelists and all of us who are here agree on the respect that humanities and sciences, let me say like that, owe to each other, and the cooperation they need, both need cooperation. But not all the academic areas are like that. And above all, not all the politics and the society are thinking the same. So prevailing is given to the exact sciences, to life sciences, and cooperation is not pushed ahead. Another thing is the coordination that is lacking in almost all our debates and at a political level. The coordination means thinking of what consequence will have a specific activity from humanities, from INGVU and so on. I don't see in any political activity the idea of putting everything again, everything together, I mean, and think what will happen to, the day after tomorrow if we follow only one way without thinking of all the ways that are opening, choosing an activity. And then a question, a very naive question about artificial intelligence. What will happen to very normal people that will only exploit the decision making of, for instance, the cars, the example you gave? I think that training our skill and our brain help us in our life. And I see people that already says, oh, I drive, yes, but the car will think about everything. Well, thank you.
Okay, so, moment. Here it is, but very, very short, please, because...
Okay, thank you. I don't want to spoil the game here or the consensus, but I do feel a need to have a little bit of an alternative cry. And that is, I've heard many of those signals that we have been presenting here for the last, as you said, I think for the last 30 years. That is, oh, we'll need to find the solution in some kind of a techno fix. While also hear what, for example, our colleague from the Netherlands said, we need to change our mindset in many ways, and we need to do something how we can really have a more radical change. I work on food systems, and everybody agrees that business as usual is no way to go. We have to have a radical change. And that, I think, has to be reflected back on us as the scientists, because we are part of bringing that about. And that is also why haven't we achieved those things? In the latest report from the UN, it says 16% of the SDGs have only been achieved. 84 are we far away from. And this is only until 2030. So where have we failed? What do we have to do to change our way, to do the research about our way, to come up with solutions that help? And maybe we in Europe, we are privileged, but just go and look at the global south, and there we see even more need to, to come up with transformative solutions. So I think the real need is that we think in other patterns. Not only, we do need the disciplinary excellence, we do need more money for that, yes, but that is not probably what brings us closer to this transformative science. We need to find other ways, transdisciplinary, call it what you want, but we need to change how we work and how we work together to find solutions. Paul was mentioning the need that he takes as granted, which I don't think everybody takes as granted, that the social sciences, the humanities, the natural sciences all have to go together. But that means also in the same projects, working together. And that is, I think, we need to strengthen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. In the last 3 days, I heard wonderful lectures about a variety of issues, energy, climate crisis, etc. I'm puzzled that we did not hear even one word about the also very, very essential problems of Europe today, namely social problems, immigration. The secondly is a great epidemic called anti-Semitism. No word. It's influenced the whole society, all of us, and nothing. Like Academia Europaea, the great Academy of Europe, has nothing to say on these issues, or what? Thank you.
I think it's only problems with lack of time. We are. Yes, no, just, we are speaking about artificial intelligence, about energy transition and so on. Okay, you want to say something?
Well, there have been a number of issues, okay? So a couple of them were particularly interesting to me. This one is certainly relevant, but not relevant, but I don't feel No, I said relevant.
Relevant.
I said this one is certainly relevant. Okay. So I said this one is certainly relevant, but I should also say that me, representing exact sciences, I don't feel the most qualified person to give you an answer. I can tell you what I think, but it's not what I can bring on the table as representative of sciences. Instead, there are a couple of points there that I would like to discuss a bit more, because both of them were talking about what we can do as scientists in order to try to, in a way, address politicians to make better choices. And that is something which happens. I mean, we as scientists, we cannot make the decisions ourselves. We cannot play the role of politicians. We can address the politicians. We can give advice to politicians. That's all what we can do. And we can try to be more effective in giving our advice. So that's something that the academia does. We have heard many times these days about SAPEA. SAPEA is a mechanism for providing advice to the European Union. And the academia plays a great role inside that, an important role, I would say, a growing role inside SAPEA in providing expert advice to a number of issues which have real impacts on the politics which are decided and made by the European Union. Once again, of course, we cannot play the role of politicians and make decisions ourselves. what we can do is to try to influence as much as we can in the directions that we think are the nice directions, and that's what we are effectively doing.
Actually, this is not an advice, what we give, this is an opinion. And this is an opinion, so it should tell what is really known, which has scientific evidence, which is unknown, which is uncertain, which is not predictable. So the politicians should get a really broad knowledge about the facts and scientific evidence. And based on that one, they can make political decisions.
So maybe two short.
Yeah, thank you.
Short.
So I think it is incumbent on us to think in terms of social innovation also for how we work and how universities work and how academies work. It is obvious that we are facing a real challenge that cannot be solved by just saying, well, we stick to the old norms of academic behavior, hands off, and really closing the door to policies. And we have opened the door. Sapir is just one example, but clearly we need much more in terms of active engagement with society. It is difficult because we also want to be absolutely safeguarding academic freedom, curiosity, the freedom of the individual to pursue academic agendas, and the anti-Semitism, which has really badly impacted universities in the last couple of years, has certainly led to students and professors being silenced or even persecuted. Absolutely. So there is still a strong need for us to stand up for individual academic freedom. On the other hand, it is also incumbent on us to have social innovation in our institutions. And of course, universities are designed to work against innovation. We are designed to keep a conservative institution in place, and that has safeguarded us for centuries, which of course we cannot sacrifice. But there is a need for bridge building. So I would say there's a need to develop new institutions that are between universities and societies in more innovative ways, fostering also the energy of the youth who really can drive innovation in new ways. Of course, that's happening in some ways in terms of business, venture angels and so on. But it needs to be much more broad-based. And I think there's a huge challenge to redesign our curricula to make sure that this happens. That sort of energy is still not really mobilized in our institutions, and I think that's where we need to really show that Europe can learn from its very good practices in the social sciences, and I point to the social sciences again because this is where the ideas of knowledge co-creation really has come from. We need to look into that.
I see that now Chairman is already sending. So finally, I don't know if you can a little bit prolong or not, because... Okay. Okay, one sentence.
I did not expect to have an answer for these issues. I just would like to put these issues on agenda of the Academia Europaea, that we have to handle with it. Europa, according to many opinions, is simply dying. And we have to be aware of this. Again, I'm fascinated with development in science, in medical, and all the other fantastic issues. But we are not allowed to ignore these two issues, in my opinion. It should be on our agenda. That's what I try to say.
Okay.
Can I say one word? Sorry, but I think I've spoken less than you. So what I tried to do was to look a little bit about the way universities and knowledge-producing institutions work, and drawing on a little bit of the knowledge that actually exists about such processes, propose that we consider the available knowledge in these fields and do our best. Much of the discussion here has been about implementing various schemes. I have nothing against that, but I am very much in agreement with Don Dingwell when he argued for pluralism and sort of holding open different alternatives. But I would also add that all those alternatives that we've discussed really build on assumptions of human beings acting together in societies with a certain decency, a minimum degree of decency in them. And I believe that we have demonstrated in the last session that the social sciences have there are many very bright people who have thought about this carefully, and they should not decide anything, but we have to avail ourselves of the best available knowledge simply. And when we talked about which risks should be taken and not risk, our academy has some of the leading philosophers of decision making or risk analysis among its members, and there is a body of knowledge that we simply cannot afford to neglect. That was my only simple point.
So finally, I see there is nothing for medical. We have no more time, because it was very interesting lecture about blind persons where they can be recovered by special routine. Yes, it was very nice. You are chairing this session, yes, about blind people that they can be recovered. Very, very beautiful. And finally, there is another for medical from London University College lady, which was really very, very nicely connecting finally all the social materials, biology, physics, everything together. Very, very few words.
Thank you very much, and it's really great honor for us to speak about interdisciplinary research, what I'm doing. So nanotechnology is 20 years ago is kind of like AI today, but it's not a mature field. It is growing and start having impact. But what I want to draw in is that it's one of the typical of the interdisciplinary research, because the first thing you make things in the lab using the chemical method, so that's chemistry. You need to understand the physics, so to understand the physical property of the nanoparticles and how we're going to apply it for biomedical application. So it interact with the biologists. And then also because if you conjugate with a drug, then you going to interact with the pharmaceutical sciences. And then there is modeling of the effects, so you're talking with a mathematician. And then what is humanity or social science aspect of that, because you are dealing with a patient. So there is an element of responsibility research and how you're going to engage with the patient from the co-design and co-deliver of the project. So the social science where we need to engage in there as well as the impact of the technology and also the economy, if we want to talk about that, because 1 in 2 of the people in the world will have cancer. So the burden is really huge. So how we can really have a small investment in technology to develop something, have a cure cancer, and we have a major economic impact. So, so all I want to say is that it's my great privilege to be here, the member of the European of the Academia Europaea, and then it's a fascinating place for me to exchange the idea and meet many of you in the many different disciplines, and I'm learn a lot, and I hope that we're going to have a cooperative spirit in all the discipline to move science forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. So it was just an example of interdisciplinarity, how you can combine to just build this bridge. Okay, so I think it is the last.
Just to follow up with this, yeah. I think there are very many examples in our fields where this kind of interaction across disciplines is already occurring. what we need to do is to recognize them better and maybe to put them into a system. For example, in the entire natural hazards evaluation field, we continuously mix together the knowledge and the experience of physical scientists, natural scientists, social scientists, economists, experts in communication. All those people work together all the time. Yeah.
And even art. I wanted to speak about banana on the wall, but there is no time, so.
No, that was just to say that if we look at the individual cases, we probably find very many where this kind of cross-sectional interaction already exists. It's in place. And we simply need to identify them, to recognize them maybe, and to put them into a system, and maybe also to represent them during our meetings like this one.
We didn't speak about art. Yes, art as well. You know, Justin Sun, Chinese, was buying one banana. It is very famous, I think. Yes, $6 million he was buying. But why? Because he was just founder of cryptocurrency, yes? And he wants to make business on that. So even buying banana for $6 million, you know, is business. What he's writing, it represents a cultural phenomena that bridges the world of art, memes, and the cryptocurrency community. You know, he's building business of himself. So cryptocurrency, there is another, I don't know, it is some new subject. Okay, thank you very much. Very sorry, but we have 10 minutes later, so now we are finished just on time. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Jaume, are you here? Yeah. Come to the stage.
Can I just say that we probably just had a crescendo about what these meetings are supposed to be about. I really, really enjoyed the last half hour of the last session, and it was entirely in the spirit of what we hope that these Academia Europaea meetings can possess and what they can offer, okay? And we saw the hope described by many of the participants who said, we are going in the direction that people are calling for in many ways, with a few examples that we saw, but we also saw the enormous challenge. In a way, perhaps the challenge is to show successful examples of that kind of cross-disciplinary and cross-sectoral collaboration in the education of people at a certain appropriate level. Of course, once they become experts, then we should perhaps lay on this layer of good examples from practice about how humanities, social sciences, physical science, and medical science work together. Paolo just described an example that I know very well. So we have now at the stage, the gentleman is going to close the conference, our local rector of the university. I'm going to start closing it, he's going to finish it, but in the meantime, Jaume is going to say a few words about Barcelona, and I can only assume that you've been inspired by the last few words that have been exchanged, and perhaps in Barcelona we will even see some results of that inspiration. So I will pass to Jaume.
Thank you.
To say a few words about next year's meeting in Barcelona.
So the only thing I have to say, thanks Don, is that we wait you at Building Bridges 25 in Barcelona. So we are going to do whatever is in our hand. So I have taken lots of notes these days here. And if you have other ideas, and I have heard some of very interesting ideas, let us know. Let us know, because we are totally open here. This is our pre-proposal of the advertisement, of the poster. So it will be the only important thing you have to remind is 15, 17 October, 25. These are the dates, and this is the place. Most of you already know the PRBB is in Barcelona, in front of the beach. It's a very nice place, and I hope that we'll be able to put everything ready for you to have a good exchange of ideas and a good stay in Barcelona. Nothing else. Thank you.
So we'll now hear from Archad, who's going to close the ceremony officially, but just let me add my tremendous thanks to you for what you've achieved in the last few days. We're always nervous because we take these things very seriously, and this was one of the most enjoyable meetings I can remember, so congratulations.
Thank you.
If it worked, it also was because of help we got from Don. They organized the previous conference, and we got a lot of help and insight. So, dear ladies and gentlemen, the question I wanted to ask during the previous discussion that we'll start kind of have to wait hanging, or we just have to judge the answer based on what we have seen here at the conference, is what's the condition of science in Europe in all respective fields, and is it even important to make such comparisons as a condition of European science versus science in or organization of science in other areas of the world, and what can we do about it if it's unsatisfactory? But again, I hope that just the testament will be what we've heard during all the talks, and especially of talks of the new members of the academia. But leaving this hanging, I want to thank all of you that have contributed to the atmosphere and the content of this conference. So I thank Academia Europaea for allowing us to host. I thank you all speakers and all the participants for great talks. I'm always amazed when I ever have to do anything with Academia Europaea, and this here was just wonderful and deep and profound. And I thank all of you who asked questions and discussed and just shared the atmosphere and enthusiasm and wisdom during all even informal talks. I, of course, thank our team here in Wrocław for making all the effort to organize it. So I heard from you that you were pleased, so I hope they feel it and they receive all the thanks that they deserve. There were a number of points raised during talks and discussions. I'm not sure I haven't captured all of them, but I am aware, as a physicist, I am aware that some important things that were raised were about rising violence and xenophobia in the world currently, or things like climate change that can actually serve as a catalyst to change in Europe. So there are a number of important points raised that were less familiar to me, to myself. So probably this was also important meeting in this sense that as a bridging between different disciplines, it allows to realize for everybody what's important in science in general, or where can we contribute to a better society or a better world. There were some things about vision for the future that I picked up, like that science brings optimism to prospects for the better society or a better world. or I maybe just skip all those summaries. Just say again that I'm wishing you a safe trip home. I'm happy that the next conference will be in Barcelona. I've been once to building bridges in Barcelona, and it was wonderful. So if anybody has any doubt whether it's worth going, I'm sure it will be fantastic. And is there anybody of you, of new members still in the room, that people that we welcome this year to the academia? Okay, so I felt that the most important reason for this meeting is to welcome new members and wish you happy careers, and also happy future careers, and also happy membership in this academia. So I'm glad that you had this occasion in Wrocław, in our city. I hope you will feel warmly about our city in this context. Happy to share this moment with you. Thank you very much. Who wants to say something else?
The conference is closed. Safe travels. We need you next year. We need you in the meantime. So everybody take care of yourselves out there, okay? Bye-bye.